straightening up as well, Tamanna, because there is chaos at the moment. But I think when I'm talking to people, the interesting thing that I heard from a lot of people was that we'll continue to do what we have to do. So that's what it is. The people who'll be focused on agility, adaptability, and reliability and sustainability are the people who are going to progress, because I think it's going to be about putting your heads down, focus on what really matters, and continue doing that. Because for us, it's going to be focusing on what we can do. And I think America, we have our factories of pillows in Ohio and Nevada. We will not leave our customers, and we'll continue to work in partnerships with them. We will overhaul the supply chain and see how we can really shape a new form of partnership and collaboration with the new world order.
What are your expectations from the budget in this context?
Tamanna, I spoke about it earlier as well, and I basically said that let it be where it is in a steady state for us, because I think with the GST reforms, we see a lot of positivity, a lot of tax benefits that have come in. We'll see a lot of consumption in India. And I think there are a lot of support that the government will continue to give to the exporters, and hoping that there's some kind of, upside would be there, so that, we could really go through these tiring times as well.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time.
Thank you.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बनके खड़ा हो जाए।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर, ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल हर इंजन का सोल्जर, सेलिब्रेटिंग द रिलीज ऑफ बॉर्डर 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying. सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me is Mahima Vajrajani, and over the next hour or so, we'll try and solve all your stock-related queries. So do start sending them on the WhatsApp number that's flashing on the top of your screen. You can also call us, speak to us directly on your stock-related queries as well. That number as well flashing on the top of your screen. Before we do that and a lot more, let's first quickly look at how the markets are doing, because it's been a session where you saw that the implied open on the Nifty indicated a positive start, and that has helped through continue that positive momentum at least for today. While we have given up some gains from the day's high, still holding above the 25,200 level, and it wasn't a level that we were discussing anytime last week. We were all about 25,500 and maintaining that level, but all the last couple of days and the pressure consistently on the Nifty has bound that particular conversation. When you look at the heat map for the Nifty 50 also, it will give you that perspective. Eternal was one of the biggest gainers for the Nifty 50 at the start of the trading session. That has largely fizzled out, and while the results was quite positive, Dipinder Goyal resigning as the group CEO is something that the street is possibly have to make do with. Now the biggest loser actually on the Nifty 50, down almost 2%. DRL as well as Tata Motors passenger vehicle have continued to maintain their positive momentum on the greens. When you also look at the sectoral heat map for the Nifty, it'll give you that perspective across a broad range of sectors, while all of them started in the green, and that hopefully and thankfully has continued to do so. The PSU Bank, media, defense as well as pharma index continues to be the top gainers for the heat map, but the advanced decline ratio, before I quickly toss to Mahima for the broader markets, is the other key factor. The last few days has been very, very steady with the declines, but that story has reversed today, Mahima, thankfully, and hopefully that. What about the mid cap and the small cap actually, because the momentum on the benchmark is quite positive today?
Yeah, I think it's positive on the broad end of spectrum as well. The mid cap 150 right now is trading almost 1% higher as we speak. 0.92% is what you're seeing on the screen. The small cap 250 is slightly behind that mid cap 150, but still above, still in the green at least, and up by about 0.6 odd percent. Quickly, if you can pull up the BSE 500 before we move on to our guest for the day. In terms of, it's a very stock specific market, by the way. You have something like the Rallis India, which is doing extremely well. It's up almost 13%, followed by something like a Credit Access Grameen for second day in a row, seeing gains up 7 odd percent. eClerx up 5%. DRL, a Nifty 50 stock in that PSE 500 topping, up 5%. Avanti Feeds also up 4.8%. But on the flip side, you have something like a PNB Housing, which is seeing pressure, down 7.6%. Hindustan Zinc seeing profit booking today, down 5.2 odd percent. IIFL Finance, Shoppers Stop, Hindustan Copper, as well as KEA Industries, all of these counters in the red, down by about 4% each. But with that, let's also welcome in our guest for the day. We're joined by Prashant Tapse, Senior VP Research Analyst at Mehta Equities, and we have Kush Bora with us in the studio today. Kush, last week we were discussing as to how you're expecting, some positivity, and probably that positivity is shown in the markets today. Any quick view on the charts before we move on to the queries?
No, I think this could well continue. Let's not forget today is the Sensex expiry, and we have seen volatility around the Nifty and the Sensex expiry. Sensex in particular, by the way, Thursdays have become a little more volatile than Tuesdays, since the expiry shifted. But I think overall, from a technical standpoint, we were overstretched on practically every parameter. I think there is an upside to be had. You could start accumulating, but don't go, the whole hog in terms of buying. I still remain very constructive on Nifty, especially on Bank Nifty. Yesterday's lows should act as a stop loss for a positional long trade on both of them.
Got that view, Kush. But let's go across and take our first query then, because it's an important trading session. We had a lot of individual movers on earnings, and before we focus on that, the first question is on Electronics Mart, and Kush, this is for you. Siva from Amravati is actually asking this question. He's been holding on 10,000 shares actually at 160 rupees per share, so he's holding quite a meaningful position. He's sitting on a loss of almost 7 lakh rupees as we speak, because it's almost halved from his buying price, and asking what he should do. Can he continue to hold, Kush, for the next 3 months, or is there any pullback expectation to his buy price?
So, Shiva, first up, I understand what you're going through. I can empathize with that completely. The stock's been in a massive downturn. Doesn't look good. Let me be very honest, okay? Someone has to rip the Band-Aid off. It doesn't look good even now. every time the stock tries to move close to its 20 DMA, ever since it lost that ground since November, it has seen selling pressure. Volumes also on the downside are still fairly healthy, so not enough to suggest that there could be a quick recovery on this one. However, what I could give you as a saving grace or some sort of hope is that the stock is very close to oversold territories, and we've seen it rebound every now and then. So what I would suggest is it's very close to the long-term support zones of 81, 82. Keep your stop losses there, and once you get a rebound close to 93, 97 kind of levels, start exiting gradually. So that way your losses could be a little lesser than what they are right now.
Got the view, Kush. But let's go across and take another query now. It's from a long-term perspective. Is what Srinivasan from Chennai is actually asking this question. And that's on Kaynes Technologies. Again, a beaten down stock. Let's look at the 3-month and the 6-month chart on that, and it'll tell you exactly why. Because while we've been discussing the stock quite a bit, it's been a tough time for all investors who held on to this counter. Stock's down almost 40% as we speak in the last 6 months. Prashant, very good morning and welcome to Ask Profit. Is it a good time for Srinivasan to start looking at Kaynes Technologies according to you?
I think yes, at least first leg of accumulation can be done at this point of time. The worst is behind us with respect to all the EMS as a segment which went wrong from last 2 quarters. I think with respect to valuation, there is a good correction has been done. But if you see the earnings prospect, I think there is some kind of pressure in the EBITDA margins. I think Q3 numbers will give us a very clear picture how things are going out with respect to earnings. From last almost 2 quarters, the earnings have been deteriorating in terms of EBITDA margin as well as on the bottom line. So I think I will be waiting and watching for the Q3 earnings and then take a best call. But timing, I think first leg of accumulation can be done at this point of time.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Kaynes Tech. We've got our first caller for the day. Shankar is calling us from Chennai. Shankar, hi, a very good morning to you. I believe you have a question on Hitachi Energy.
Oh, very good morning, very good morning. Actually, 2 months back, I bought a Hitachi Energy, Power India.
Okay.
5 shares at the rate of 22,222. And last week, I also bought another 5 shares at the rate of 16,200 rupees.
Okay.
My average price is came around 19,200 rupees.
Okay.
I want to know, I ready to hold 1 year or 2 years.
Okay.
Shall I buy at current levels or current levels? It is worth to hold.
Okay, got your
I
question.
want technical outlook and also fundamental outlook.
Okay, got your question, Shankar. I'll take the technical outlook for you from Kush. Kush, do you think it's the right time to again maybe enter into this counter and average out?
You know my answer to that.
Yeah.
However, Shankar has actually benefited from averaging, lower down. But that's my problem. See, the stock is lower even from those levels, right? So that's my concern. Right now, I would suggest the same thing which I speak about averaging, which is don't average right now. Does the stock have enough steam to go up from here? Yes. In the last few sessions, if you see, the markets were actually reeling under pressure, but the stock was consolidating with a mild positive bias. That's a positive sign. You take that, you take heart from that fact. However, there is a mild resistance around the 18,000, 18,200 zone. The stock was in an upward sloping channel for 1.5 years. With the fall that came about recently, the stock actually breached that. So once it gets back into that zone, which is above the 18,200 mark, I think his buying price and some profits, could very well be on the cards. 1 year plus is a good time frame. I think you should continue holding on to the stock. Seems like the selling is over. You're starting to see buying at the lower levels. In terms of a positional stop, I think 15,500 is a good support zone. You could keep a positional stop loss at that level.
Got the view, Kush. But another counter that's not done well for investors is Triveni Turbines. Now let's pull up the 1-year chart and you'll know what I'm talking about. And actually Santosh from Chennai is asking this question. He's sitting at a loss almost 7,000 rupees. So he's bought at 671. Counter is currently trading at 471. And the last, let's look at the 6-month chart very quickly now. It's expected that 28 to 30% kind of downtick is similarly the move on this counter. But Prashant, any view that you can offer on Triveni Turbine? Should Santosh continue holding given that he's sitting at a considerable loss right now?
I think he has already waited a lot of time, almost 2 quarters from last 6 months. I think that will give me an opportunity to advise him to have a hold position at this point of time. I think if you see September numbers, there was some kind of slight improvement in the EBITDA margins as well as on the top line growth as well as on the bottom line growth. I think that trend, if continues in the Q3 earnings, I think the stock can recover from the current levels to at least 500, 520 levels. So my advice would be continue to hold. I think there will be good turnaround story for second half of this financial year.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Triveni Turbine. The next caller, Arvind, is calling us from Uttar Pradesh. Arvind, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
मैम मेरे पास भारत रसायन के शेयर्स हैं। इशू ये है कि भारत रसायन कुछ 3-4 दिन में काफी ज्यादा मतलब 10% से भी ज्यादा गिरा था पीछे। तो मैं फंडामेंटली भी जानना चाह रहा हूँ, टेक्निकल बेसिस पे भी जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि कहाँ पे इसका सपोर्ट है,
ठीक है,
यहाँ पे मैं एवरेज कर सकूँ शेयर को दोबारा।
ठीक है अरविंद, समझ गए आपकी क्वेरी। I'll take this with Kush. Kush, I know your answer कि averaging out is not an option, पर maybe at some levels भारत रसायन में एंट्री पॉसिबल है या how are the charts looking?
सो देखिए, मैं ये सलाह दूंगा कि अगर आप एवरेजिंग करना चाहते ही हैं, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू नो आई एम नॉट अ बिग फैन, लेकिन अगर आप करना चाहते ही हैं तो ये जो लेवल जहाँ पे फिलहाल स्टॉक है ये एक अच्छा लेवल है एवरेज करने के लिए। उसके 2-3 कारण हैं। पहला ये कि ये जो 1600 के आसपास का लेवल है ये लास्ट स्टॉक में देखा गया था करीब 2020 कोविड के आसपास। सो मल्टी ईयर लो पे है। दैट अलोन इज नॉट द रीजन इज कि अब स्टॉक ओवर सोल्ड टेरिटरीज में चला गया है। 3 दिन पहले इसमें बहुत बड़ी फॉल आई थी, लेकिन अगर आप कल का और आज का वॉल्यूम अभी तक का देखें तो कोई बहुत ज़्यादा वॉल्यूम के साथ सेलिंग नहीं हो रही है इसमें। तो मेरे हिसाब से अगर आपको एवरेजिंग करनी है तो आप यहाँ पे कर सकते हैं एक छोटी क्वांटिटी के साथ। एग्जैक्ट जो आपकी क्वांटिटी है उसके साथ करना जरूरी नहीं है, छोटी क्वांटिटी अभी भी ले सकते हैं बिकॉज स्टॉक अभी भी डाउन टर्न में है। अगर 1600 ब्रेक होता है तो यहाँ से और निचले स्तर देखने मिल सकते हैं। तो मेरे हिसाब से एक छोटी क्वांटिटी के साथ यहाँ पे एवरेज करें और आपका जो पोजिशनल स्टॉप लॉस है उसको आप 1525-1550 का जो जोन है इसके आसपास रखें। सो लाइक आई सेड, स्मॉल क्वांटिटी अराउंड दिस लेवल बट अ पोजिशनल स्टॉप एट द 1525 mark is advisable for Bharat Rasayan.
All right, okay, so that's the view coming in on Bharat Rasayan. But shifting our focus to earnings, Vari Energies has delivered a strong performance, and how the stock is up 8% as we speak. In terms of the overall numbers, also revenue up 2 times, EBITDA up over 2.6 times, margins at that 25.5% and net profit up 2.1% as well. The company is on track to achieve EBITDA target of 5,500 to 6,000 crores. Now, to understand as to how this execution of order book is going to be looking like, what the company is seeing going forward, we're joined by Abhishek Parekh, who's the Group Head Finance at Vari Energies, joining us now. Abhishek, thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking with us. My first question to you is with regards to where the order book stands. Just want to understand that from this 60,000 crore of order book that you have currently, what is the execution timeline looking like? Let's say for 12 to 18 months, how much of this 60,000 will be executed?
Thank you so much for having me on the show. If you look at our order book of 60,000 odd crores, there's a significant jump in the order book compared to last quarter. It was around 47,000 odd crores. So certainly there's a 30% jump in the order book. We also expect this order book to remain resilient because we have been adding capacities. We have been very much focusing on the retail arm as well. In fact, if you see the retail revenues this quarter, we are roughly around 20 odd % in terms of our retail distribution and retail revenue of the total revenues. Our overseas order book is increasing. If you look at our overseas revenue also, these have been growing both with support from local manufacturing in US as well as exports from India.
Mr. Parekh, very good morning and thanks so much for joining in. It's Puneet this side. In terms of your capex, what is the plan that you have in the near as well as the medium term?
So our total capex which is announced is around 25,000 odd crore of capex to be done over next 2 years of time. And you have been seeing that every quarter there are new capacities which are going live. Like last quarter, we have done around 3 gigawatt worth of new capacity live in solar panels in one of our subsidiary. We also went live with around 1 gigawatt plus capacity in the holding company of solar panels. And 3 gigawatt worth of inverter manufacturing also went live last quarter. There are more capacities which are announced over next 24 months. Our module capacity today is around 23 gigawatt, but over next few quarters, it should be around 28 gigawatt of announced capacity. Similarly, our battery plant, which is under construction, is also expected to go live in next financial year, FY27, with initial capacity of 3.5 and going up to 20 gigawatt over next 2 years of time. Similar is the case with our green hydrogen plants, where 1 gigawatt capacity is expected to go live next year. Inverter is also increasing capacity from 3 gigawatt last year to around 4 gigawatt next financial year. US capacity is again doubling up from 1.6 gigawatts to 3.2 gigawatt, and new acquisition of 1 gigawatt in US will take US capacities to 4 gigawatts. So So we have been very cognizant of fact that we have to grow organically as well as we have been growing inorganically. And this trend must continue considering the existing capex plan.
And how will this be funded, Mr. Parekh? Because it's of course a considerable amount that you're looking to invest. Any plans on that?
So if you look at our balance sheet also, we have very healthy cash balances, and our operating revenues and operating profitability every quarter is increasing. And this is a significant number for us to go ahead with our capex plans. Having said that, we also have banking facilities and long-term debt which is available to avail. However, being a very conservative company, we are not drawn down much of our debt until now. We remain debt-free at net debt level even today. And our internal thresholds for debt to equity ratio is 1:1. Right now, we are even much below than this level. And even at the peak level, we expect this threshold to meet of debt to equity.
Got it. Abhishek, your margins this time have recovered quite a bit at that 25.5% mark. Just want to understand as to what is the normative range of margin that you're looking at this year, and also by FY27, do you think 25% is the new normal for you?
Like this year, we have given a guidance of 5,500 crore to 6,000 crore of EBITDA. We are already standing at around 4,800 crore plus worth of EBITDA delivered till December 2025. So we expect to definitely supersede our EBITDA guidance this year for sure. We also have seen a structural change in our EBITDA margins overall quarter-wise. If you look at last 3 quarters, EBITDA margin have been steady state. This quarter, EBITDA margins had gone up. As we foresee more cell production to go live in terms of 10 gigawatt, which is about to start production in next financial year, this should give us further ability to keep our eye on the margin and keep very healthy margin profiles. In fact, when the new businesses production go live, like battery manufacturing start next year, hydrogen manufacturing starts next year, and transformer capacities going almost 5x of what it is today, these capacities are expected to really support us on our overall margin management and margin profile.
Mr. Parekh, as we wrap up this conversation, a key one, because a lot of your business is of course global as well, and China has announced expiry of those rebates possibly by Q4 of FY26. How big of a positive impact could you feel that could have on prices across product categories?
So the rebate change or reduction in rebate from China has an impact in a way that the price of panels and other products being imported from China is going up because of that rebate. So certainly there's a momentum in the domestic price also. As long as we are back-to-back booked with our supply chain, we really don't foresee much of an impact in our supply chain. However, realization of price is expected to go up with these increase in the pricing.
Abhishek, thank you so much for giving us those insights, and all the best. We look forward to talking to you in Q4 as well. So thank you so much for taking out the time. Also, viewers, it's time to take a look at the F&O space. We have Sharad joining by to give us a quick look as to what the F&O segment is looking like. Sharad, over to you.
Thanks, Mahima, for that. Sensex expiry day today is at play, but a very significant move coming in, and the global risk-on sentiment that's also there across the asset classes as well. If you like to put out the key gainers coming in the Sensex, Adani Ports, BEL, Tata Steel, most of them are in the green today. Nothing much to be concerned about when it comes to selling, but yes, Eternal has a kind of a selling happening, but there was an up move earlier in the day, but largely it's a very strong day of trade happening, and now of course the risk on sentiment is also going up. Amongst the contracts itself, the option data is suggesting that there might be some volatility towards the second part of the day, but nevertheless the sentiment is still important, and the technical levels, that's where the bounce has already happened. These are the contracts on the screen which you can see for both Sensex and BankX, and largely we are seeing the trend is positive, but how much will it continue for the next leg of up move? That's something which we'll be watching out for. Let's see a stock specific approach where the positions are there, and long build up coming in for Bharat Forge and APL Apollo. This is convincing. The volumes are looking good for Bharat Forge. Also, let's talk about the short covering candidates. Vari Energies, recently the management also spoke with us at NDTV Profit. The stock is up 7.5%. Dr. Reddy's on back of earnings, that's also up 5%. And the long unwinding names, the concern is definitely there in Hindustan Zinc, a sell-off happening. Global silver prices have come down, and even the ETF prices, that's down 10 odd %. Muthoot Finance also, technically the gold prices are down, it's down 2% in the trade. And lastly, the short build-up is happening in PNB Housing Finance. Soft quarter in terms of earnings. KEI Industries also Earnings were decent, but nevertheless, we are seeing some kind of selling in these counters. So these are the important stock-specific shows in the F&O space where they are buzzing in trade.
Sharad, thank you so much for getting us those details. But moving on to your queries, viewers, we've got the next question from Satyan. He's asking about Piramal Pharma. He's holding it since the past 2 years at the levels of 120. He wants to know if this is worth holding for few more years. It's also reached 250 now. It reached 250, but it's still now at 156. If you can quickly pull up the chart as well. He wants to know if this will actually give him any alpha returns or not, and whether it makes sense to continue to remain invested or shift to something like an Artemis. Prashant, I'll come to you on this one. What's the view like when it comes to these names?
I think continue to hold Piramal Pharma, even though the performance have been underperforming from last 2 quarters. But I see the CDMO segment doing well going forward, at least for second half of this financial year. I think even the earnings will be improving going forward, considering the last 2 quarters underperformance with the low base effect for all the factors of Piramal Pharma. Even on in terms of valuation, still little bit on the expensive side, but again, the way the segments are growing, I think that is a clear indication saying that they can grow faster in the second half and even better on this financial year FY27. So overall, very positive. I think continue to hold with a decent upside from the current levels.
Prashant, one more on Exide Industries, because it's again been a counter where there's been a lot of correction. And our viewer Rohit actually has been holding the stock at 517, so he's sitting at a loss almost 3.7 lakh rupees because his position is quite substantial. What would you recommend him to do? Because in terms of the capex for lithium ion amongst others, the cycle just keeps extending to FY31-32. So should he hold on for some positive news in Q3? What would you recommend?
I think yes, Q3, Q4 can be better numbers when we compare to the first half of this financial year. But I'm expecting some kind of improvement in the industry as well. Considering the battery as a segment which would be growing faster because of the auto companies which are delivered very well last 3 months business updates. So I think at least a small tick upside up to 340, 350 levels can be seen in Exide. But overall, with respect to the cycle of capex which they have done from last 2 years, that is obviously a 5 to 6 years kind of a turnaround story. But if he is a long-term investor, I continue to advise him to buy more at this point of time and add for long term. But again, currently, for a short period of time, we may expect a better second half from the current levels.
All right, okay. All right, okay, so that's the view coming down Exide Industries. But viewers, moving on to the rapid fire round. Prashant and Kush, you both know the drill. Try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first question is from Shankar. He's asking if this is a good time to make an entry into IndusInd Bank. Kush, your view?
Wait.
The next one's NetWeb Technologies. Prashant, our viewer actually is bought at 3205. What should he do?
I think wait for some more time. We will have a good upside from the current levels.
Okay, Shakti Pumps is the next one. Manohar from Pondicherry wants to know if this is the right time to buy for the next 3 odd months. Kush, your view on the charts?
No, I'd wait. Perhaps closer to the 625, 620 zones.
South Indian Bank is the other one, and Anamala actually has this question. He's sitting at a profit of almost 2.8 lakh rupees, bought at 28.6 Kush, but he's holding 16,000 shares, so hence the profit. Should he sell out, book out right now?
No, I'd suggest continue to hold very good momentum, keep trailing stop losses, in this case close to the 40-42 zone.
Okay, Kalyan Jewellers is the next one. Raja from Delhi wants to know if this is a good time to invest into Kalyan Jewellers. We've seen a free fall yesterday, today also it's moving flat, but Kush, your view on the charts?
No, avoid. The only stock that I like in this space is Thangamel. That's already run up quite a bit.
JSW Infra is the other one, and Prashant Sai is actually holding at 287. He's asking if it's a good time to add more post the quarterly results.
I think yes, add more at this point of time.
Okay, the next one is from Snehal, who's writing us from Mumbai, asking about Titagarh. He's bought around 255 shares at the levels of 169. Hold or sell? Kush, your view?
Hold.
The next one is from Kumar from Bengaluru. He's asking on if it's a good time to enter Godrej Properties and L&T. Would you recommend that, Kush?
Not Godrej Properties, L&T, yes.
Okay, ICICI Bank is the next one. At what price should the person exit? The average price is 1400 and quantity is 500. Kush, your view on the charts?
Exit. Why exit? You could continue to hold, but if you want a stop loss, then it's at 13.15.
Tata Motors PV Kush bought at 492 by Rajesh Patel. I know it's a very limited time frame, but what would you recommend him to do?
Sorry, what's the buying price?
492.
Exit.
Okay, the next one is on Eternal. Nishant from Bengaluru wants to know if you can continue to hold the counter or not. Prashant, your view considering earnings and management change?
I think good profit at this point of time.
G, Varnova, Prashant, is there a good time to enter for the long term?
I think wait and watch for the earnings.
Okay, Translate Lighting is the next one. 365 shares is what Hemant has bought at the price of 685. Should he average out or wait for more correction? Kush, your view?
No. Don't average out, but hold with a stop loss at 445.
And the next question is, from Murthy. He's asking on metal stocks yet again. Any that you would recommend, Kush, buying from the current market as well?
Yeah, so this morning we recommended Tata Steel for targets of 190, 196, very close to the first one. You could consider for 196, stop loss at 184.
Okay, the next one is from Ayush, who's from Pune. He wants to know the future of Jain irrigation. Prashant, any view on this one?
Risky exit, please.
All right, okay, so that's the view coming in on Jain irrigation. But with that, viewers, time to slip into a very, very short break. We'll be right back answering all your queries on the other side, so do stay tuned.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बन के खड़ा हो जाता है।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल, हर इंजन का सोल्जर, सेलिब्रेटिंग द रिलीज ऑफ बॉर्डर 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Your Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo Honey Singh, this is my story.
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement.
Welcome back to Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. The next question, and it's a very pertinent, coming in on EPAC prefab. Now, Prashant, our viewer Udit Guru is actually holding 75 shares at 204. The counters, locked in lower circuit today, and possibly because of earnings, this is disappointed the street. But Prashant, how do you view? Because on a YY basis, the earnings were still okay in terms of growth, but streets definitely not liking something. Any view that you have on the counter?
I think yes, even the numbers were not so bad to see such kind of 10% downtick today. But valuation wise, I think which is trading at almost 30 times and price to book value of 3x. So that is giving some kind of uncomfortable level for the growth what they have done in the bottom line. So I think that would be one reason, and we need to wait and watch for clarity on the detailed understanding of the Q3 earnings and going forward the visibility of the business. So I think some concerns still remain in the business model, and that is the reason why the stock is down.
It's also interesting, Mahima, because the stock has been on our radar for the last 2 days. We're also speaking to the management today at 12:30. So do tune into that conversation as well. But it's also that our research team has also had the focus on this counter.
Yeah, I think Varsha, who did throw light on this as to how management did mention something in the con call, and then when they came to our channel, they did mention that Q3 might not be as to what they planned, and that's why I think we're seeing that lower circuit coming in on the counter. But moving on, we've got our next caller. Dheeraj is calling us from Hyderabad. Dheeraj, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
I would like to invest 2 lakh rupees, ma'am. 1 lakh in DLF International and 1 lakh in Home First Finance. Today they are posting their results. The stocks corrected from around 10 to 15%. So is it a good time to buy these stocks, or any other suggestions for the short term, ma'am, for investing 2 lakh rupees?
Okay. And sorry, you mentioned this is from a short-term perspective or a long-term perspective?
Short term, ma'am, for the next 3 months. DLF and Home First Finance.
Okay, got it. Dheeraj, got your question. I'll take this up with Kush then. Kush, BLS International or Home First Finance, where is it looking more attractive? And do you think that just making a trade before the earnings makes sense?
I strictly do believe that it does not.
Exactly.
I have mentioned this a few times, like averaging, this is one of the principles that just before the, earnings, it's not a good idea. Unless you have some inclination towards how the earning is going to be, you've read it thoroughly and all of that, even then it's a small quantity that you should make. Ideally avoid, because it's a binary event, right? I mean, it could go either way big time. So ideally you should not make. Plus, I think his question was that he wants to invest 2 lakhs, one in each of them, BLS and Home First. Okay, so both these stocks are in a medium term structural downtrend. I think the attempt here is bottom fishing. Not a very big fan of bottom fishing, but if you still want to invest from a technical perspective here, BLS looks slightly better placed than Home First. I would suggest stick to names which have strength. If you want to do bottom fishing, then do it in something like an ICICI and an HDFC Bank. Massively beaten down, and margin of safety relatively high, and also metal names which are doing well, so something like a Tata Steel that we've already discussed. So those would be my picks, but between the two I would suggest BLS looks a little better for a quick trade, but keep a strict stop loss around the 265-270 zone.
Got the view, Kush. But next one's on Tube Investments, and Prashant, Akshara from Bengaluru actually is holding this counter. She's bought at 3164, so she's sitting on, it's another counter where a 30% loss from a viewer. What would you recommend her to do? In any pullback from these levels?
I'm not expecting any pullback at this point of time, despite the numbers are still being awaited. But I think there is a very decent expectation from the market with respect to the Q3 earnings. But considering the valuation trading at 70p in this market, even though after the fall of almost 30% from the top, I think there will be more correction going forward. I'm expecting Q3 numbers will be slightly lower to what market is expecting. So better to be sideways. I think if she has invested, wait for more time, more correction, then we can have a better way to average at a good point of time.
So that's the view coming in on Tube Investment. The next question that we have, and this is especially for you, Kush. Dinesh is asking this question from Noida. He's asking about Shriram Pistons. His average price is 3150. He's accumulated 50 odd shares. He's saying that he's convinced about the potential of the company, but can he buy more at the current levels? Would you recommend that?
Yes, you can. I have been constructive on Shriram Pistons in the past from significant...
He's mentioned that he's going by your advice, by the way.
Fantastic. Fantastic. No. I stand by that, and I'm so glad to hear that, you've been a viewer of the show and you've taken my advice into consideration. So thank you so much. So my view is still intact. I'm very constructive on Shriram Pistons. It had a breakout and then you've seen some profit booking. But if you read charts, see the kind of downfall that it's had. Price action, yes. Volume action, not so much. So very constructive. Against my own advice, if you want to average, this is one stock that you can still consider averaging. It's a very good investment idea as well. So I remain constructive. Right now the stock is at a 38.2% retracement level. That's where it's taken support. Mild rebound you're seeing. Could be a little sideways given what the market is doing, but on the whole very positive. And from a long-term or a medium-term perspective, you could have a stop loss at the 25.75 mark. So Shriram Pistons still very constructive.
All right, okay, so that's the view coming in on Shriram Pistons. The stock is up 3% as we speak. But, shifting focus a tad bit, the spotlight is on the AI revolution. Where does India stack up, and is India's DeepSeek moment on the horizon? NDTV Network's editor-in-chief Rahul Kanwal caught up with Rishad Premji, executive chairman of Wipro, who answered all these questions and more. Listen in to a slice of that conversation.
We've been hearing so much from all the tech gurus on what they expect AI will bring in 2026. From your lens at Wipro, what are the kind of things you're building up for and you're expecting will happen over the next 12 months?
Look, a couple of things, Rahul. One, I certainly see 26 being a year where organizations, enterprises, customers that we serve moving more and more from a piloting vantage point to more of a scaling vantage point, productionizing vantage point. I think that's one big thing that you clearly see happening. The intent to leverage AI to drive disruption in the way you serve your own business as well as your end customers is dramatically changing. I think the language models we have today are able to solve scaled business use cases. The thing that they struggle with is they don't have enough context, they don't have enough domain, they have no in-depth understanding of the workflow of the particular organization. And that implicitly starts with data being well organized and well curated. So there's a huge opportunity as to how do you infuse specific context and specific domain and specific workflow understanding of organizations into that to make it relevant to really drive production scale. So I find that presents a huge opportunity for companies. There's so much money being spent on infrastructure, all the conversation about the infrastructure spend that's happening both in many markets. There's conversations about it happening in India and happening in Europe. But ultimately, somebody has to drive consumption of that infrastructure to drive returns for organizations. And I think the technology services companies from India have a huge chance to play to help drive that adoption by helping enterprises sort of make use of these technologies on scale.
That's one approach, which is what you and a lot of the other Indian tech behemoths have gone for, which is to work on the application layer, build out use cases. I want to ask a more fundamental question. Why would someone like you, given the kind of tech wherewithal you have, the kind of brains you have within your organization, not try and attack the more foundational level? Why is it that India hasn't produced a DeepSeek moment of its own? Why are we trying to build apps rather than try and do something more foundational?
No, I think you've got to figure out where you're playing in the stack and where your value add comes as a company, as a country, and that's how you focus on. I mean, today there's been an enormous amount of spend on the foundational models. It doesn't make sense for companies like us, with the cost of building those kinds of models, to replicate that. The value is in how do you specialize those models.
So can I pause you for a second to ask just this? That if everyone like you in India takes the same approach, or most people take the same approach, especially the ones who've got the cash flows to be able to invest, then where does India produce the kind of breakthrough technology that's coming out of Silicon Valley or now even out of China?
Right. But I'm saying, how do you sort of channelize the value that's coming out? So the value is in building highly specialized small language.
Jensen from NVIDIA was right outside the tent where we are. And when he was speaking at his session at the World Economic Forum, he again made the point about the need for countries to build out their own AI. The fact that data sovereignty is a real challenge, the fact that you want your intelligence to be captured in your AI models. Stepping out of your corporate lens and just looking at it as a country, what do you make of the approach that we've taken on AI in trying to build out some of this infrastructure which will be required for the next several years from now?
Yeah. No, I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense for us to be playing across different elements of the stack. We'll also have to decide where we invest more versus invest less. You can't invest arguably equally in each of the layers of the stack. As I was saying earlier, I think there's a huge opportunity for India to build highly specialized small language models, right, in areas of expertise that we want to build. There's a huge opportunity to build multilingual models, as I said. There's a huge opportunity for India to become the sort of scale deployment engine for the world. There's a huge opportunity for India to build talent for AI in the world. That's one of the biggest challenges today. We don't have enough talent that is AI ready. And how do we think about that?
One of the things that became a big debate here is whether India's missed the AI bus. So a couple of the commentators globally said India's missed the AI bus. The Indian IT minister took umbrage to it and tried to say that we're the third AI power. Are we really an AI power, or are we just trying to play catch up?
Well, the AI bus is still very early, right? A lot of the investments have happened in the infrastructure layer. They haven't happened in the adoption layer. That journey is a journey that's going to unfold over the next 5, 7, 10 years. And I think there's a huge opportunity for us as companies and us as a country to participate in that journey. So I don't believe at all that we have missed the bus. And I think the bus is very much in very sort of starting mode, and we can catch up and jump onto that bus quite easily.
Well, that's Wipro coming in from Davos, but a lot more stock queries on the other side. We are going for the magical 50 number as well. Time for a very quick break. Do stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Your Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार
Welcome back to Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. The next question that's coming in is on Suzlon, and Kush, it's for you. Sanjay from Bengaluru is asking this question. He's holding 3,000 shares actually at 40 rupees per share. What according to you should he continue to do on this counter?
Since he's in a profit, despite the kind of fall that the stock has seen and the stock's very close to support levels, I would suggest hold with a very tight stop loss at 44.5. Actually, the support zone is 45, just under that. So if that's broken, you exit. The stock's been in a medium-term downtrend. Right now, the only revival that you're seeing today is because of whatever the market has done, and the stock is in oversold territory. So no big upsides immediately. Hold with a very tight stop loss at 44.5. If that is touched or breached, you should exit.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in with regards to where Suzlon stands. The next one is on PNB Housing. Pradeep Paul is holding 100 odd shares at the levels of 932. Wants to know if you can continue to hold this counter or not. I'll take this up with you again, Kush. Your view on the charts?
Okay, so continue to hold. The reason I say that is because, before today's massive downturn that the stock is seeing, and that's on the back of news flow, the stock was in a medium-term uptrend, and now again it's very close to those support levels of 840. So with a stop loss at 840, you could continue to hold, approaching oversold territories. If there isn't any follow-through selling tomorrow or in the next couple of days, the stock could see an uptick from here. Does it go to its buying price immediately? Unlikely, but at least there could be some revival from the current levels.
Prashant, you have a quick view on this. What should investors watch out for? Have you studied this particular counter? Because of course the fraud reported yet again, but anything yet that you make of it?
I think it was a major reaction of the news flow on the earnings, but I think continue to hold. I think I am very much positive on the housing finance, at least for medium term to long term. But short term, you may see some kind of pressure like this with respect to earnings disappointment, with respect to market sell off, and also continue to hold. I'm very positive on that.
Got the view, Prashant. But the next question and is coming in from Dubai. Amit has a stock query for us. Amit, very good morning. Welcome to Ask Profit. What's your query?
Good morning, guys. Thank you for all your support. You guys are doing an exceptional job.
Thanks so much,
Quick
Amit.
one. We've played this consumption story, right? The government has done enough or whatever. But the stocks are really not moving. And I'm thinking of a very strategic reallocation from, say, FMCG, say, Dabur, for example. And I want to shift to, say, capital goods, basically either L&T or KPIL. Do you think this would be a good move to reallocate and maybe whether L&T is better or KPIL is better from a probably 1 to 2 years holding story? Yeah.
Well, thanks so much for that, Amit. But, is that largely a budget move, so as to say? Because, then you know a lot more than us in that aspect.
No, I just felt that it is taking very long for FMCG companies to really show growth, right? If you really look at Dabur, they haven't done really anything in terms of volumes or in terms of, the stock basically is going nowhere.
Nothing, that's right.
So if you believe that the India story is robust and investments in capital goods is probably going to be the theme, I don't know about the budget, right? I mean, I can't predict what the government is going to do. But logically, is capital goods is the way. I'm just struggling to get out of Dabur, put that capital into L&T or KPIL, and that's the question. Because ultimately it's about what returns you will get in the next 12 to 18 months. Yeah?
Right. Well, Amit, the thought process seems all right, to be honest. And let me go across to Prashant if he agrees. Prashant, a reallocation from FMCG to capital goods, would that be your view as well?
I think yes, considering the underperformance in the FMCG sector as well as Dabur, so it's a time to reallocate to some sector which is going to do better going forward, at least for 12 months to 18 months. So L&T can be the best stock at this point of time, considering the valuation and the recent correction which L&T has faced. So 3,700, 1,300 can be a right level to start reallocation some of the fresh money into these books. At least near term, we have some kind of upside with respect to the proxy infrastructure stock, which is L&T. But overall, we see the overall capex, where a lot of Indian capex is going to increase by 12 to 18% CAGR for next 2 years. So L&T will be the best proxy to capture those kind of growth. So from the current level, at least 4,200 can be a first target for me for at least 12 months to 15 months from the current level. So continue to do this allocation.
Okay, all right. Interesting take coming in from Prashant. In fact, recently I spoke to an Axis Capital Fund manager as well, but he was of the view that both consumption cycle as well as capex cycle will come in 2026. So we'll have to wait and watch out for as to how these things pan out. So it's a wait and watch for sure. But moving on to the next question, data patterns is the next counter that this is from Sabo, who is writing us from Kerala, and he's asking whether this is the time to make an entry into this counter. 60,000 is the capital that he wants to allocate, and this is from a 1 year perspective. Kush, would you recommend an entry right now?
So again, it's not got a lot going for it. It's given up the 200-day moving average. The volumes on the downside are still very healthy. Only chance perhaps could be that it's oversold, and then perhaps you could see a rebound. But you don't play for that for a year's perspective, right? So I would suggest a wait and watch on data patterns from the current levels. Again, very close to support levels of 2150. If that is tested or breached, then the structure could weaken further. So I would suggest a wait. If he does want to play, this space, then I think a BEL is perhaps a better idea. So consider that instead of data patterns.
Got the view, Kush. But next question coming in from Vijayawada, and Ashok has a stock query for us. Ashok, very good morning. Welcome to Ask Profit. What's your query?
Yeah, good morning. In fact, I'm a regular viewer of NDTV. My day starts with watching NDTV in the morning, listening to Tamanna and Amdar, Alex, and particularly special guests like Shvara and Parag Thakkar.
Well, Ashok, thank you so much firstly for being a regular viewer. How can we help you today?
Yeah, in fact, I'm a big fan of Kushbora. In fact,
Yeah.
Always like his smiling face. In fact, that no sets the mood for day.
Well, Kush is here with us also in the studio, so he's hearing all your compliments
And
as well.
smiling.
And smiling as well as we take him on air as well. But how can we help you? What's your stock query?
Yeah, I'm in good profits with Ujjivan Small Finance Bank, which I'm holding for the last 1 year.
Okay.
And today in view of their board meeting and also Q3 results announcement, I would like to know whether I can book some profits or continue to hold. I'm a long-term investor, in fact.
Got it. Well, Ashok. Got it, Ashok. Well, thank you for for calling in. Firstly, appreciate your time here as well. But Prashant, Ashok is a long-term investor. He's bought Ujjivan at 10,000 shares, so he's profited quite a bit. Should he continue to do that?
I think yes, continue to hold at this point of time. The bank has really done very well in the short period of time. If you see the first quarter as well as second quarter numbers, they have really done very well in terms of improving their margins and also continue to hold. But at least I think booking some profits near to its corporate action if something goes today in today's board meeting. So there can be good upside seen. So if any upside comes today after the board meeting, there should be at least little bit of profit booking attempt to be done.
Could you have a quick view on Ujjivan as well for our viewer Ashok?
Before that, I was smiling before Ashok called. Now I'm positively beaming, right? So, thank you so much for those kind words, and so glad to know that you listen to us on a regular basis. So thank you so much. I have a view, quick one at that. Ujjivan Bank is actually on the cusp of a breakout, 61.5 if I round that off to 62. Wait for those levels to be taken out. You'll see a much sharper uptick on this. And since you've been holding on to this one for a while now, and if you don't immediately need the funds, no point selling. Continue to hold. Big move above 61, 62, very much likely. And like I always do, a positional stop I would suggest at the 52, 53 zone. So that could be your trailing stop loss in case of a downfall.
Okay, so that's the view coming in on Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. Moving on to the next question. LG Electronics is the counter. Kavita from Australia is planning to invest around 5 lakhs, but she wants to know if she can buy now, wait for some time. What is the future prospect for the next 1 year? Prashant, would you recommend that? 5 lakhs is a big sum, although she's not mentioned as to what percentage of your portfolio is this amount. But from a 1 year perspective, what's the view?
I think the amount is big to have a single exposure to a company which is not performing well post its IPO listing. So we have to wait and watch for the Q3 earnings at least, because Q2 earnings were not so good in terms of their EBITDA margins as well as on the growth. So despite there was some kind of GST benefit which government has given, the volumes have grown but margins have been under pressure. So if the volume continues to see some kind of sub 10% from the Q3 earnings perspective, I think the stock will remain under pressure. But overall, if she wants to have a very long-term outlook, wait for some time, more downside can be seen post this Q3 earnings. But the business model is really strong. I think they have a good market share in India, and I think the consumer behavior is very positive on the LG electronic products. So I am very much positive on the company brand as well as business model. But again, earnings are some kind of concern for me. So I am very positive.
Got that view, Prashant. But viewers, it's now time to take the second round of the rapid fire in this edition of Ask Profit. And Prashant as well as Kush, keep your answers on buy and sell and hold, so we can take as many queries as possible. The first one is data patterns. Would you recommend a fresh entry in it, Prashant?
Data pattern, yes.
Okay, the next one is our HAL. Siva from Amravati wants to know if he can continue to hold the counter for the next 6 months. His buying price is 5050. Kush, your view?
Continue to hold. Stop loss at around 4,000 levels.
The next one is from Biswajit. He's asking if it's a good time to enter Brigade Hotels for the long term. Prashant, what would you recommend?
No, avoid.
Okay, Vishal, Megamart is the next one. Abhinav's buying price is 127 and quantity is 1000. Hold or sell? Kush, your view?
Sell.
Ultratech is the next one, and Jay Krishna is actually asking if he can switch from Maruti to Ultratech basically. So what should he continue to do?
Not a bad idea at all. He can make that switch.
Okay, Nurandab is the next one. Rajesh from Bangalore is holding 25 shares at the levels of 15,500. Continue to hold or exit? Prashant, your view?
Newland, continue to hold.
The next one is again a very interesting one for a long-term dividend yield, Prashant. Hindustan Zinc or Castrol, what can he buy today?
Hindustan Zinc.
Okay, UPL from a short-term perspective, Krishnan from Chennai wants to know if he can continue to hold or not. Kush, your view on the charts?
Yeah, you could continue to hold. Stop loss around the 655, 660 zone.
The next one's from from Chandan, and he's asking if he should invest in the capital market theme now. Prashant, BSC, CDS, and NSDL. What would you recommend?
I think the combination can be BSC, Angel, and Grow.
Okay, Angel 1, in fact, is the next question, is the next stock that we have the query on. Sunil from Mumbai is holding 200 shares at a buying price of 2655. Kush, your view on the charts and short-term targets?
Exit.
Well, the next one is, on BSC, Kush. Should he continue to hold at these levels?
Absolutely, continue to hold. I would suggest a stop loss slightly deepish around the 2450 mark.
Okay, Vedanta is the next one. Is this the right time to buy? Snehal from Mumbai is asking. Prashant, your view?
Yes, continue to buy.
The next one that we're getting is on KEA Industries. A good result. Prashant, should he continue to hold?
No, book profits or exit.
Okay, Shipping Corporation of India. Is this a good time to add? Kush, your view on the charts?
Yes, you can consider adding Shipping Corporation, 195 stop loss.
The next one's Vikram Solar, and Sarath actually is holding 74 shares at 325. What should he do, Prashant?
Add now, hold.
Okay, Mukka Protein is the next one. Arni Agnihotri is holding 3,500 shares at the levels of 30 rupees. Can he continue to hold? Short-term investor. Kush, your view?
Tough call, but hold with a stop loss at 18.
Cupid also, Kush, because it's such a viewer favorite query at 455 is what Lavanya is holding. Should he continue to do so?
Yes, continue to hold. Stop loss 345.
Okay, Bajaj Housing Finance. Rajesh from Bengaluru is asking if this is the right time to buy. Kush, your view?
On Bajaj Housing Finance, no, avoid.
Alright, okay, so that's the last query coming in on Bajaj Housing Finance. There's a view coming in from Kush, but viewers, we're completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit, and as Puneet promised, we've touched that 50 queries number. Thank you so much, Kush, as well as Prashant, for helping us answer all those queries. Completely out of time, as I mentioned, KYC next. Do stay tuned.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Your Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म, शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ टाइम।
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and you are watching NDTV Profit. Let's start the show and the company which we are calling. I will give you all the details, but there are some hints to it and it's a consumer related company. Let's point out what are the hints about this company which will be coming in KYC. It's one of India's largest hair oil company, but just wait for it. The second hint is also very much important. It's endorsed by Kiara Advani. I'm sure you'll be understanding which company I'm talking about, but there are more hints to the show. This has posted a very strong Q3 numbers. And also, if you look at the one-year basis, the stock has given a solid return to the investors as well. Stock is up almost, you could say 32% in the last 1 year. And in the day's trade also, we are seeing a strong up move coming in. You must be guessing it, how the overall setup comes in for the company. And the company in focus is Bajaj Consumer Care. Yes, they have come out with their Q3 numbers also, and it's a very strong one and a good momentum is coming to the stocks. But we have got this company in our KYC segment. But the key question remains is why have we called them and why are we featuring them in KYC? There are certain queries which we will be asking the management. What's the volume or the value growth looking like for the company? And what's the future guidance in this segment? The second one is the GST benefits. Will they start accruing more in fourth quarter? And if yes, what will be the benefit coming in? Also, other question we'll ask is, has the rural demand rebounded? It seems like it has in the Q3 numbers, but we'll get in more details about it. Also, another question to ask is the raw material pricing trends, the paraffins, and also the copra prices, how the pricing trends are working out. And it's largely, if you're tracking the FMCG space, most of the raw material costs are benign right now. Apart from that, the international expansion, what's the visibility coming like? Right now, the company is having a very single-digit revenue exposure, but in the future, we might see this going up also. And on the show will be Naveen Pandey, the Managing Director of Bajaj Consumer Care, where Naveen will answer all our queries at KYC. So, moving on, let's just give you some more details about the company, why it's important to understand, what this company is all about. I'll give you some granular details. This company, ये सिर्फ जो है तेल का hair oil या तेल, if you call it, that's not only there. The story is more. There is cosmetics, there is toiletries, there is personal care products as well, and of course the hair oil is there. But there are different varieties of hair oils if I talk about it. This presence is both in domestic and international markets as well. And if you look at it, there's almond drop, it's very famous. We spoke about Kiara Advani as well. Coconut oil is also there, and interestingly, other products also come in. That's gulab gel is there, and henna products are also there. I did check their website, and the product catalog is big. These are the product catalogs. You can talk about it. But net, it's a big product portfolio. But the geographical split I was talking about, still India contributes 95% of the revenues here. Of course, management, we'll ask Naveen about this 5% in the international segment. Of course, the commentary is also coming slightly positive. So we'll be asking this question as well. Now they are having a project. It's called Project Arohan. This is the first phase I would like to talk about. They have been boosted the retail reach, and of course there are certain areas, the Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh, that's where the growth is coming in. They have also launched in March 2025, that's last year itself. They're targeting Delhi, Haryana, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. That means the general trade is being focused at, and the completion is expected by May 2026. When these projects get completed, incremental benefits start coming in to the company, but of course it takes time. Now they're aiming for 1.6 times urban reach growth and a wider rural coverage as well. This is the second phase which will be focusing on. Of course, this will be happening in the next year. The recent news also is there. There are two of them. There's a buyback of almost 4.7% stake of the company, and that's why you will see the promoter shareholding rising up as well. Also, apart from this, let's look at the other recent news which has come in. There is a demerger of the manufacturing division of Vishal Personal Care, and that's also where we see some kind of value unlocking happening. We had seen a good up move last year in the stock prices, but as of now, we see that largely the numbers are doing the talking and giving a good momentum to the stock. But let's focus on the ratings in our show. There are 8 ratings, which we focus on in KYC. I'd like to point that out for our viewers who are tuning in for the first time. Income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, these are the important number ratios which you have to track as the holy grail of fundamental analysis. Apart from that, shareholding is there, street trade. When I talk about it, that's basically your returns coming in from the stock, be it 1 month, 6 months, or even 5 years. Valuation, we compare that with a lot of its peers. This of course includes Marico, Dabur, Imami. I'll get to the valuations and where does the company is placed. That's something which we'll be looking out for. The outlook is very much important for a company like this, especially it's a consumer related company and a lot of benefits are coming to the consumers, and the GST benefits are also kicking in. So that's something which we'll be watching out for. But let's move on to the first parameter to talk about the company. This is the income statement. The 3-year CAGR I've taken for FY23, FY24 and FY25. The 3-year CAGR numbers are dismal. That's the concern coming in. It's just single digit and there's a degrowth happening in both EBITDA front and margin front. Of course, the industry had some pressure coming in and the consumption or the competition in this space that has increased. But one thing which caught my eye was definitely the Q3 numbers. That is what the street was looking out for, and the company delivered revenues up 31% on a year-on-year basis. And if you look at the EBITDA and PAT numbers, that's also done well. EBITDA has doubled up to almost 56 crore rupees, and if you could see the margins, that has also gone up really strong. That's 18.3% as compared to just 11.2%, and PAT 83% coming in. Of course, there aren't much one-off adjustments here, but a very strong performance coming in. So one side, the 3-year average numbers which we took, they were dismal, but on the other hand, the Q3 numbers, if we talk about it, they have been really strong. So I have given this a neutral rating. Let's move on from income statement. Let's talk about the balance sheet. Balance sheet is very much important for a company like this, and let's see what are the key numbers to actually track in the balance sheet. If you like to pull out the numbers, of course, remember there was a buyback, and because of that, some structuring definitely happened, but book value is decent. It's a debt-free company, so that is a very strong point for Bajaj Consumer Care. It's a legacy brand from Bajaj Group, and cash bank balance has also significantly gone up. It's around 112 odd crore rupees. We'll definitely ask Naveen because the legacy business is there. A lot of acquisitions are happening in the D2C space also, and look at the cash balance over here. Either the shareholders get something or some acquisition comes in to actually prop up the D2C segment as well. So net, a very strong balance sheet for Bajaj Consumer Care. So I'll give a strong thumbs up. Let's talk about the cash flows, and of course there are some lumpiness involved also in this cash flow segment. And I'd like to point out the cash flow to EBITDA ratio. That's been decent. It's not very less also. It has reduced from 72% in FY24 to FY25 is 48%, but the net cash flows, they have been going up from 2 odd crores to 8 crore rupees. So it is still decent. I wouldn't say very great right now because we need to see much more numbers coming in as we go ahead in the next 2 quarters as well. Naveen will answer the flow also of these cash flows. So it's a neutral rating when it comes to the cash flows. But apart from the cash flows itself, let's also look at the return ratios. This is the 4th number related ratio which we get a company in KYC, and largely the concern remains is you need to have at least 20% plus ROCs in an industry or a company like this, but it has been going and it's not been able to maintain it. See, around 26, 21, 23, and now it comes to the 19 portion. So that's why we are seeing there's a slight pressure coming in the entire industry, and that's why the ROC, ROE numbers are looking depressed, and because of that I will be giving this a strong thumbs down. So apart from the return ratios, let's look at the shareholding. We also spoke about the buyback. When the buyback happened, the promoter stake went up from 39%, 41%, and now 43%. And whenever promoter stake goes up in a company, it shows strength. And remember, it's a legacy brand, so it's a very good kind of heads up for the markets. But on the other hand, who were the sellers? institutions, FIs and DIs from 14 to 17%, you see the downtick coming into 10 to 16%. That means the institutional part ownership that has gone down and retail that has gone up. So net there's definitely a concern coming in, and that's why I've given a strong thumbs down when it comes to the shareholding pattern. Also, let's move on from the shareholding pattern segment to the street cred, how the stock has moved around, what returns have they given. If you're a short-term investor in this stock or a long-term investor, let's see what has happened. Last 1 month stock is down 2%, and just getting all the numbers. Last 6 months stock has been largely flat, nothing much to talk about. But last 1 year, that is where I think there has been a good momentum in the stock. The stock was up now almost 32% and it's going up right now. Also last 5 years, nothing much if you're a long-term investor. So if you're invested in 1 year time zone, then congratulations to you. But apart from that, concerns are definitely there, and long-term it has not been a multi-bagger. So it's a neutral rating when it comes to street cred for Bajaj Consumer Care. After street cred is the valuations front for the peers. We have done a peer analysis to see where the valuation stands, and it's of course a trailing 12-month P ratio we have taken. And direct competitors, Marico, that's at 58 times. It's enjoying a premium valuation. But on the other hand, look at Bajaj Consumer, Imami, 27 to 28 times. And whenever rural development takes place, these stocks tend to get more momentum. I'm talking about Bajaj Consumer and Imami. Compare that with Dabur and Honasa. Honasa also has made it to the list. So see the valuation gap which is there. This is almost double, and this is almost, you could say, 5 to 6 times. So yes, there is a valuation comfort coming in, and the company has performed in Q3 also. Because of that, I will be giving this company a strong thumbs up. Apart from valuations, the last one is the outlook segment. It's very much important for a stock to actually understand what's the future lying ahead, and there seems to be some green shoots coming in. The macro signals of consumption that's coming back, that's what the management had stated in their investor presentation. Also, the second important point is the volume market share growth for ADHO and the non-ADHO segments. When we talk about ADHO, it means almond drops hair oil, and we will be talking about this all time. So this short term, please do remember, it is very simple. It's just an almond drops hair oil. Copra and mustard oil prices, that's how they are trending, and currently they are trending lower. That means the costs are benign. It helps the margins going forward for FMCG companies like Bajaj Consumer. The international business, they expect to see a good growth in Q4 as well. Will that revenue contribution go up or not? That's what we'll ask Naveen. And also, apart from these important outlooks, we'll be asking important launches and acquisitions. Also, these are the questions we'll be asking the management. And let's give you the final rating for the KYC for the company. Income statement has been decent, but remember, Q3 numbers is the winner here. Balance sheet very strong, especially on the cash balance front. Cash flows decent. Return ratios and shareholding, that's where my concern comes. But there is some alpha emerging as well. And from where this alpha comes, it's the valuations. It's the outlook. These both have done really well, and I've given a thumbs up. So let's combine the entire KYC rating and give a total final rating of 4.5 out of 8 when it comes to Bajaj Consumer Care. So this is what the total show is all about. But now we'll talk with the management, and we'll try to understand, how things are moving. And one by one, we'll get in Naveen. He's the managing director at Bajaj Consumer Care, but a little bit of trivia for Naveen definitely is there. He's 20 years into the industry. He has been there. There is PepsiCo, Asian Paints, and importantly, he has been the ex-CEO of Unibic Foods as well. So you see the street cred, he's very strong, when it comes to his leadership. Look at that, 3 companies, including Marico as well, and he's an MBA from IIM Indore as well. Joining us is Naveen. A very good afternoon to you, Naveen. A very nice numbers in Q3 coming up. And what led to this growth? And this is a significant growth coming in. Any inventory adjustments are there? And what are the factors which led to this growth? Naveen?
Thank you, Shraddha. Pleasure to be here on your show. So there are no one-offs, or there are no exceptions to be explained for this performance. I think the seeds of this performance have been grown, sown in quite back, and there's a lot of cumulative work internal to the company which has happened over the periods of past few quarters, which is culminating into this performance coming in. As I've spoken before, what we are doing is that we are getting our focus back onto our core of the business, which is Almond Drop Hair Oil. We are focusing on strengthening the brand. We are spending more advertising monies, behind the core brand and fueling and driving, the advertising reach and frequency there. We've also been working on distribution and building up a much more robust direct distribution network, which again comes back and really helps and enables, our core brand and business performance. And I think the seeds of this have been sown in over the last few quarters, and all of this is now kind of really coming together. What I must also acknowledge is that we are seeing, the overall consumption environment improve and the consumption coming back, which is a culmination of, the real GDP is improving, a lot of stimulus, from the government, the inflation overall rate coming down. And I think all of this is leading to, really a sweet spot for consumption growth. And I think we've done our work and we are ready to kind of capture this consumption growth as it is coming. So
yes,
that's how
Naveen,
I would,
Naveen, this
to get a
seems
sense.
a very strong point you have made on India's consumption growth, and right time your Q3 numbers are going strong. But there's a third important thing which is, I've studied, that's Arohan. It's a kind of a strategic program. I think the phase 2 starts in 2026. Can you just give us some details about it and when the incremental benefits start coming in? I presume in the next 12 to 18 months, more incremental benefits will come.
So what we've done is, Sharad, we've already executed Arohan in the top 8 states of the country for ourselves. And what we are doing as part of Arohan is that we are restructuring both our urban and rural reach to improve our direct reach and to, kind of ensure that we are doing justice on both the quantity and the quality of reach. In most of these states where we've worked, we have seen an improvement in direct reach from anywhere between 20% to 50%. And at an overall level, at a country level aggregated, we've improved our reach by more than 10% in terms of the direct reach moving ahead. What this does is that this improves not only, the quality of distribution, but also brings in predictability, brings in, ability to execute new products, brings in the ability to sell a better range of the, core brand, more SKUs into the shop. And we've already executed it for our top 8 states. And for the balance of the states, we will do it over the course of coming 4 to 6 quarters. So the benefit of 8 states is already coming into, the P&L in the quarter, and the balance incremental benefits will come in as they get executed.
And Naveen, the exact breakup was not given in Q3 about the volume and the value growth. Is it possible for you to share the numbers, what has happened? Because generally we track these companies, we always look out for that volume and the value growth.
So you'll be happy to note that Almond Drop has grown double-digit volume. And the balance spread between, the overall standalone growth of 20s to you look at the volume is coming on back of revenue management. There's been some strategic pricing which we took in Q1 of this year, which got, the benefit of which also came in the last quarter. And, certain mix changes which we've been driving very relentlessly over the past few months. So that basically is the, the gap and the, there. But it's very, very solid double-digit volume, on back of which these numbers have come.
So a strong double-digit growth coming in for the almond segment. ADHO, to put it in perspective for our viewers, to simplify it, it's Almond Drops Hair Oil. Apart from that, Naveen, query is on the GST benefits. Of course, Q3 couldn't capture the entire benefit, but Q4, can we see more benefits coming in because of these GST cuts?
I think we see, a very, very significant improvement even in Q3. I guess as the benefits start reaching the consumer, this should only, hold stroke improve as we get into the next quarters. So the macroeconomic tailwind, I think, has started, and at least, in our portfolio, in our business, we've seen that tailwind come in the last quarter, and we expect it to continue.
Right. Naveen, but what about the rural demand? Is it fully recovered yet, or the signs of green shoots are there? Because whenever rural demand kind of picks up, it's very strong for your stock. So what's your view on that?
So we've seen a very sharp recovery in rural demand for us because while you would have seen narrative of certain other companies, they have indicated a strong rural demand even in quarter 1 and 2. However, for us, we were undergoing a lot of transformation of Project Arohan in the rural markets in quarter 1 and 2, and hence our rural was muted in quarter 1 and 2. As those transitions have also got completed, plus the entire tailwinds of rural and rural, we've seen a very sharp upswing on rural for us particularly. I think the kind of upswing we've witnessed might not be an industry-wide phenomena, but definitely there is more tailwind across both urban and rural.
Right, so that's a very positive view coming in, but looking at the raw material pricing trends, it's largely looking on the lower side, and the margins are at 18% right now. EBITDA margin, the calculated ones which I have done on the analysis. Naveen, these margins, will they be sustainable going ahead? And if yes, what will be the triggers for it? Because the costs are benign in the raw materials which you use right now.
Yes, we expect the costs to remain very range bound. In fact, if you were to look at it, copra, I think, should be deflationary going forward. Mustard oil and LLP should remain range bound from where we are. I believe, in terms of a longer term, medium to long term direction, looking at the next 4 to 6 quarters, our aspiration would be to move into 20% plus kind of an EBITDA margin. And that is what we will have an endeavor to. Compared to the past 2-3 quarters, we coming to 18.5 has been, a sharp correction over our previous last year numbers. However, the journey of the balance would be slow and gradual, and we hope to, reach what we'll call as an FMCG standard, the grade 1 company standards, which is anywhere upwards of 21%.
Right, so a long-term target is coming 20 to 21% for margins when it comes to Bajaj Consumer. Naveen has stated that's a very important point. But Naveen, I have some more queries, and I looked at the cash balance also. That's significant right now. And just a query comes in, apart from the marketing expenses which you have taken, that's fine, fair enough. But shareholders, do they get any kind of benefit, any dividend in the offing? Or are you keeping this money for some kind of an acquisition? Because a lot of D2C acquisitions are taking place as well. Hair brands are there. Is the company looking at either of these two things right now?
So, Shara, the quarter back, we executed a buyback. Wherein we gave just short of around close to 200 crores back to the shareholders. And, our promoters did not participate in the buyback. And, that's a sign of continuous reinforcement of the promoter to the organization. But we've transferred value back to the shareholders by doing a buyback just a quarter or so back. At this point of time, we want a certain number of reserves, which allows us the flexibility to, go ahead and make acquisitions as and when we get the opportunity. Once we cross again the kind of reserves we want to, we will, think about how to, give the benefit back to the shareholder if we cross that number. But as of now, we've just executed and buyback in the last quarter, and that's what I would want to reiterate.
Okay, so management is reiterating that the buyback has been already done. Nothing major announcement coming for the shareholder as of now, right now. Of course, keeping that money for acquisitions at a level which they think would be right. But Naveen, another query is definitely there on the market share. Currently, after this Q3 numbers come out, which has already is out, ADHO and the non-ADHO segment, if you could just give us a ballpark figure, where does the market share currently stands? I presume there has been an increase in the market share of at least the ADHO segment.
Yes, so if we look at the overall segment, which is coconut oil plus hair oil, we have a high single-digit market share in the overall segment on the basis. And what we've seen is we've seen a sequential improvement and gain in market share, specifically on Almond Drop, which is our lead brand and where we are focusing right now. So there's a very strong positive market share gain in Almond Drops, that too on volume basis.
Yeah. And Naveen, apart from this, you have been a stalwart in the FMCG industry with more than 2 decades of experience. And just the query is for the FMCG industry, what are your budget expectations? What do you want from the government?
I think the government, we have is very consumer focused. They're very conscious. They're also business conscious, and the set of actions which have happened not just in the previous budgets, but in terms of the run up over the last few quarters are all consumption enabling. They are keeping the Aam Aadmi into focus and ensuring that they are able to increase their standard of living, improve their standard of living, and keep the inflation in check. So I'm sure the government will keep these factors continued in mind, and the budget will reflect that. So hoping for this trend to continue and the government to enable a positive consumption environment and control inflation. So I guess that's the way I would want to put it.
Well, that's a very important view coming in from Naveen. But hold on, Naveen, we just like to revise the KYC ratings which we have given in our show. Just to put in perspective, the numbers were very strong in Q3 and there were no one-offs. The management has just clarified that balance sheet is very strong, especially the cash balance. That's what I'm looking at. Cash flow is also decent. Return ratios, they will come in time, but right now there are some concerns. Shareholding, the promoters have increased their stake, and of course that's a way of buyback, and that's where the strength comes in the stock as well. And street cred, now you see, of course, stock has moved up a lot. So on the higher side, the street cred, but valuations and outlook, that's where the real growth lies. And I've given this 4.5 out of it on the higher side on the ratings which we given. But thanks a lot, Naveen, to give the entire perspective of the stock and guidance going ahead for the industry as well. A really strong performance in Q3. Wish you best of luck for the future, and thank you very much for joining in KYC. Well, so that's the guest from the management from Bajaj Consumer, Naveen. He spoke about the company and impact was there in the KYC show as well. Thank you very much for watching KYC. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ टाइम। क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी. So come and witness Yo-Yo Honey sing. This is my story.
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement and energy on one of the country's most storied courses. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 23rd January 2026, Mumbai.
Nifty pairs morning gains as Dalal Street stares as a cautious trade. Broader markets see mixed moves today. Real estate and consumer durables under pressure, but most sectoral indices regain confidence. Public sector banks and pharma lead with gains. Metals and also tech lend support. Eternal gives up gains after rising more than 7% earlier today. This comes after Dipinder Goyal announces that he is stepping down as the Group Chief Executive Officer of Eternal, with Albinder Dindsa succeeding him with immediate effect. PAT nearly doubled in Q3 even as it missed the street expectations. Dr. Reddy's rallies after profit beats the estimates in the third quarter. Strong momentum in branded business, a shot in the arm for Dr. Reddy's. Wari Energies surges after Q3 revenue and profit more than doubles. Company on track to achieve EBITDA target of over 5,500 crore rupees. Hindustan Zinc under pressure amid correction in silver prices. White metal declines after Trump volumes trade higher than the 20-day average. And the big headline we all keep an eye on this week: Trump is in Davos and the world is watching with bated breath on what he will do next. Trump softens stance on Greenland to scrap tariffs on European countries over Greenland, rules out using force to take over Greenland. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar, and let's take a quick look at how markets are really behaving in midday today. And yes, Nifty 50 is closer to the lowest point of the trading session today, more than 200 points lower than the high point of this trading session. So there is a substantial amount of volatility as well as weakness that is creeping in after the first half of the trading session is getting completed. When we take a look at some of the components which are really impacting Nifty 50 today, well, Titan, SBI Life, Max Health, Eternal, Reliance Industries, the big boy Reliance Industries, that is the one which also is down in trade today. The biggest dragger in terms of the heavy weight impacting Nifty 50 is HDFC Bank, 21 points cut because of HDFC Bank and Reliance also shaving off around 12 points in the trading session at the current moment, when Nifty 50 is really just about trending in the green with only 40 points of gains at the moment. When we take a look at the sectoral indices, except the real estate sector, all other sectors are in the green at the current moment. So there is a broad-based some bit of stability in the market. Maybe the key indices are not giving the exact picture. So if we really take a look at some of the internals when it comes to the sectoral performance, well, IT index is over 0.5% up. and also bank index that is in line with what Nifty 50 is doing at the current moment. The mid-cap universe, though, the broader market is showing a lot more resilience, and that is what is keeping the momentum going on the markets at the current moment. But the stock, remember, of the day is Eternal, which owns the brand Blinkit as well as Zomato, a space which is very closely watched out for. So this particular counter really opened with a gap up opening of 7% gains. Yesterday also around the result time and with the announcement of the CEO change in the company, the stock showed a huge amount of momentum. But at the current moment, it is down almost 1%, below 300 rupees per share mark. So let's really focus when we talk about this particular stock and the news flow that is really impacting the performance. So Dipinder Goyal has resigned as the MD and CEO. The move is intended to, remember, avoid the potential conflicts as he invests efforts on ventures outside of Eternal. So the big question that we are asking today, who takes over? And that is Albinder Dinsa, and the one who brought in the Blinkit advantage to Zomato and really bolstered Eternal with a propensity of a value-creating proposition. Remember that this particular space is hotly contested and also is delivering for Eternal. So let's also take a look at now how this particular company is viewed with the top brass change at the current moment, and what does this really prove about how it's going to go forward. So we are talking about Eternal's big change. Now remember that this particular space is getting very, very intense with also Zepto, a third player coming in, while at the current moment we have a duopoly between Eternal as well as Swiggy. So brokerages believe that nothing changes in the short term. Let's take a closer look at that. So Jeffries says on Eternal, they maintain a buy with a target price, remember, of 480 rupees per share. Remember, currently it's trading below 300 rupees per share. Blinkit lifts and also the leadership shift is turning EBITDA positive for Blinkit is a very good news, and Jeffrey says that this particular leadership change is coming in as a welcome move. Nothing changes in the short term, but remember that the long-term view of this particular company is basing itself to the value-driving proposition of quick commerce versus the food delivery aspect. So UBS on Eternal, they also maintain a buy at 375 rupees per share. Devin Choksi joins in now to talk about the big changes that are really taking place in Eternal. Devin Choksi, who's the managing director of DR Choksi Investment Managers. Devin, always a pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit. My first question to you, how do you see this change in the top brass? It looks like a much bigger strategic move by Eternal.
Yeah, good afternoon, Nisha. Well, I believe that I think it was an inevitable change, I think, which was required, frankly, because the CEO's main attention was getting focused onto the new area of business, which he has been incubating for a while now. I think which leads into some of the unexplored space like I think having the aviation aspect of the business, or even healthcare aspect of the business, or even for that matter, I think any kind of wearable devices, I think, which he has been investing money into. So frankly, I think his larger amount of focus has always been going in that direction. And that was posing probably, I think, a good amount of challenge for the company in a way, if you want to call it as. So from a perspective of seeing this change in a positive manner, I think the Blinkit, who has been operated by the management, they are coming and taking the role, because Blinkit is possibly, I think, has taken over the business which Eternal is doing of food aggregation and delivery. I think compared to that, I think the Blinkit is becoming a larger business, though it's not profitable at this point of time. Still, I think it is becoming a larger business. So obvious it is that I think the management who has been responsible for managing Blinkit has been given the charge to run the show. Let's wait and see how the new equations, I think, help in changing the contours as far as I think the profitability is concerned. In my viewpoint, I think it's easier said than done, but I think that's what it is. Currently, I think the vision for the profitability, the way it is required to be seen, is not there. Given the size of the company in the marketplace, the market cap of 3 lakh crore with a profit base, quarterly profit base of around 100 crores, I think at PAT level, is not suggesting anything at this point of time, frankly speaking. So one will have to wait and see how exactly the new model, revenue model could come up in the given situation.
That's right. In fact, Devin, you also touched upon a very important point, the market capitalization of this particular company, and also comparing it with the performance, the quarterly performance that it is really showcasing. So, Devin, what do you make of the stock movement as of today? There is a clear resistance for this particular counter at 300 rupees per share. The moment it goes past it, there is profit booking and it comes back below that 300 level. So according to you, how should the valuation of this particular company be seen?
Yeah, it's an important point, Nisha. I believe that I think on a 3 lakh crore worth of market capitalization, if you have to justify the current growth rate of the company, I think the company will have to basically be producing around 10 to 12,000 crore worth of EBITDA profit. Now, today, I think at the 400 crore level of quarterly profit, which is about 1200 crore EBITDA in a year, we are talking about, I think, expanding the size of EBITDA to 10 times from current level onwards to justify the present market value of 3 lakh crores, given around 25 to 30 kind of a ratio on the earnings side. So in my viewpoint, I think it's a tough call. It's a long call, frankly speaking, if you ask me, because the visibility of, I think, producing 10 to 12,000 crore worth of profit, EBITDA, or even for that matter, if I have to look at, I think, a 7,000 crore worth of EBIT to justify the current valuation of around 3 lakh crore, probably at least I don't have one. So frankly, I think it should be the question answered by many people who are holding the stock. I think where exactly they see the future as far as the profit is concerned. And if there is no profit coming into the books, I think as much as market capitalization is asking for, then from which area I think we justify the valuation. At least I think that would remain the question for me. I think I don't know about others.
That's right, Devin. Very, very strong views when it comes to the over 3 lakh crore valuation of Eternal, and the profit that is really kicking in for the quarter is about 100 crores. Now, when we look at the competitive intensity, Devin, so far this particular space is a duopoly space in the market, with Swiggy as well as Eternal doing similar things. Started as food delivery, now ventured into quick commerce adding more value and potential for the future. Zepto is another counter company which is going to make it to the IPO, and it will be a much larger space. To your question on whether the profit and profitability can be really increased with intense competition and with the kind of business and margins that they really clock in, how do you see this competitive space going forward, food delivery as well as quick commerce, both segments?
So if you allow me to put across, I think one more name beyond the three that you have put across, I think it is the Quick by JioMart.
Yes.
Now, this is an elephant sitting in the room as I see it. I think the company with the mightiest amount of, I think, the backbone, I think, which they have created in the entire retail business, along with their own FMCG brands. In my viewpoint, I think this company deserves, I think, and they hold rather, and they deserve to be seen, I think, a little bit more seriously. Because the kind of SKUs, I think, that they have built through their retail and FMCG business is actually powering the quick commerce business, I think, which they have entered into. And as I gather, I think in the FMCG business, the Reliance Industries FMCG arm is probably growing at a 60% rate of growth, taking over the market share of so many other companies. And at the same time, I think what we are seeing in the quick commerce business, I think they have actually entered into it, and they are becoming a very formidable number 2 position player in the next few quarters' time, as I see it, given the number of deliveries that they execute. They execute about 1.6 million orders per day, as against Blinkit's $2.4 million, sold for 2.4 million orders per day. Now, given that kind of a pace at which I think they're executing their quick commerce business, in a matter of time, I think they would be at least number 2 position, if not number 1. And if they have got a backbone of JioMart available to them with the distribution touch points which they have created, whether it is a dark store or whether it is actually, I think, the in-store kind of an environment through which they are catering to the customer, in my viewpoint, I think they could pose a very serious competition. And mind well, I think the JioMart Kirana store format is basically providing the services to nearby customers, I think on a relatively quicker manner. So the moat, as we want to call it as, I think in this environment, is possibly required to be found out. And that could be best extended by, in my viewpoint, Eternal's management. But as I see it, competition is becoming intense. And probably the other two players which you mentioned, I think they are required to be, I think, also ask about the question as to how they see this competition coming in and growing with the size of the business.
All right, Deven, you have just extrapolated this conversation to another level. Big boy JioMart also giving stiff competition to this particular space, and that is going to add to the competitive intensity and therefore to justify, to your point on the market capitalization that they are really clocking in at the moment, which is not backed to buy enough profits, is going to be a concern going forward. But at the moment, Eternal's big change has been getting a thumbs up from the market. Thank you so much, Deven Choksi, for getting your perspective and depth on this particular aspect. Thank you so much. All right, with that, we'll slip into a short breather on markets at 12. Get back with more news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बन के खड़ा हो जाता है।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल, हर इंजन का सोल्जर, सेलिब्रेटिंग द रिलीज ऑफ बॉर्डर 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decision.
Welcome back. You're watching Markets at 12 and some bit of buying coming in for Nifty 50 below the 25,200 levels and therefore perked up above that. So minor gains there seen and there is a slight bit of recovery there. Keep an eye out on the markets. We'll move on to the one place that has not had a crisis in the markets, but that could really change given the amount of uncertainty, stretched valuation. That's a word coming in from Geeta Gopinath. Listen in to find out what her rationale is for the correction that she sees on the horizon. Listen in.
I suppose, Geeta, the first question to ask you is Donald Trump. The world stands at a crossroads. Your thoughts?
I think we are at multiple crossroads and it's unclear which of them, which direction in which we will turn. What is really quite stark is the rupture between the US and Europe.
It is, and it affects markets around the world. We saw that yesterday. The FTSE suffered, markets in India suffered as well. So that's where the uncertainty is also going to be felt.
You know, the one place that has not had a crisis in the last many years, despite pandemic, war in Europe, the Fed raising interest rates, was the markets. I mean, you had ups and downs, but the governments always came in to save the day. Central banks always came in to save the day. So that's the shoe that could drop, which is that we may be in a situation, given how stretched valuations are, all kinds of risky assets, look very stretched at this moment globally, that we could end up with triggering a correction of meaningful consequence. That's not just a up and down situation, but that keeps going down for a while.
What does the potential end of NATO mean?
It's huge. I mean, that would be the end of global security as we know it. The whole NATO alliance was critical to the post-Second World War order. And, if that were to disrupt and there were internal conflicts, I think, it's complicated. It feels like an unsafe.
All right, so that's Geeta Gopinath speaking at Davos. Now let's focus on the markets and Dhananjay Sinha, who's the co-head of equities and head of research, strategy and economics at Systematics, joins in now. Dhananjay, welcome to NDTV Profit. Now today's market movement, of course, there is some bit of buying seen below 25,200 levels, but the continuous movement in the market shows volatility and also profit booking at every pickup that the market is seeing. What's your view on near-term view on the markets and the factors impacting it?
I think the global developments have been have had a overbearing impact in the recent days. I would say. I think be it with the conflict between US and Europe on NATO and Greenland, and the lingering effect of the tarification development that is happening emanating from the US again. So I think that has had a overbearing impact. But I think the reason for the correction that we're seeing in India, it's largely to do with the fact that the fundamentals for the markets has actually been on the weakening side. So if you look at the results that are coming up, I mean, this is for the December quarter, this is the first quarter after the GST rationalization, and there was an expectation that it can actually have a positive impact on the overall demand scenario, etc. It does look like, if you look at the overall results that have come about till now, that the total top line growth of Indian companies, non-finance companies, has been hovering about 4 to 5%. And I would say there has been a sort of a underperformance versus expectation as far as the earnings trajectory is concerned. So I think there is certain thing about the fundamentals that has been there. Of course, there is a sort of rupee depreciation that RBI is trying to manage. But in the context that you have a very feeble earnings performance and a rupee depreciation, that has also continued the outflow of FIIs. So while the domestic participation remains reasonable, I would say that FII flows and the rupee depreciation is having an impact. Thirdly, I would say the yields have been on the rise in the context of the fiscal tightrope that is evolving, and there is a significant underperformance as far as the tax collection is concerned, and we reckon that for the full year there might be a significant shortfall as far as tax collection is concerned. So people are also considering a sort of moderation in terms of the expectation from the budget and what the governments can do. So I think these are multiple things that are impacting the market sentiment and fundamentals as well. So I think that is an important context for the market, apart from the global headwinds and the news that we are seeing.
Yes, there are too many factors, and Dhananjay, you very well summarized almost all of them. And now my one question, at this particular point, what should the strategy be for especially the retail investors in the light of the market being volatile and there is persistent weakness?
So I think if you look at the market responses in the last one and a half days, essentially, people are considering the correction as a opportunity for value buy. I would say that one needs to be somewhat tempered in terms of temptations. I think the fundamental factors that I just mentioned will need to be seen over time, how it sort of progresses. Important risk that I also see is that the retail participation still remains strong, but if you have a sustained period of underperformance or negative performance, if you look at the broader context of the market, there has been deep correction of 30-40% in many stocks, which have been very popular in recent days. So I think there is a possibility that can have a impact on the domestic flows as well. So if that tempers, there can be certain downside risk that can happen. So I would say that one needs to be cautious. There might be temptations after deep corrections, but be very focused on fundamentally strong stocks where there is good liquidity, I would say large cap stocks are generally less prone to wide
Yes.
volatility.
Yes.
So I think that is something. So you need to be to focus on the strong liquid names in the large cap segment. That is something that I would recommend. I would also say that quite like last year, the precious metal golds and silver has been doing very well. I think if the global uncertainty remains, we also see the global, I would say, yen carry trade is also sort of unwinding. That will have an impact on the precious metal. So I think one should actually diversify their portfolio as well. Yeah.
So equity weakness is seen, Dhananjay. That point well made, and also diversify into safe haven with this uncertainty going on. Today's good resilience of the broader market shouldn't be seen as any confirmation of strength in the market. That's also something I'll throw in. Thank you so much, Dhananjay Sinha, for joining in with your perspective. All right, quickly moving on to the next big IPO in the financial services space is now around the corner. PhonePe has filed its papers with the regulator for its IPO, and what do you need to know about this digital payments company? Ridhima, my colleague, is telling us all about it. Tell us, Ridhima.
So the top 5 things you need to know about PhonePe IPO is that it's a total offer for sale IPO, and the promoter and the stakeholders will be selling their shares, which means that the company will not get any proceeds after the IPO. If you talk about the promoter, Walmart, it's selling over 9% of its stake through the IPO, and a little over 1% will be sold together by Tiger Global and Microsoft. And the company is known for its digital payments, and its amounts to around 50% of the UPI transactions are handled by the company. And also, it's also expanded into insurance and wealth management apart from the digital payments. And we talk about the financials of the company. Their revenue was up by 40% in FY25, but it's still a loss-making company. And now, before the IPO, we haven't got the date when this issue will be out, and also we don't have the details of the price bands, but it will be one of the biggest fintech IPOs to look forward to.
That's right. It's going to be one of the heavy hitters when it comes to the IPO market. Ridhima, thanks so much for the initial details from the DRHP that has been filed by the company. Look also at 197 Communications or Paytm, to which their valuations will be matched in the similar category and similar pockets. So keep an eye out on that. With that, it's a wrap on Markets at 12, but keep it with NDTV Profit. Thanks so much.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Your Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट। सातवें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू। फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo-Yo Honey Singh. This is my story.
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. This is Hiral Dadia bringing you our all new offering, trending stocks. With me is Sharad Dubey standing at the NDTV Profit market pit with all the action in the market. Sharad, interesting day of trade, the bounce back that did come in the start of trade. What is that now telling you?
Well, Viral, it looks like a range-bound day of trade, but remember, there is Sensex expiry at play also. But just before that, I'll just like to give you the up move which was there earlier in the trading session, and then we saw all the gains coming out. And now we are seeing some kind of consolidation for Nifty and trying to increase here. But yes, the market has found its support levels, at least on the short-term basis. Let's look at the Nifty Bank. The story remains the same. A kind of a recovery attempt is also coming in the day's trade in Nifty Bank, and it's actually showing a better technical strength as well. There are key factors also you should be watching out for. First is the Sensex expiry. That's at play as well. At last 20 or 30 minutes, we'll see more volatility coming in. The VIX levels, I talk about the second important point. Over the last 5 days, it has climbed up more than 27%, near the 14 odd levels, and the option trades are now becoming more viable, which we are actually wondering when will they come back. Now they are coming back. Markets are still at their oversold levels. The RSI indices which we check, it's below the 30 mark when it comes to Nifty. Important trigger, another one is the FI short covering. That is still pending. It's at around 89% yesterday. Little bit of short covering has happened, but we need a major one. Maybe on Friday it can happen. The key support levels, the 200 DMA levels, that's what I'm talking about. It is still maintained and respected, but we need some further important up move to actually see a good stability coming in the markets. Option data is suggesting a range bound movement currently as of now, what the Nifty PCR data suggests. But overall, the global sentiment is still upbeat. A risk on sentiment is definitely there, and that's what we have seen in the global markets as well. But a major overhang still remains is a weaker rupee. Though some interventions are happening, but it's literally, you could say yesterday it was a free fall, but now we're seeing some kind of intervention coming in. But net, it's too early to celebrate, to be honest. But let's talk about the management which is joining us. Sanjay Singhania, the MD and CEO of EPAC Prefab, will be joining us. A warm afternoon to you, Sanjay. First question from our side is looking at the initial numbers. A lot of discussions has been undergoing, regarding your performance. Just in your own words, how has the Q3 numbers been?
Yeah. So, Q3, I think, has been very satisfactory for us, because we look on, quarter on a year, YOY basis. So, while the market is looking at it as a quarter on quarter basis, it is important to look at YOY basis in our business, because, ours is a kind of a seasonal business which gets affected by the monsoon. So in this quarter, typically what happened with us was, we could have some added another 30-40 crores of revenue. We couldn't do it because the metal was lying in our FG, and the billing could not happen because of site conditions. So that is one of the reason, where I think we could have done better. But in terms of overall revenue growth, if you look at YOY, then the prefab business has grown by 31%, And overall, at a company level, we have a revenue growth of 22%. So I think it's a good performance overall.
Right. Hi, Mr. Singhania, Varsha this side. Last time, Mr. Singhania, when we spoke at NDTV Profit, you said that Q3 would be impacted, and that's what we are seeing. Just wanted to ask you, now that Q3 is over, what lies ahead in Q4? Now, why I'm asking this is because H2 is preferably a stronger second half for you. How much growth is expected when it comes to Q4?
Definitely, I think it will be one of the best quarters for us in this FY. There are various reasons to it. So the first is we definitely have a very strong pending order book with us. And the good part is most of the projects which are there on the floor, the engineering drawings and approvals have already been done from the customer side. So now, we just need to deliver, produce and deliver to the site and do the execution work. So we are very confident that, the revenue guidance which we have given to the market while going public, the guidance was around 1500 to 1550. So we continue to maintain the same guidance and we are very hopeful to achieve this target.
Understood. And what about margins, Mr. Singhania? Because this quarter, the margins were around 10%. Overall, for, FY26 and maybe, for FY27, what is the targeted or aspirational EBITDA margin that a company is even eyeing for?
Yeah, we have always maintained the margins would be in the range of 10.5 to 11.5%. So that is, what has been done in the past as well. Our 9-month margin is 10.8%. Yes, in the last quarter, the margin is 10.1% because the revenue, as I said, couldn't be achieved. A lot of stock was lying with us. So the employee cost, got up, was about 200%, 200 basis points more. But in this quarter, I think, we'll make it up. And margin will be 10.5 to 11.5% going forward in FY27 as well.
Understood. And Mr. Singhania, the current hot topic in the market is, considering the inflation. What is the impact of inflation on raw material for you and how you're going to manage it?
Yeah, it's a great question. All the commodities are rising these days, and so is our major commodity, which is steel. It's a major raw material for us. Steel has, gone up twice in this month already. So there's an impact of around 3,000 rupees a ton. But in our business, the good part is we already have an inventory of 1.5 months as a raw material, and then another, we have a long-term purchase orders given to the steel mills. So which covers us for the next 2.5-3 months. So for this quarter, there won't be any impact on us. And in our business, since we book orders almost every week or every month from various customers, so the existing prices on which we are buying the steel, we are booking the new orders. So on a gross margin level basis, I don't see any challenge, this commodity prices will have on us.
Sir, just let me be clear on that. So in Q4, you're not going to see any impact of higher commodity prices on your margins. I got that point. But what about in FY27 or, of quarter 1 of FY27 or quarter 2? Will you see any pressure in margins because of the higher commodity prices?
Yeah, that is what I think I was trying to tell that, we don't see this happening because, new orders which we book into the system are as per the current rates. So every time, even if the prices go up next week, then the next week, orders will be booked on the new prices. So more or less, over a period of quarter, more or less, the things normalize for us. So it has never happened in the past. The only time it happened was in the year 2022, March, when the steel prices went up by 40% because of the Ukraine and Russia war. After that, this 5-7% increase or decrease in the raw material prices is always taken care of by the system itself.
Understood. And sir, just wanted to have an update on your order book. What is the current order book that you have, and what's the timeline to fulfill that order?
Yeah, our current order book is 1,215 crores right now. So that gives us a runway for the next 7 to 8 months. And as we speak, in this quarter also, we are very hopeful to book some of the bigger orders. So, we have placed, EPAC has placed itself very uniquely in the market by being a preferred player in the renewable and energy sector. So most of the solar companies and the renewable energy companies are coming to us as a first preference because of our speed of construction.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Singhane, for taking your time and clarifying whatever queries the research team had put. Thanks a lot, Varsha, for a very detailed analysis for this company as well. But moving on, let's move on to the show, the trending stocks. Over to you, Hiral.
Thank you so much. This has been an interesting one that, there's a lot of chatter on social media as well about the interactions that NDTV Profit and the research team has had with the management earlier. And that continues. But let's look at the watch list. Rallis India. Brokerages are bullish. In spite of the earnings yesterday, the stock has picked up steam today. Apart from that, Inox Green, a strong Q3 that is expected. Likewise for Premier Energies as well. And this is based on the way Wari has reported numbers. Credit Access Grameen is extending gains for a second consecutive session on the back of earnings. PNB Housing. Numbers are okay. It's only on the fraud aspect that there is pressure building up on that one. IIFL will be reporting numbers today ahead of numbers. That stock is buzzing in trade. KEI, volume growth is pretty weak versus peers, and that's what is keeping the stock under check. Hinzing has been under pressure, Hind Copper also, and both of these counters are seeing profit booking after that spectacular run. What is leading to this is the key question. DRL, one of the top gators on the back of the profit numbers, which have beat street estimates. Eternal as well, it's interesting to see what's happened over there. The management change is probably what the street is not happy with. Tata Motors PV, the tariff threats have eased on the back of Trump commentary yesterday, and that's what is putting some bit of positive momentum on that one. GAIL, you have Henry Hub Gas, which is up 67% in 3 days, and that's what is giving momentum to a GAIL. Sumit will get us more details as we are live at the day's low. Schneider Electric, strong volume. So these are the stocks that we're discussing. But Sharad, best to go across to you with Osho Krishnan from Angel One to discuss the rapid fire first.
Well, yes, thanks a lot, Hiral, for that. The first stock, Osho, is Rallis India. The brokers have turned bullish on this. What's your view on that?
Very good morning, Sharan. Yes, no doubt we are witnessing a kind of reversal in this counter on the technical front. So I'm expecting the bounce can be even further strengthened if it breaches the zone of 285. So that will be the critical resistance level. Any breakout above 285 can provide more momentum to the counter.
Osho, the next stock is Credit Access Grameen. Yesterday, a very strong set of numbers had come in.
This counter have also seen a decent traction in 2 days, but overall it is at a very strong resistance level. Technically, the counter is at a decent or comfortable zone. So I'm expecting any breakout or any sustainable move beyond 1480 to 1500 can provide further movement in the counter in the coming period. Overall, it is looking positive on the technical charts.
Osho, your view on IIFL Finance just ahead of its numbers.
The counter has seen a very decent traction in the recent period, and the current profit booking can be a healthy correction in this counter. Overall, I'm still having a bullish approach. Any dip towards the zone of 540 can be seen as buying opportunity in the counter.
Osho, the global silver prices have corrected. Hind Zinc and Hind Copper. What's your view on that?
Both the counters have already rallied a lot, and there has been a decent correction related to commodity markets. So I'm expecting that with the kind of hand-to-hand movement, there might be some kind of profit booking, but the technical setup still remains robust. Momentum is there. Prevailing stop losses will be suggestible for both the counters. For Hind Zinc, nearly 620.25 is a very strong support level, so that will be advisable stop loss for the counter.
And Osho, what's your view on Tata Motors PV? There is a kind of a benefit coming in as Trump has reduced his stance on the European Union tariffs, especially on the Greenland front. What's your view on that?
Tata Motors PV is at very strong historical support. The zone of nearly 350, 340 has been tested once in the counter. So I'm expecting that from here onwards, the risk reward is quite favorable. But again, that's a very lethargic counter. There has been no positive traction. So only for investor purpose, one can stay invested. Approximately 330 should be the stop loss, and on the higher end, 370, 75 should be the short, medium to long-term target for that.
And Osho, what about SBI Life? It's at the day's low level. Important stop losses here?
For SBI Life, there has been a strong consolidation near the zone of 2000. So that will be a critical support level for the counter. So any sustenance or consolidation around 2000 can provide strong cushioning to the counter. So 2000 should be the final stop loss, and one should stay invested in the stock.
And Osho, what about Schneider Electric? It's a volume buzzer of the day.
For this counter, I expect that there might be a further momentum, but on the technical charts, it is having a very strong resistance around the zone of 665 to 670, which is the 20-day EMA. And looking at the historical data, it has not breached the 20-day exponential moving average. So one should look for buying opportunity. Only it surpasses that levels, then only one can look for buying opportunity. But till that time, better to stay silent.
All right, thank you very much, Osho, for giving your views in the rapid fire. But time is less. We'll take a break, and after break, we'll be back with the trending stocks.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर।
Welcome back to Trending Stocks on NDTV Profit. One stock that is in focus today is GAIL, and this is on the back of the Henry Hub natural gas prices. The surge that has come in the last 3 days is what could impact GAIL as well. Let me first head across to my colleague Somit Sarkar, who's standing by to tell us, one, what is Henry Hub? You know, what happens when price increases and the kind of impact, Somit, it could have when it comes to GAIL.
Well, Henry Hub prices, if you look at the last 3 days, they have risen by nearly 67%. And if you look at the prices that are right now, it's at close to $5 per MMBTU. Now, Henry Hub is the benchmark price for US, benchmark gas prices for US, and that has surged above $5 per MMBTU. And why this increase in the prices? Firstly, because of the colder than expected weather, which leads to more gas consumption in the domestic market. And the second reason is the higher gas exports that we have seen from US to European markets as well. Now, how does this impact GAIL? Now, GAIL imports nearly 5 million metric tons of gas, of which nearly 5.8 million metric tons of gas is imported from US. And of this 5.8 MMT of gas, 1.16 MMT of gas is not contracted. And when I say not contracted, which means that any gas cost increase for this much volume will not be passed on to consumers, is what this means. And this price rise will lead to higher gas sourcing cost for GAIL, and that could hurt the margins of GAIL going forward if prices continue to remain stable around the $5 per MMBTU prices. Now, if you look at this calculation here, Henry Hub in the second quarter averaged at around $3.3 per MMBTU. Right now the prices are 5. Then there's a markup of 115% which is charged, fixed cost of $3 per MMBTU, transportation cost of $1.75 per MMBTU, and this increase in price leads to gas sourcing cost increase for GAIL by around $2 MMBTU. In the second quarter, it averaged at around 8.5. Current prices, the gas sourcing cost has increased to $10.5 per MMBTU. Now, because of this increase, what would be the impact? Now, this will impact the annual EBITDA of GAIL by around 783 crore rupees, or which is nearly 5.6% of the last 12-month EBITDA. And the quarterly impact would also be on the similar lines, 196 crore, around 5.7% of the second quarter FY26 EBITDA for GAIL. Apart from GAIL, there are two other city gas distribution companies that also stand to get impacted, that is MGL and IGL, because MGL sources more than 30% of its gas, and the price of this is linked to Henry Hub, which means that an increase in Henry Hub prices will lead to increased gas sourcing costs for MGL. And similarly for IGL, they source nearly 18% of gas, and the price of this is linked to Henry Hub. And again, increase in prices of Henry Hub will increase their gas sourcing cost also. And rising Henry Hub prices could impact the margins by around 0.8 to 1 rupees per SCM, which is nearly 13 to 15% of the second quarter FY26 EBITDA for MGL and IGL. So not only GAIL but MGL and IGL also stand to get impacted if the Henry Hub prices continue to remain at the higher levels of $5 per MMBTU.
This is damn interesting, Somit, to pick up so far. I mean, right now as well, though the stock is not reacting to that extent, it's going to be interesting to see what's the impact when you talk about earnings as well from here on. Raghvendra Kedia, founder at Prosperity Advisors, joins in. Raghvendra, welcome to the show, and always a pleasure to speak to you. I mean, an interesting analysis that Somit did get for us, you know, the way Henry Hub prices have inched up 67% in the last 3 days, the impact that can happen in terms of GAIL, IGL, MGL. How are you looking at the impact, and, you know, what's your analysis looking like?
Good afternoon, Hiral. Broadly, any jump in the Henry Hub prices would negatively impact the consumers or the purchasers, and GAIL could be on the receiving side of it, especially when partial contracts have been not pre-decided in terms of price fixing not being done. So any price rise in the US benchmark indices in terms of the gas prices would increase the purchase cost of Gas Authority of India Limited, GAIL. But there has been no impact, largely because already GAIL has been trading at a very low valuation in terms of the P multiples. At current price of 163, we are looking at a full year EPS of around 14 rupees EPS on GAIL. That gives a current multiple of 12, which is very modest. So there is very little room for any price correction. Rather, we believe that if it price corrects to levels of 155 or even at 160, this could be a great entry point. We are looking at a full year PE multiple of around 14 times on an EPS of around 14.
Right,
so price target of 195.
Right, Raghvendra, that's an important view coming in for GAIL. But another stock which is doing really well in the trade is Dr. Reddy's. The stock is up more than 5%. And we'll get in Varsha again. And Varsha is, of course, tracking a lot of sectors now. Dr. Reddy's, what's your view on it? Why it's going up?
Well, you know, the stock is buzzing. This is on the back of strong Q3, or I would say the Q3 FY26 numbers wherein profit did beat estimates. Now, if you see, growth was led by strong momentum across branded business. When it comes to the overall picture, the forex, if you see, the favorable forex have helped offset the impact of Revlimid sales. Now, if you see, the weakness in the US generics was offset by strong growth in India, Europe and emerging markets. And the EBITDA margin, if you see, there was some impact of EBITDA margin, which was one of the reasons was the new labor labor codes, and the company is optimistic when it comes to launch of semaglutide, which is the GLP-1 product. Now, talking about North America, wherein revenues was down 12%. Now, this is because of the pressure in the US generics market, and of course the lower Revlimid, that is cancer drug. Talking about Europe, revenue was up 20%. India revenue was up almost 19%, which was driven by innovative portfolio and of course launches and price increases. On the emerging markets, the revenues were up 32%. Talking about the brokerages, let's see what brokerages are saying. All the three brokerages or all the brokerages are bullish when it comes to the launch of semaglutide, wherein MS, if you see, have maintained equal weight. Jefferies have maintained underperformed, though they have cut the target price, and they say that the numbers were in line for December quarter, while BofA, if you see, have maintained buy, but they've cut the target price, but also bullish when it comes to semaglutide. So overall, the numbers, if you see, Sharad, were good for Dr. Reddy's, and one of the reasons why the stock is in buzz.
Thanks a lot, Varsha, for that interesting analysis. Raghavendra, your views on Dr. Reddy's?
We are bullish on Dr. Reddy's. We believe that the dollar strength would actually improvise the margins going forward in the next 2 quarters. We are looking at a 15-16% upside and a price target of 1,400 in Dr. Reddy's. Dollar strength and a very steady PAT growth of around 22% would augur well for this large cap pharma company. We are bullish at current levels on Dr. Reddy's.
Bullish view. Eternal, a quick one on that. We are running out of time. Beat across matrix. In fact, Blinkit and Hyperpure have turned EBITDA profitable, which is the key, I think. But the stock is reacting to Dipinder Goyal, who is stepping down as MD and CEO, and Albinder Dhinsa, who will be coming in as the new CEO from the 1st of Feb on the day of the budget. So, I mean, that's what the stock is reacting to, probably. Your quick view, Raghavendra.
So we believe that unless there is more clarity on the reasons of the MD's exit, we would actually avoid Eternal. But considering the business, it's a good stock to hold. Any dip could be taken as a buying opportunity. We are looking at levels of 260 to enter.
Okay, so that's with regards to where Eternal fundamentally good. MD exit is the concern. Thank you, Raghavendra, so much for joining us on the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you. But completely out of time. Thank you from Sharad, the team that put the show together, and myself. That's all that we have on this edition of Trending Stocks. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit for all-round coverage across budget, markets, and what's coming in from Davos as well.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म, शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo-Yo Honey Singh. This is my story.
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement and energy on one of the country's most storied courses. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 23rd January 2026, Mumbai. This budget, India speaks from every direction, from metros to mandis, from factories to farms. NDTV Profit reports from 36 states and union territories. With our ear to the ground and our pulse to what people want. Watch Budget for Bharat only on NDTV Profit. What Bharat wants, what Bharat expects. We are listening before the finance minister speaks.
Good afternoon, you're watching Lunchtime Trades with me Shreyanti Singh, and this is the show that gets you a roundup of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates as well on the top buzzers at this hour, all while you grab lunch. Let's quickly kickstart the show and start by taking a look at the markets first. Now in a market like this, the good news perhaps is that we're holding up above 25,200. There's a lot of volatility right now, so just about a 60-point uptick is what you're seeing coming in as far as the Nifty is concerned. A similar picture, if you will, when you look at the Sensex as well. Quickly, let's take a look at the list of losers in this market right now, gainers when it comes to the sectors as well. So what's leading gains is perhaps defense, media, PSU Bank, pharma, metal, as well as energy and FMCG. So those are your sectors that are holding up quite well, up anywhere between 0.7% to about 2%. What's not doing so well right now is realty, that's on the back foot, the only sector holding on to a tinge of red as we speak. But let's also take a look at some of the gainers as well in terms of stocks. So you have a Schneider that is up about 10.2%. When you take a look at Bari Energies, that in fact is doing quite well for itself, 7.7% uptick coming in on the back of that strong momentum that we've seen coming in on the back of that branded business. You can call it a shot in the arm. When it comes to, Dr. Reddy's, so that's 5.5% uptick coming in for Dr. Reddy's. Bari Energies, like I mentioned, that's a surge coming in on the back of the third quarter revenue and profit more than doubling, and it's doing quite well for itself. Bank of India also up about 5.5%. What's not doing so well right now is perhaps a PNB Housing down about 7.7%. Something like an IFL Finance down about 5.5%. And what's also not doing quite well is Hind Copper down about 4.5% in trade as we speak, and this is despite copper advancing. You do have profit booking. That has been quite the trigger here. Hindustan Zinc also similar picture that you have 3.5%, 3% right now, downtick coming in on that particular counter as we speak. Let's also try and decode the picture when it comes to silver prices, because that is something that you can see clearly reflecting in the price of Hind Zinc as well. Kunal Shah, Head Commodities Research, Nirmal Bang joins us this afternoon. Mr. Shah, thank you so much for taking time out, and a very good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
It's not a very great afternoon, if you will, when it comes to silver. What is your view there? It's been a lot of volatility that you're looking at when it comes to silver prices. You do have a couple of counters right now also reacting to that little bit of volatility that, we've seen coming in when it comes to silver prices. But what is really the sense that you get from here on when it comes to silver prices?
I think what is happening in the market is that if you look from the price point of view, we've seen a sharp correction, 4% down in morning session, and from there it has recovered and just showing right now down by 0.25%. But what is happening here is that domestic markets are trading in a massive premium. So that premium yesterday night, as compared to the COMEX silver futures, Indian markets were trading at a premium of 34 to 35,000 rupees. So there are plenty of things working right now. There is expectation building up in the market that the silver import duty may move up, or the other measures can be taken during the budget on the gold and silver market. So all these expectations are causing the distortion of futures with the COMEX prices. So if there are certain section of the people who are expecting duty to go up, they are likely to buy material. If there are people who are thinking that the duties are not going to go up, they will continue to remain on the status quo scenario. So this is causing a lot of volatility more than anything else. During the budget, this always happens, that the prices behave. So today morning, we've seen a massive sell-off. When MCX prices were down by 4%, we've seen a massive sell-off in the silver ETF. Now it is recovered, and now you see even the ETFs are recovering. So this is very unusual volatility, which we don't see in normal times. But these are the times. On one side, there are a lot of geopolitical development. Another side, China is restricting the export of silver. And third, domestic budget. So this is a complete chaos right now as far as gold and silver markets are concerned. And I think till the budget, they are going to remain in this way only.
Absolutely, and volatility is something that you can look at when you see prices. You can't really tell what kind of script you should be writing for the day itself when it comes to silver. Thank you so much. That's spot on as well. But in terms of what investors should be doing in a market like this, if somebody is looking to dig their teeth when it comes to silver, somebody is looking to sort of chip in, try and pick something up, what should they be looking at? Do you think they should have an iron stomach and then invest, keeping in mind that prices are quite high right now, or should they stay away if they're looking for fresh buys?
I think the fresh buys should stay away. We are seeing silver prices the way it has risen in last 1.5 2 months. I think these are not the price you make a fresh investment into. You should wait for a dip or correction like what we saw today during today morning. So anyway, MCX was trading in a premium of 26,000 rupees. So if no duty change comes, silver will go down by 25,000 rupees after the budget. So I think let us wait, not to buy at these levels. Maybe perhaps if you bought it at 50,000-60,000 and you are able to sell it 3,20,000, 30,000, it's a good proposition. That is a good option, but not to buy at these levels. Fresh buy is not recommended from our side.
All right, and thank you so much for that recommendation also coming in, Mr. Shah. But I wanted to try and understand what you think about gold as well before I come to ETFs. That's actually quite the interesting bit that you brought up. But before we do that, there's a lot of volatility when it comes to gold as well. Of course, the safe haven demand seems to be cooling off a little bit. Do you see a continuation of that trend, and do you think it's going to come right back up?
I think as far as gold is concerned, I believe that in gold and silver, first, gold is going to outperform silver going forward from here. Because what we are seeing is a lot of geopolitical uncertainty as far as Iran, US is concerned. So I believe that there's going to be a lot of reasons still to remain in gold. So gold should outperform. Any decline in silver prices leads to fall in gold prices. That should be a great opportunity to accumulate gold. And gold is positive as $4,500, $5,000 during this year.
Well, absolutely, and Mr. Shah, it's actually quite interesting that you brought up that entire piece when it comes to ETFs as well. I wanted to try and understand what you think about investors trying to invest with ETFs, because there's actually a lot of concerns in the market when it comes to the premium that you have some of the ETFs also trading at. There's also a lot of volatility right now, so investors who are just beginning to invest in ETFs might be a little bit concerned. What's your view here as well?
I think people are reacting. I mean, the way people are trading stocks, the same way people are trading ETF these days, because every day you see a movement of 15,000-20,000 rupees in a prices of silver and Gold is also showing a volatility of at least 2,000, 3,000 rupees on a day-to-day basis. So the volatility, the reason why this volatility comes is there is a rush of the moment people see silver price going down, everyone's try to. So last Diwali it happened when ETFs were when silver prices were moving up. ETFs were moving up by 35,000-40,000 rupees premium at that time. People were buying at that time. Like there's no tomorrow. MCX was trading at 1,55,000 rupees, and ETFs that day was sold off in 1,80,000 rupees, 1,85,000 rupees. But now it's a completely different scenario. When silver was marginally down, everyone panicked that morning that what if it goes down by another 10, 15,
no,
20%.
absolutely, and there's actually a lot of panic that you can see being reflected in the prices itself, Mr. Shah. But I wanted to try and understand before we wrap the look that you have in terms of copper as well. What are you looking at when it comes to copper in terms of the key triggers, and where do you see prices also headed? Because at least in the near term, you do have a bunch of brokerages that happen to be quite bullish here.
I think copper is bullish. We happen to be very bullish, but our annual target was achieved in 1 month. So we thought that copper will go up by 35% in the year 2026. And we came up with the report in November, but till the 31st December only it moved up by 35%. So I think the way prices have moved up, the production is responding. So today morning, China trade data came, copper production was up by 7%. So a marginal pressure is expected in a near term. It can go down to 1250 kind of levels, but fundamentally it still looks very strong, and it is one of the stronger commodity. It is going to be one of the commodities to watch out for in 2026. $14,500, $15,000 can be the target on LME. India, 1,500 rupees to 1,550 can be very much workable going forward.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for helping us out with that update coming in as far as copper is also concerned. So there you go. Those are some bullish targets when it comes to the near term. Thank you so much for joining in on that update coming in as far as gold, silver and copper are concerned. But let's shift the spotlight then to the defining forces of Davos 2026. You do have Indian voices sharing insights at Davos. And you do have voices that matter at Davos 2026 as well. You do have Vishnu Som, Senior Managing Editor, NDTV, who's caught up with the Schneider management right in Davos. Let's take a look.
Here in Davos, the conversations go around AI, geopolitics, the climate. But as important as any of these themes is the conversion of the world to cleaner energy, the energy transition that looks at many, many factors, including growing energy requirements around the world. How is that going to happen? Who's going to pay for it? What are some of the technologies involved? Schneider Electric is very much in the front of several of these technologies, and I dare say several of these ideas as well. Gwen Huet with us. She'll be talking to us from Schneider Electric's perspective at a larger level, and Deepak heads their India operations. Deepak Sharma, thanks very much, both of you, for being with us. So I've defined what Davos this year is all about. Why do you believe energy transition needs to be a key focus going forward here in Davos and elsewhere?
Well, especially because many of our customers, industry, infrastructure, etc., they all struggle by the volatility of the energy prices, the competitiveness aspect of it, so they want to secure the energy, right? So at the end of the day, it's how to manage energy and competitiveness all together.
And as far as India is concerned, one of the biggest markets for energy, and it only seems to be growing. I don't think there are any two ways about it. What are some of Schneider Electric's ideas about India going forward from an energy standpoint?
So the India story is very promising, both for the country and for Schneider Electric. I mean, just a few lines about Schneider. India is the third biggest market for Schneider. We have almost 39,000 people, 31 factories, and we are here to help the country transition into the next phase of growth, both for energy sector. But the challenge we have is, it's always great to produce more, but if we can save and efficiently use energy, we need not put the whole burden on the generation. And Schneider's story is all about how can we save energy, do it efficiently. So a unit saved is actually a similar unit.
You got the bells tolling, that's nice.
Right, that's right. So all about India, I mean, it's the need of our consumption going up I think Schneider plays an important role in making energy efficient, sustainable, to solve the increasing demand of the country, while not only putting on the supply side, but using the efficiently and sustainably on the demand side.
When one talks about industrial automation at a global level, that's linked up to some of the new state-of-the-art technologies. Where is Schneider Electric going with industrial automation?
Yes, great question. I think I want to rebound to what Deepak was saying. We see a lot of energy topics surrounded the automation. Why? Because many of our customers, they want to electrify. Electrify because it's the enabler for energy efficiency. And then when they electrify, they want also to automate. They want to have automated, more autonomous industries, and they want to digitize for that. So it's an enabler, I would say, of the three components: electrification, automation, and digitalization all together that will make them more resilient, stronger, and more competitive.
AI and your sector and Schneider Electric, is there an interface?
Well, for me, as AI, artificial intelligence is important. For me, energy intelligence is equally important, right? I mean, we can keep on producing, and this is not going to solve just producing more. I think this fundamental point comes back. First, we need to be conscious enough how do we use and how do we use efficiently. But the challenge which will also come across the ecosystem is, if you keep on producing, how do you prepare the grid stability? The grids needs to be ready to take all the feed from fossil and non-fossil, and that's why the technologies which Schneider brings about talking about grid sustainability, which is again built on data, automation of the grid, bringing that data and making it resilient, and then ensuring that the data center, for example, which is one of the powerhouse or biggest energy consumption when it comes to AI, is also built on architectures which are much more efficient. So you don't use the same level of energy because the AI will use 7 to 8 times more energy than a normal data center. So I think the equation is, how do we digitize the entire ecosystem? And this is where Schneider brings a very strong portfolio, both for supply to the grid modernization and digitization and stability, and then ensuring that we had the right solutions from end-to-end architecture for data centers.
I think Deepak makes some important points. I mean, where is the energy going to come for the massive data requirements of the future? Something that has to be seamless for the entire system or the entire grid, and all of the data gets corrupted, it breaks down. Looking into the future, what are some of the solutions that you have?
Well, good example is about intelligence, artificial intelligence, of course, IoT, how it can play a role. Today we use it for operational excellence by having predictive maintenance and all the analytics based on connected products. But the way forward is how to embark it through digital twin, through all the layers of the edge, and then the automation layer with artificial intelligence. So we developed that through energy efficiency, but more and more we will scale it. That's why we have been awarded on numbers of lighthouse from the World Economic Forum, because we do it not only for our customers, we do it at scale for our own manufacturing plant. We have more than 200 plants, so it's a good showcase that it can work, and it can work big scale.
And what about some of your solutions for India?
Well, first you have to cook your, you have to eat your own food. So to the point Gwen was making earlier, our own factory in India, in Hyderabad, has been recognized at the World Economic Forum as a lighthouse factory for sustainability and efficiency. It actually got recognized twice, where we brought the, a sustainable lighthouse. So we have technologies available today where we can actually demonstrate how by using technology you can be efficient and sustainable. That's what we do. We have marquee projects in the country, for example, water. So Bhandup water project in Maharashtra, almost 22 million liters per day, is also automized and did full automation end-to-end by Schneider Electric. Be it Bihar distribution system. There are multiple. I'm not allowed to take all the names because
you're
of
welcome.
customs. But what is very important to what Gwen was talking about, what we are working at Schneider is liberalizing the automation. We are talking about open automation. We don't want people to be stuck or locked in an ecosystem. I think the challenge today is to solve a problem, but we'll solve a problem by having everybody's skin in the game. And that's what we call developing the whole ecosystem, and open automation brings that differentiation from Schneider Electric, because everybody can contribute to solve the problem, and that's the signature of Schneider Electric when it comes to the few examples of writing together, solving the challenges.
Well, you've got lots of challenges, there's no doubt about that. That's just a glimpse of what Schneider Electric is thinking about. It's all about ideas, not just the technology. But what is the future going to look like? Where is the energy going to come from? What are some of the solutions at a global global level and India level. It's here in Davos that several of those ideas ultimately get discussed.
All right, then there you go. So that's Schneider Electric talking about how energy intelligence is just as important as AI as well. But let's also move on and shift the spotlight to the upcoming budget. You do have the paint sector that is in focus as the macro conditions and government spending are emerging as key drivers when it comes to paint demand. Now, as part of NDTV Profit's Budget for Bharat 360-degree coverage, we start with Berger Paints. That's also very important to look at because the company's management talks about the paint budget wish list as well, how policy support could really be driving demand as well as growth.
As we run up to the Union Budget of 2027, what we are trying to find out is how these prominent Kolkata-based companies will now respond to the government's direction on policy and spending, and also what sort of a future lies ahead for the gateway to Eastern India's economy. We're at Berger's sprawling new office, and I'm joined by MD and CEO Abhijit Roy. Thank you so much, Mr. Roy, for taking time out. We're doing a run-up in the series, in the run-up to the budget, in terms of what sort of expectations that the industry has. And I'd like to start off with your opinions in terms of what do you feel is required in this budget to sort of boost domestic capex as well?
So, what we expect that in this budget, there are three things which are likely to happen. One, of course, given the context that, there is this stress on the export market, the government is likely to give a boost to exports, in some other way. At the same time, look at consumer demand being built up. It used to be that, housing, investment in houses used to be one of the savings instrument which was used earlier. That has a multiplier effect because if people invest in houses, then the construction industry, which is the second largest after agriculture, it tends to take off in a big way. And in the budget we would expect that measures are taken to make this ease of doing business really easy, because still lots of issues, lots of forms, lots of things to be filled up, and occasionally you have this issue of also the raw material anti-dumping duty being put suddenly. You don't know why it is being done, but it seems to be that it's a protective push for some of the industries, but it also has a very big negative impact on other industries as well.
The government is already working towards, there's an export promotion mission that was launched due to these tariff pressures. There was, in terms of boosting consumption domestically, there's the GST rate cuts that came in. What more do you think can the government provide via the vessel of the budget of 2026-2027?
Yeah, so the government did attempt, there was this tax benefit which was given, as you said, and then the GST benefit which was given to certain industries where the tax rates came down. So that has given some money in the pocket of the consumers. Inflation luckily has been also, and due to the government policy, has been kept low. So therefore there is a disposable income in the hand of consumers, which hopefully will boost demand going forward.
There is this expectation that capex will increase in 2026. What is the sort of indication that you're seeing, given that, and what is the impact of that you're seeing on the paints industry in 2026?
We expect that some good bit of action on those front as well. Okay. Specifically the bullet train project, which is going to get completed, then in terms of a lot of the metro rails which are also in various stages of completion, which needs to be completed. Infrastructure in India is still a lot of work to be done, so that work will continue. They have done a very good job so far in terms of road, ports, etc. But that work is a work in progress.
Okay.
And so that
Alright, then that's budget for Bharat for you, but Davos, that's where all the action is right now. Let's now cut across to an exclusive conversation coming in from Davos, where leaders share their insights on the defining forces shaping the global economy.
What the Minister Ashwini Vaishnav suggested as well. So where do you actually see India on the AI roadmap?
Let me put the record straight. We have admiration for India, for how India has developed over the last years in terms of fabulous reforms, in terms of building digital public infrastructure amazingly well, and in terms of the IT-skilled labor force. The fund believes that the prospects for India in AI are remarkable. And this small hiccup that we had was actually the moderator speculating on what we think, which actually I said straight that we think India is one of the major forces in developing AI. And why is this important? Because when we look at the prospects of AI to lift productivity and deliver higher growth, they are truly remarkable. We assess the potential for boosting global growth as a result of AI to up to 0.8% more. Now, India is a very dynamic economy already, and with AI, it would be even more so. And I am impressed by what I learned about the way India approaches AI to be competitive with those that are choosing other avenues. So bravo, India.
And you're going to be in India, I think, next month for the AI summit. Is that right?
Yes, and I'm very, very excited about going there. You know, over the last years at the fund, we have been consistently saying India is a bright spot on a somewhat cloudy global economic horizon. So I look forward to coming and seeing for myself how India progresses.
I know you have to run, but I must ask you, it's been quite a remarkable WEF this time around. Geopolitical tensions between Europe and the United States. But I did notice there was a bit of a climb down, that's my word, nobody else's, by the US president on Greenland. And the concern that we may be entering a scenario where there might even be the use of force is perhaps less, one would hope, than it was perhaps a few days back. That's my assessment. Where do you stand?
Correct. What we have seen is that the risk of tariffs has been eliminated. Markets cheer. What I want to stress, though, is that even if this particular risk is no more, we are at a time of high uncertainty, and it is driven by geopolitics, by the technological advancements. We talked about AI. We expect a lot from AI, but what if these expectations do not materialize? What may then happen in financial markets? So it is a risky environment, and what we tell our members is, at the time of uncertainty, make sure that you have strong fundamentals, that your own house is in full order. And I admire India for being so focused exactly on that.
Ma'am, it's been wonderful speaking to you, and see you in New Delhi next month, hopefully. Thank you very much for speaking to NDTV.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, the MD of the International Monetary Fund telling us about AI, India's potential, and also a little bit on the broader geostrategic concerns the world lives in.
All right, and that's the word coming in from IMF as well, right from Davos. Thank you so much for tuning in. That's all the time that we have on the show.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बन के खड़ा हो जाता है।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल हर इंजन का सोल्जर, सेलिब्रेटिंग द रिलीज ऑफ बॉर्डर 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Judge Around with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Small Cap Bazaars right here on NDTV Profit. I'm Anushi Vakharia and with me is Varsha Chandnani. Varsha, interesting day of trade is what we are looking at. At the early start, we saw some bit of that momentum, but markets have cooled off. But let's discuss what's there on the show today. We have a couple of interesting conversations and focus, starting off with Stallion India Fluorochemicals. Now here the board is set to reschedule its meeting on Jan 23rd, and this is to consider fundraise or rights issue proposal. Do note that the stock has seen about a 52% of a drop from its 52-week high. So what would be the outlook ahead is particularly interesting since they are expanding their capacities in this particular region. But apart from that, we'll also be addressing Bazaar Consumer Care. The stock is almost near that 20% of mark is what we are seeing. So this is after its third quarter results. Revenue also had a very strong growth of 30% plus, while if you look at the third quarter margins, that have now expanded to 18.3% versus 11.2%. Next, we are also going to address Segachi Industries. If we just look at what's happening with this particular counter, higher volumes, and this is after the company announced that it has advanced its high value specialty API portfolio and it is expecting a revenue potential of around 250 crore. This is from the fourth quarter of FY27 that we should be looking at for this particular figure. Lastly, talking about EPAC prefab also, now if we look at this, the stock has been locked in a 10% of a lower circuit, and this is in terms of what has happened with the third quarter, wherein we are looking at a 25% of a sequential decline. Why we are highlighting sequential growth in this particular scenario is that in the second quarter con call, the management had given a quite strong expectations in terms of how the third quarter is going to shape up. In fact, we had a management conversation also, and Varsha will talk about it further as well. If you talk about Kitex Garments, that's also on our radar today with its volumes up over 2 times compared to its 30-day average, but the stock seeing about a 21% of a decline this particular month itself. So these are all the elements that we are going to be covering on the show. But Varsha, let's talk about the markets and some bit of the small cap stocks also which are in focus.
Yeah, absolutely. So Anushi, as you rightly said, that we started off with a very strong note, though the market have been have seen that cooling off effect. Well, the Nifty 50, if you see, is up 0.13%. Let's see who are the gainers when it comes to benchmark index. You have Dr. Reddy's, which is buzzing on the back of strong Q3 numbers. You have BEL, Tata Motors and Adani Enterprises, when it comes to Nifty 50. While on the loser side though, you have Titan, Eternal, SBI Life and Max Health, which are on the losing end. But onto the small cap segment, if I were to talk about, let's see what that segment is doing. The Nifty small cap is up almost 0.49%, and let's see who are the gainers. When it comes to this segment, you have Bajaj Consumer, which is buzzing. This is on the volumes are, this buzzing on the back of volumes. Also, you have Jindal Films, Zota Health and Global Civil Projects, which are buzzing in trade today when it comes to small cap segment. While on the loser side though, you have EPAC, Prefab. This is under pressure on the back of Q3 FY26 numbers, wherein management had highlighted that the numbers would be muted, and that's what we are seeing, the impact of those muted or degrowth in the company. Tatva Chintan is also under pressure, though started off with a very good gain on the back of Q3 numbers, but I think a lot of profit booking is happening when it comes to Tatva Chintan. There you go, the stock is down almost 9%. Well, Brand Concept and Sigachi Industries are other two stocks which are under pressure. There you go, Brand Concept is down almost 4%. When it comes to Sigachi Industries, the stock is under pressure, it's down almost 4.5%. Talking about the first list on our stock, which is Stallion India. Now the stock is in focus. A lot of things actually working when it comes to this company. Let me start with the fundraising, wherein board is to consider proposal for fundraising through equity shares or other securities, and also company has been given a land allotment for expansion, specifically to support the plant expansion. Talking about the plant manufacturing capabilities, R32 refrigerant capacity is at almost 10,000 metric tons per annum. Even additional land enables scalability for the same plant. Talking about the project location and execution, R32 plant is located in Rajasthan, and the construction has already commenced in accelerated mode. Commission is targeted by August 2026, and the financial impact and the growth outlook, which is which investor is bullish on, I would say. R32 facility is expected to generate almost 500 crore annual revenue with PAT margin in the range 22 to 24%, Anushi. And even if you see, company have given a target 3-year revenue CAGR of 30 to 35% overall.
Right, so Varsha, just on that note, let me also welcome in the management who's joining us, Shehzad Rustam ji, Chairman and MD of Stallion India Fluorochemicals, to talk to us about these growth prospects that are out there. Mr. Rustam ji, I'll start off with the fundraising plans which are on table. Now the board has rescheduled its meeting on Jan 23rd. Firstly, want to understand the quantum of this fundraise that we are looking at, and why was there a delay in the particular meeting also, if you can explain that.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Basically, it was for operational reasons. A couple of directors were not available, so it was postponed for tomorrow. The quantum of fundraise that is being looked at is approximately around 360 crores.
360 crore is the kind of fundraise that we are looking at for this expansion that you're planning. Is this the only fundraise that you're seeing, or you have more such plans on table? What's the kind of expansion plans also do you have? Because the commissioning is expected by August of this year. Is that on track as well?
It's on track. It's very fast paced. Normally a chemical process plant like this would take 12 to 18 months, and we are working to ensure that it's done within 8 months. We are confident we'll achieve that target.
Hello, Mr. Rustamji. This is Varsha. This side, pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit. Sir, the fundraise, is this primarily for R32 project, or is there a broader expansion that you have set, and the fund will be used for that also?
This is primarily for the R32 project at Bhilwara. Now, this is going to be like an integrated chemical complex. So the further expansions will be along this plant only. So technically, it is like this is the first, this is like the foundation, laying the foundation for the broader chemical industry that we're planning to put up. And this would, in the first stage, it would be a R32 plant. Secondly, as you have hydrochloric acid as our waste stream, we would look at the other industry that uses the hydrochloric acid rather than try to dispose of it. And onwards, we have plans for the next generation HFOs also. We have declared it, and that would be after this R32 plant comes in production.
Mr. Rustamji, just, you're talking about these other products also which are going to aid that expansion that you're looking at. But if you just talk about R32 in specific, you're expecting about a 500 crore of revenue from this. Can you explain us the timeline for which you'll see this 500 crore of revenue flowing in? What would be the growth that you would see from this particular product this year itself in FY27? And the other products also that you mentioned, when will we see incremental revenues coming from that particular area as well?
See, we intend to go into production in August 26. We have taken, in our projections, we have only considered 6 months of production. That means even if we start from October, it has been accounted for. So anything that we start quicker would see a greater growth in the first year itself, number one. In our projections, we have considered 6 months only as a safeguard, so that, we have not over-projected or anything. It's a continuous process plant. That means you get a production, if it's 10,000 tons, it's divided by 365 days, it will be continuous. Every day you will be getting the equal quantity coming out. So the revenue, basically, when we say 6 months, so you'll be looking at 5,000 tons of sale. So the revenue would be every quarter, it would be equal.
Sir, beyond R32, I know that's the, main focus for the company, but beyond R32, what products will drive the next leg of growth for Stallion?
It would be HFOs. R32 is a restricted product because of the high global warming. Currently, it is the refrigerant that is used for the room air conditioners and other cooling equipment. But these are on a phase out in the next 20 years. The next generation are the HFOs, which are very low GWP. And these are going to take over whatever the existing R32 market and other current HFC refrigerants that are in use. So the growth is going to come only from HFOs onwards. And we have very firm plans to ensure that we get into HFO production and the market before 2030.
So, Mr. Rustamji, what would be the opportunity size of this particular, if you have this focus going on ahead? And coming back to R32 also, with this now on table, I just want to reiterate on the question in terms of the FY27 guidance. Now, for FY26, while you're maintaining a 430 crore of a guidance or so by achieving 50% in the first half itself, how will second half shape up, and what's your guidance for FY27?
For 26, last quarter results would be out soon in this month itself. And that would give a very strong indication of whether we are meeting our targets, what we have projected or not. So when that comes out, the market, it would be very clear how we are placed on our targets, etc. Number one, I wouldn't like to say anything currently because till the results don't come out, we can't discuss it. For 27, we have already projected a growth figure for the current business and the targeted production and the growth for 6 months of the plant operation. So we are expecting 250 crores from the current R32 plant that would get into operation, number one. And also the current projected growth that would be there. It'll continue on the same percentage that we have seen.
Got it. Also, sir, you are also entering, rather you've entered the semiconductor gases and other electronic related gases also. Just wanted to know what's the outlook, what's the target contribution, that you have set yourself for next 2 to 3 years, and will this, inch up your margins also, EBITDA margins also going forward? Just wanted to know, are these the value-added kind of products that you are entering into, and or the overall, outlook, if you could give us?
Currently, Stallion's business, the main business that we had of import, debulking, blending, etc., were more commoditized, and they were not in true sense manufacturing. As a result, the 10% margins that you see are extremely good margins for that kind of operation. The scope to grow those margins currently in the current economic scenario are not very high. But onwards, as the company is looking at moving into manufacturing segment, all the manufacturing segments would raise the PAT, would raise the EBITDA much higher than current whatever we are seeing. Even the semiconductor gases, our helium plant for Kalapur is scheduled to start off in February. We should have our first production out in March. So that itself would be on a higher EBITDA, higher PAT margins than the current business. That would be driving a growth. Helium is one of the core products that we would be having. In the semiconductor side, as we start manufacturing more products, in the fluorine waste stream that you get, a lot of the products go in when they are taken into a far purified state. They are what form part of the semiconductor gases that are required, number one. Number two, lot of the semiconductor gases, what we speak, like, basic gases like CO2, nitrogen, argon, are also semiconductor gases. Your ability to take it into 6N purity, to take it into the pressure capacities that are required, is what makes it into a semiconductor gas. So typically, as we move forward, we do see semiconductor gases, all the semiconductor fluids, etc., on which we are going to be concentrating onwards, forming quite a big chunk. It would at least form 20-25% of our turnover in future.
Right. Well, got it. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Rustomji, for answering all the questions, and it was pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, this was Stallion India, outlining the growth prospects and venturing into high margin products. But on that note, let me invite the guest for the day, which is G. Chokhalingam, founder and MD at Economics Research. Hello, Mr. Chokhalingam. Welcome to NDTV Profit. Now, you heard the management of Stallion India venturing into high margin products, expecting good H2 and of course FY27. What are your views when it comes to Stallion India, and what will you advise to investors?
Yeah, I just studied it. The positive part, on the annual basis, last 3-year growth is quite good, no doubt about it. Balance sheet also strong in terms of debt is almost near zero and good amount of cash. But the stock from the bottom has already more than tripled and trading at 36 PE. And last 2-3 years, the receivable and inventory also consistently gone up. And most importantly, looks like a more of trading in nature more rather than own manufacturing. So if you see the balance sheet and decode the cost of sales, the purchases are the most dominant item. So therefore, it is nothing wrong. Ultimately, end of the day, you have to make money for shareholders. But giving 36p, I think it's a fairly valued now. At best, one can hold it. And as he was also mentioning, shifting the focus to manufacturing, one can wait for that and also wait for December quarterly results before taking any call on further accumulation.
Okay, so that's with regards to Stallion India Fluorochemicals. The stock, despite a strong outlook, there do note that it has corrected significantly over these last 6 months also that we are looking at. But with that, it's time now to take a deep dive into what's happening with the F&O market setup and the cues that are shaping up for trade today. Let's bring in Sharad on board for a snapshot of the trade today. Sharad, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Anushi. Looking at the markets, Sensex was trying to kind of give a strong momentum during the day, then it fell, then we are seeing some kind of recovery in the market, but it's not convincing. And today's expiry, last 30 odd minutes, you can see more volatility coming in. But amongst the gainers, of course, BL, Tata Steel, Adani Ports, all doing well in the trade, and a good amount of greenery is there over here in the screen itself. A little bit of concern is definitely there. ITC must be looking at that stock. That stock is down 0.4%. Interesting developments coming there. Titan and Eternal, that's where the drag is there. But net, it's still positive from what we have seen in the last 2 to 3 days. These are the contracts it's looking like, but it's no major trend is actually coming out until unless we get the proper levels in. BankX also the story is the same. Some strength, of course, coming in when it comes to Axis and Kotak Bank, but ICICI Bank, that's where the divergence is coming. It's a stock pickers market to look at, even if the volatility has increased. A long build up in Bank of India and APL Apollo. Just now the numbers have come in. Strong set of numbers. It's up 3%. Also, let's look at the short covering. Vari Energies and Dr. Reddy's make it to the list. Both of them are buzzing on the earnings. And long unwinding candidates, let's see if they have changed from 1045 or not. No, they haven't changed. Kalyan Jewellers still, it's down almost 5%. And Swiggy also, you see here, some rub-off effect from Eternal coming in. Short build-up for PNB Housing Finance continues, and IFL Finance also make it just ahead of the numbers. So these are the stocks which are cracking in trade. And that's the end of the F&O segment. But I just like to say, Anushi, a very, very thanks from the entire research team, and you'll be missed.
Thank you so much, Sharad, for that. That means a lot. So that's with regards to the overall setup that we have and the sweet message from Sharad as well. But moving on to the next stock in focus is Bajaj Consumer Care, and it is roaring in trade today on the back of its third quarter results. In fact, if you look at the management commentary also, that has remained on the stronger side. Let's bring Mahima on board to talk to us about this particular counter. Mahima, over to you.
Right, so Anushi, I'll start with the numbers that did come out with Bajaj Consumer Care, and largely on account of that, the stock has been buzzing. In terms of key details, it's delivered further acceleration in growth where Q3 performance is concerned. Organic growth stood at 25% year-on-year basis, which has not been the case for a lot of consumption names. Almond Drop Hair Oil is something where volumes grew in double digits, which is kind of the core product, and this was largely led by improvement mix as well as higher, A&P spends, marketing spends. Did put pressure on margins, but did give good benefits to the top line growth. International business, however, was disappointing. Revenue declined by around 5%. Gross margin and EBITDA margin expanded sharply by 726 basis points for gross margin and 714 basis points year-on-year basis for EBITDA margins. In terms of where the numbers stand, revenue saw an uptick of around 31%, net profit growth of around 83%, margins stood at that 18.3%, and EBITDA saw a growth of around 114%. In terms of con-call takeaways and also hint of what management guided for, management expects to deliver double-digit revenue growth going forward. The growth will be supported by Project Arohan, which is, kind of a project that improves their footprints in tier 2 cities and of course an improved mix as well. EBITDA margins are likely to pick up gradually from the current levels is something that the management is expecting. Raw material basket is likely to remain range bound in terms of where pricing stands and aims to expand distribution at 8 to 10% annually. It's something that the management has guided for, and yes, of course, Anushi, all the best for the future going forward. We're going to miss you.
Thank you so much for that, Mahima. So that's with regards to Bajaj Consumer Care. But Mr. Chokalingam, coming to this particular counter now, it's the margin expansion in particular which has been on the stronger side. Just want to get your opinion in terms of how are you reading this particular counter?
Yeah, definitely the December latest quarterly result is very impressive, no doubt at all. So one can hold it. It's around 24 PE on a trailing basis. I am not giving buy call because stock has flat up. And secondly, if you look at annual basis, post-COVID, there is not much meaningful double-digit strong growth in the revenue since 2021 financial year. So therefore, I would give a whole recommendation on Bajaj Consumer.
Well, thank you so much for that view, Mr. Chokalingam. Now, moving on, let's focus on Sigachi Industries. Now, let's see what that stock is doing. The stock is down almost 2.4%. Now, Sigachi Industries, what does this company do is they are into excipients, basically, which the excipients are nothing but important I would say, material which is used to make your drug, your medicine. Now, onto the recent news for Sigachi, if you see, they've successfully advanced a new cystic fibrosis API combination, which marks a major step in Sigachi's specialty and complex API strategy. Now, why this is important? Because this is a high value, high entry barrier specialty APIs, which enhances long-term growth visibility through innovator-led products. Onto the revenue potential and timeline, if I were to talk about the estimated revenue potential stand at around 250 crore per annum. The commercial contribution is expected to commence from Q4 FY27, and this is positioned as a meaningful growth driver over the medium term. They are actively, exploring strategic collaborations with formulation innovators as well for this, and they are going to focus on R&D partnership and future, commercial supply agreements. So overall, yes, this is a positive news when it comes to Sigachi Industries, but I think we are seeing a profit booking when it comes to this counter. Mr. Chokalingam, what are your views on Sigachi Industries? A lot of news, flowing around Sigachi Industries. A lot of things have happened considering the fire incident and everything. So what will you advise to our investors? What should they do? Should they hold or should they buy to Sigachi Industries?
I think one can hold after a major fall in the stock prices. As you rightly said, June-September quarters were quite pathetic in terms of margin or bottom line. I would suggest hold and wait for December results, and also try to understand. Recently the inventory receivables also gone up, and revenue base has come down. So try to understand whether the company can come back to normal growth mode before deciding to accumulate the stock.
Chokalingam, so that's on Sigachi Industries, but I also want to address EPAC Prefab. That stock is down about 10%. It's locked in the lower circuit, and this is on the basis of its third quarter growth. What do you make of this counter?
Yeah, one can hold it because quite decently it has maintained the growth in the recent time, and also stock has crashed, so there is no point in considering any sale. I would suggest hold it and wait for at least another 1 or 2 quarters to see how things improve.
Well, I got that view, and thank you, Mr. Chokalingam, for joining and giving us all your views. Viewers, as we know that this is the last day for Anushi with us, at least in office. But Anushi, we wish you all the best. And what do you want to say for our viewers?
Thank you so much. It's been a great journey right here at NDTV Profit. But I would just like to say, it's been a beautiful journey. So with that, it's a wrap that we're looking at this edition of Small Cap Buzzers also. Lots more exciting things happening. So we'll stay tuned in, but from the other side this time. But you keep watching NDTV Profit.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Good news for that.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी।
Welcome to the special edition of Davos Conversations. And the highlight of the trip, in a sense, has been the presence of US President Donald Trump. He met with a select group of business leaders last evening. And we are speaking with one of the Indian contingent, Dr. Anish Shah of Mahindra Group with us. Dr. Shah, thank you so much for speaking with us. You know, I have to start by asking you what Trump was like in that business leaders meeting. Was it as fiery as his address on the World Economic Forum stage?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here in beautiful Davos. Nice blue skies, very calm and peaceful. We hope the world becomes like this as well as we go forward. With regard to your question for yesterday, it was clearly a privilege to be there. It was quite a group of CEOs. You could take the top 50 companies or the top 100 companies in the world, and most of the CEOs were there, including Tim Cook and Jensen Huang and Satya Nadella and a bunch of others. It was a good conversation. The speech was, I'd say, a fairly good one with business. Clearly not anywhere as close as fiery as the earlier one in the afternoon. But more than the speech, it was the interaction after that. And there were a few of us that did get a chance to shake hands with him, and I had a brief dialogue with him on the Mahindra Group as well, which was a good, positive dialogue from our standpoint. Just very friendly. I mentioned I was from the Mahindra Group, and he responded, "Good group, very good group," and he clearly knew about us and said, "We need more like you." So it was a positive sign. We have been in the US for over 30 years now. We assemble tractors in the US. We have 500 dealers. So it's one that we're recognized for. We were also the first after 25 years to set up an automotive plant in Detroit for off-road vehicles. And it is good to see us being recognized in the US in some form. So it was overall a good experience. But more than this experience overall, Davos has in some ways regained its position as being the place where it's a platform for dialogues to happen. The spirit of dialogue is the theme for this year as well, and hopefully find solutions for the world. There were many other smaller group meetings which included leaders from other countries as well, and a number of others where business leaders were not part of. But this spirit of dialogue is one that places Davos back firmly on the map, and one that we clearly hope that, as I started, the world becomes as peaceful as the place around us today.
I make a very important point, because Davos in that sense was being seen as a playground for the global elite. Everyone comes to chill in the Alps for a week, but where other world platforms, international platforms, I feel maybe Davos has gone ahead. Did you get a sense from businessman Trump versus President Trump on what is happening with the India-US trade deal? Is there warmth there?
There was no conversation on the India-US trade deal in the discussion yesterday.
Do you get a sense that there is warmth between the two nations on a business platform?
That is our sense, and I am fairly optimistic that we shall get to some agreement. There's a long positive history across both countries, and beyond that, it is all about geopolitics, which I must say I'm not as much of an expert on.
Let's come back to domestic conversations then. You know, Dr. Anish, you and I have spoken in a car. Now we're speaking in the backdrop of the mountains. But some of the questions remain similar, because you run a very large group which has a huge footprint on the Indian economy. And we're speaking a few days ahead of the union budget. What do you think is the kind of messaging which needs to come in, especially as the world is in this phase of uncertainty?
The Indian economy is in a very good shape right now. And the actions that have been taken by the government over the past 12 months, more so the acceleration over the past 6 months, have really put the economy even stronger than what it was. We are seeing tremendous demand across automobile, tractors, our resorts, for our logistics business, for our real estate business. As you know, we operate in 70% of GDP for India, and we are seeing the economy in very, very strong shape. And I have gone on record saying that India will grow at 8% or 8 to 10% a year, possibly for the next 20 years. And we are seeing that happening at this point in time. So for us, it is stay the course. Continue to focus on CapEx, on infrastructure building, focus on the long term, which the last few budgets have. Continue to maintain fiscal discipline. And that's all that the economy needs at this point in time.
In terms of impetus to industry, in some of the sectors that you are in, of course, there's already been the GST reform for automobiles, etc., that has helped. But in terms of more impetus to industry, what would you hope for?
At this point, a lot of impetus has been given.
Government's done what they need to do.
The private sector has to now do its bit. We have been adding capacity. We have been putting in a lot of capex. That needs to happen across more industries. As that does, the economy gets even stronger. And therefore, with a view on impetus, I would say the government has done what it has to do so far. The private sector has to do more now. In terms of ease of business, there is more to do. There has been a lot that has been done, but there is still more to do on that front, and that is essential because that will create stronger companies. And as we think about making India the manufacturing hub of the world, that's going to be a critical aspect in doing so.
In terms of what the conversations have been like in Davos for you, apart from the VVIP meeting with President Trump, what has been the highlight and what has been the biggest talking point? Let's keep the geopolitics aside. Has AI taken center stage once again? And adoption across various industries?
AI is clearly center stage, and there have been some very good discussions on how AI is being used. What are the possibilities with AI? Is it hype or is it just something that will transform all our businesses? So lots of discussion on AI, lots on geopolitics as well, how companies are coping with that, how are they facing challenges and responding to uncertainty. For us, it's also a great way to meet with many of our joint venture partners who are global, many of our investors, potential partners, and these are great meetings to have, great relationships to have, and something that just strengthens the Mahindra Group overall.
One message for the outlook for the Mahindra Group in 2026, and the core of that could be AI adoption, or the lens could be AI adoption.
So for us, it is again staying on track. We have done well. Our leaders and our associates have just put in tremendous effort and got us to where we are today. We are on very strong momentum. We are leaders in technology in many of the industries we play in, and it's important for us to continue to be a leader in technology. You will see more from us on AI as well, as we have been a leader in the AI front. We haven't spoken a lot about it because we typically prefer to speak after we've done something, which we shall do in this case as well.
In 2026, we'll see something exciting?
AI is about changes and transforming every process. So I don't see AI as something that is a huge big bang, a magic wand that transforms everything overnight. Each of our leaders has to own it, drive it. In some cases, there are incremental changes. In some cases, there are substantial changes. But all of it comes together to make the company a lot more powerful, a lot more productive, offer a much better customer experience, much better quality. These are all the factors we're driving with AI.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nisha, for speaking with us. And enjoy the rest of your trip.
Thank you. Pleasure being here.
Well, that was, of course, Tamanna Inam, the managing editor of NDTV Profit, speaking to Anisha. A lot of topics across geopolitics, across conversations on AI, amongst others, but that's definitely one that you don't want to miss. Let's get back to Ask Profit, the afternoon edition now. My name is Puneet. Of course, with me is Mahima, and over the next few minutes, we'll try and solve all your stock-related queries. The numbers for your stock-related queries are on the top of your screen, so you can start sending them right now. And let's quickly dive into them, and let me welcome in the guests for now. Chandan Taparia, the head technical and derivative research at Motilal Oswal. With him is Avinash Gorakshankar. Gentlemen, both of you, thanks so much for patiently waiting by. Let me take across the first query now, and it's actually at a recent listing, Bharat Coking Coal right now. And, our viewer Radhakrishna is actually asking this query. He's asking if he should buy into this. Avinash, I know it's a recent listing. We spoke about it a little bit in other shows amongst others, but anyone who's looking at Bharat Coking Coal, anything that they should watch out for?
No, I think, Puneet, this is a recent listing, so, I think not much of post-IPO track record, but I think hopefully, they are into a monopolistic kind of business. The IPO has made good money for investors. So I would say that, unless the investor has got a slightly medium to long-term horizon, at least a couple of years, because, these kind of stocks take a considerable amount of time to get re-rated. And unless we get to see the first quarterly set of numbers, the conference call commentary, what is the kind of growth outlook, only then one can take a final assessment. But yes, from a long-term angle, one can accumulate it at the current level, 38, 39 rupees, if one has at least a 12 to 18 month kind of time.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Bharat Coking Coal. The next question that we have is from NKS, who's writing us from Mumbai. He's purchased PNB Gilts, 500 shares at the levels of 110. He wants to know if he can hold or sell, sitting on a loss of around 15,000 rupees right now. Chandan, a very good afternoon to you. What are charts indicating for something like a PNB Gilts? I know it's a very small company to track, but any view?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mahima. So this counter has been making lower top, lower bottom from last almost 6 months, and we have noticed that every small bounce is being sold. The immediate structure of the counter is negative, but already we have seen a corrective move, so some sort of consolidative move could be seen. But as of now, we have to be in a broader range. Multiple supports are visible near 75 to 72, but at the same time, hurdles are intact near 85. So this is the probable trading range we need to utilize for buy on dip stance or use a small bounce to exit the position as of now.
Chandan, very good afternoon. Before we take another stock-related query, any quick view on the index that you have right now? Because we've seen a very positive day after a tumultuous week, honestly. Anything that you can offer on that as well?
Yeah, good afternoon. So index has been making lower top, lower bottom, and we have noticed that every small bounce is being sold. In fact, if I just look at the last week, index bounced to 26,900, fell to surpass its 50-day EMA, and that is started to act as a hurdle, which earlier used to be as a support zone, and now even the bounces are being sold. Today it recovered to 25,435. Bounces are being sold with sustained call writing activity. In fact, the put call ratio of index is drifting lower. India VIX is near 14 marks. So most of the data setup are indicating limited upside. Only caveat is that market already seen a corrective move in last 12 trading session and gone into the deep oversold territory. But till it doesn't go above 25,400, 440, the structure could remain weak to retest the key support near 25,000 to 24,850 marks.
Got that view, Chandan. But the next question is on Inox Wind, and Jagdish from Chennai is actually asking this question largely on, if he should buy into, this counter as we speak. Avinash, any coverage on this one? What should, Jagdish do with Inox Wind?
No, I think, the wind market has been doing pretty well, and Inox Wind is a, fairly noticeable and a dominant player in the wind market. I think has got a decent order book, but I think last 1 or 2 quarters, numbers have not been great. So I think, if the investor can look at it from a slightly medium to long term kind of horizon, because wind energy is now gaining fast acceptability. Even the pricing appears to be quite good. So I think from a longer term perspective, most of the negatives are factored into the price. So around 100 odd rupees, I think one can definitely take a call, but keep a time frame of at least 12 to 18 months.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Inox Wind. For viewers who are tuning in, you can also give us a call on the number that's flashing on your screen up there, or send your queries on WhatsApp to us. The next question that we have is from Sarath, who's writing us from Tirupati. He's holding Easy Trip Planners shares of 911 at the price of 11.56. He wants to know if he can continue to hold this from a long-term perspective or not. Avinash, would you recommend that?
I think my guess is, I think the stock has been beaten down exceedingly badly. So I would not suggest to buy fresh. I think, as of now, my suggestion is, wait for the Q3 numbers, because despite being a platform business, profitability has been very low. And I think, there have been some news about some corporate governance issues also. So I would say that it's better to wait. Don't make a hurry to buy the stock immediately. If you have it, I think wait for the Q3 numbers and then take a fresh trade.
Got the view, Avinash. But we have a first caller of Ask Profit, the afternoon edition. Shaunak has a stock query for us. Shaunak, very good afternoon. What's your query?
Yeah, good afternoon, good afternoon. Shaunak here from Mumbai. I have bought Crompton Greaves at 278.43.
Okay.
100 shares.
Okay.
Should I exit, hold, or average it? I can hold it for 2 months.
Okay, so you can hold it for the next 2 months. And Shaunak, do you hold any other similar name in the FMCG space in your portfolio apart from Crompton?
VBL.
Sorry, okay, Varun Beverages, got it. Let me go across to Chandan, since it's only a 2-month time frame. Chandan, he has Varun Beverages, not mention the price, but he also is holding Crompton at 278, 600 shares, and he can hold for the next 2 months. Would you recommend him to continue holding or any kind of pullback to those levels where he's bought at?
First, to talk about Crompton, the structure of the counter is clearly weak. It has been making lower top, lower bottom formation from last almost 18 months and now trading at multiple years low. In fact, the lowest level of last 5.5, 6 years. So trend is clearly negative, and we have noticed that every small consolidation attracts the fresh buying, fresh selling opportunity. So till it remains below 240, I believe structure is weak. It can go down to 210, 205. So my suggestion is try to exit the position on any small bounce, or at least reduce some position because the structure of the counter is weak. Talking about Varun Beverages VBL, here it has been consolidating in a range. Multiple supports are visible with the support of rising trend line, but momentum is missing and hurdles are clearly visible near 500, 510 marks. So this is one counter which may be positive to range bound, or I can say range bound in between 460 to 510. So buy on decline with support of 460 can be done for a bounce towards 500, 510 kind of level. So range bound bias. So that's why we'll go with buy on decline setup in the counter.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Varun Beverages as well as something like Crompton Greaves. But moving on to the next question, which is from Mr. Prem Kumar, who's writing us from Chennai, asking about Unipaths India. It's got around 50 odd shares at the levels of 504. Wants to know if we can continue to hold this from a long-term perspective. Avinash, any view?
Yeah, I think he can continue to hold. Of course, the market for them is the US market, basically the agriculture implement market where Uniparts is a significant player. The company has a very strong logistic driven warehouse model. And I think in the last 1 or 2 quarters, numbers have been slightly mixed to weak. But hopefully, from the second half of this financial year, things should improve. So I think, at the current odd levels, the investor should hold on. I think, interestingly, the company is operating on a strong wicket. And I think going forward, over the next, say, 6 to 12 months, you could see better numbers. So continue to hold.
Got the view, Avinash. But the next query is on HDFC Bank. And actually, Deepak from Bengaluru, he's telling us Jai Shri Ram. So Jai Shri Ram to you as well, Deepak. His question actually is on HDFC Bank, bought at 1550. So that's HDFC AMC. Let's look at HDFC Bank very quickly. That's his question. And Chandan is actually asking the next 6 months view. What would you recommend right now, because he's bought it before the bonus? So any view that you can offer on the counter?
So as of now, this medium-term structure of the counter is negative as it fell to hold about 1,000 and now drifting towards 900 marks. The good part is beta of counter is low, so downside seems to be limited. Again, it may get stuck in a range, but not expecting any quick or V-shape rally in the counter. So as of now, let's wait for a decline towards 888 to 900. And I think that price juncture can provide some stability for a bounce towards 940, 950. So dip and then some recovery or the mixed cues with limited upside could be seen in this counter.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on HDFC Bank. The next question that we have is from Rajesh, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Newland Labs, holding 25 odd shares at the levels of 15,500. Wants to know if he can continue to hold or exit in the near future. So, Chandan, I'll take this up with you. What are the charts indicating for something like a Newland Lab?
So, talking about this company, I think one need to be keep in mind that mid cap, small cap are not doing great comparatively. And if I look at this name, some support based buying was visible in last 2-3 months, but in this month the momentum is missing out. In fact, they started to form lower top, lower bottom. Only good part is that it opened positive today, witnessed some follow-up, but volume is missing. So I don't think as of now it may see some recovery. Already corrective move is visible. It has seen a correction from 19,750 to almost 13,000 marks. Still, it remains below 14,200. It can retest 13,000 to 12,500.
Got that view, Chandan. But viewers as well as Chandan and Avinash, it's time for a rapid fire in this edition of Ask Profit. Request you to keep your answers on buy, sell and hold so that we can take as many queries in the next 3 minutes. This one's coming from Jay Krishnan. He's asking if he can exit Ultratech and shift to Maruti Suzuki for the next 6 to 9 months. Chandan, would you recommend that trade?
Yes.
Okay, the next one is on LIC. Krishnaji is holding 19 shares at the rate of 904 since IPO allotment. Should he continue to hold or move to better stocks? Avinash, your view?
I think continue to hold.
Avinash, next one's on Eternal, and Prasad is actually holding 20,000 shares at 289. Should he continue to do so?
Yeah, this is for me.
Yeah, Avinash, yes.
Yeah, I think he should continue to hold.
Okay, Vedanta target for the next month. Chandan, your view on this, on the charts?
Yeah, it can go to 720.
The next one that we're getting is, sorry, pardon me, it's on Man Infra, another key stock that we get a lot of queries on, and Kalbatta is actually owning it at 162, Chandan. 3,000 shares is what he holds. Should he continue to do that?
As of now, it looks weak. It can go to 95, 94 kind of levels.
Okay, EPAC Prefab Technologies, from a long-term perspective, should Pawan from Hyderabad continue to hold? Is bought at 290. Avinash, any view on this?
Yeah, I think he should hold. He can even average at the current level.
The next one's L&T, and actually Sheshadri is asking a question. He's bought it at 4,071. Stock's been in a consolidation range, right? Avinash post then he's asking why it's going down, but any view on this one?
So I think one should take a longer term view. I think L&T is a large cap stock, and I think you should definitely make a reasonable risk reward. But I think keep a time frame of 12 to 18 months.
Okay, Biocon is the next one. Kirtana wants to know what's the short term outlook for this one. Chandan, your view?
The mix range bound bias, broader trading range is 350 to 395.
Tata Capital is the next one. Avinash, should Ashok continue to hold this counter?
Yeah, I think he should continue to hold.
Okay, Max Healthcare is the next one. The investor Abhijit from Kolkata wants to know if he can continue to hold this for the next 2 to 3 odd years. Avinash, your view?
Yeah, I think she should hold on.
The next one's from Santosh Pawar is actually on Meesho. He's holding 100 shares at the price of 200 rupees per share. Avinash, I know recent listing might not be in coverage, but anything that he should watch out for?
No, I think preferably, the next 1 or 2 quarters would be critical, and I think till that time he should hold.
Okay, Z Entertainment is the next one. Shilpa wants to know if she can continue to hold this counter. She's in a loss of 2.6 lakh rupees. Chandan, your view?
As of now, weak, it can go to 78, 79 kind of levels.
The next one is on, okay, Z Entertainment is done. Let me find another stock query real quickly. It's on Lloyd's Engineering actually, Chandan. Our viewers actually bought it at 58 rupees per share, 257 shares. Should Shiv Kumar continue to hold?
So as of now, I've seen that most of these counters are not performing, so better to avoid. Weakness could be seen. 10 to 15% more downside are visible in the counter, which can take it to 39 to 38 half kind of levels.
All right, okay, so that's the view coming in on Lloyd's Engineering. But Avinash as well as Chandan, thank you so much for helping us answer those queries on the afternoon edition of Ask Profit. Viewers, we're completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. Do stay tuned. India Market Close next.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Apologies for that in advance.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आप।
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks so much for joining in. You're watching India Market Close. My name is Alex Matthew and with me is Hiral Dadia and Sharad Dubey, and we'll take you through the next 1 hour of trade. The excitement that you saw at the start of today's session has evaporated over the course of the day. In fact, it didn't take very long for that to take place. A lot of those gains that you saw at the start have now disappeared. We're trading with gains of just about 0.2% and at very close to that 25,200 mark. But surprisingly, the screen is more green than red. Pull up the heat map for the Nifty 50 and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's actually a pretty picture. But the problem is with a few of these names. Take a look at this. ICICI Bank, HDFC, you have Reliance Industries, which is also in the red and is pulling the benchmark. So 3 of these heavyweights are leading to quite the weight on the downside. Of course, the story of the day and arguably the stock of the day on the heavyweight side is Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. We'll talk about that in just a bit. BL doing reasonably well, and the Adani group of stocks also up and about in trade. Adani Ports up about 2.2% or thereabouts, and quite a few other stocks also gaining ground. But pull up the contribution list and you will see what I'm talking about on the points contribution side, right? So HDFC Bank, Reliance Industries, ICICI Bank, and also Eternal, which is proving to be a little bit of a downer after Dipinder Goyal has decided to move on, despite that stellar set of numbers that was posted by Blinkit. Of course, that's measured on the other side or balanced on the other side by a number of these stocks. Take a look at the broader markets as well. Very quickly, you have gains of about 1% or so, so it's a prettier picture at the broader end of the spectrum, and gains of about 0.7% for the small cap index. If we can pull up the advanced decline ratio just to drive home this point, and you will see that it is continuing to be more or less at the widest point of the day. So more action in the broader markets than for the benchmark, and that benchmark drop from the high point, Hiral, might be a little exaggerated and might be telling a slightly different story than it actually is.
Absolutely, I agree, Alex, to what you're saying as well. And if you see in terms of individual sectors, let's just quickly pull up the sectoral heat map, because as Alex was pointing out, there is that weakness that's coming in when it comes to the banks as well. If you can just have the sectoral heat map on the screens to tell us what's happening on that front. real estate continues that downward spiral. Defense continues to see profit booking as well in today's session, but it's mainly media which is hogging the limelight as we speak. Apart from that, pharma is also doing pretty well, but that's again an impact of DRL. Broader markets, let's look at individual stocks. Rallis India, yesterday when the earnings came, we didn't see a major reaction. Today, post the brokerage notes at the conference call, the stock is up nearly 16% in trade. Schneider Electric, Inox Green, Wari Energies, Premier Energies, that entire pack is actually up in trade. Now, that's because the way Wari has posted numbers, that's what is having a rub-off effect on Inox and Premier. Jyoti Structures is also coming up in trade. PNB Housing, 8% downtick coming in now. Kalyan Jewelers is trading under pressure. EPAC under pressure. Hind Copper and Hind Zinc are also down and about in trade. EPAC Prefab. Bajaj Consumer is seeing a NDTV Profit reaction when Sharad spoke to the management. That stock actually hit upper circuit on KYC and continues there as well. So that's a Bajaj Consumer that we are seeing. So Sharad, a lot of individual counters that are seeing, good moves in trade today, may it be on the upside or the downside. But from here on, it becomes important to understand how sustainable are these moves, number one. And two, what is that last hour setup telling you from here on? Because it is Sensex expiry as well.
It's a very volatile session, and Alex also pointed out the broader markets, the story is very different, and index, the story is very different. So I'll just show you the divergence which is coming out, and there is of course the volatility at play. I would like to get in the Sensex expiry of the last, you could say half an hour or so more expiry. We can see more volatility playing out, but remember the India VIX, which we track, that has also significantly gone up in the last 5 trading sessions. But if you look at it, now option trades are getting viable as well. So if you're an option trader, there are some strategies which we'll get you from our guests as well. It's a very better setup for the broader markets, which we actually pointed out, almost 3:1 in the ratio of bulls. That's what we are seeing. Also, the short covering from the FIs, it is still pending. Currently, it's at 89% last trading sessions. Likely that it will remain in that area. Maybe on Friday, if there is no volatility of the expiry, we might see the impending short covering at play. The Nifty's key support levels are still respected, 200 DMA levels. That's roughly 25,114 levels. Right now, currently Nifty is at 25,200. And the data is suggesting a range-bound movement as of now. No major positions in the contracts coming in both put sides as well as call. And also the overhang is there of a weaker rupee despite the RBI intervention coming in, and that will remain a key overhang until we get to important levels. The risk-on sentiment is seen globally after Trump's comments last night at Davos, and the European markets, if you look at it, a very strong opening coming in. Most of the indices going up past the 1% or 2% mark. So these are the important triggers which are there in the market. Over to you, Alex.
An important factor is that you pointed out that Sensex expiry, one of the most important heading into the last few minutes of trade or 1 hour of trade. Nilesh Jain, Head AVP Technical and Derivatives Research at Centrum Broking, joining us, and so too is Avinash Gorakshakar, founder and Head Research, Avinash Mentor Research Services. Gentlemen, thanks so much for taking the time, and pleasure having you on the program as always. Nilesh, first to you, just on the comment that Sharad was making about the tale of two stories, or the two stories that are playing out today. One with the index, the Nifty 50, and the other with the broader markets, which are looking sanguine. But what's happening with the benchmark?
Very good afternoon to you, Alex. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, if you see, as far as index is concerned, today we did see a strong opening, but the market couldn't sustain at the high level where Nifty faced resistance at 25,400 levels. And looking at the overall candle formation today, it's kind of a highly volatile session. If you see the volatility index, although it has cooled off, but the intraday movement was very, wild. So looking at the overall setup, we may see some bit of a follow-up on the upside, but once again, overall, we are expecting some bit of consolidation to continue from here. We are not expecting any sort of V-shaped recovery. Indeed, in fact, if you see on the lower side, we have a very strong support of its 200-day moving average, which was respected on the closing basis yesterday, which is placed somewhere around 25,100. So that is the important level that we are keeping an eye on. If it breaks decisively below that, then it will be considered as a structural breakdown. That the target on the lower side will open up for 24,700. But before that, we expect some bit of a pullback move from here. And in the coming week, we have a monthly FN expiry as well. So the range, as of now, we are keeping an eye on would be 25,000 to 25,500. So that is the 500-point trading range. If you get any dip towards 25,100, that might get bought into, and at the same time, if you get any pullback towards 25,400, 25,500, that's the range where we might see some bit of distribution. On the other hand, the broader markets, in fact, the confidence what we are getting is majorly in the large cap compared to the broader market. So it's better to avoid small cap for the time being. In fact, the confidence is missing out there. Focus should be on the benchmark indices.
Should be on the benchmark indices, a 500-point range. Ruchit, your top picks then for this 500-point range as well. Nilesh, sorry.
Right. So first of all, we are focusing on the long side trade. So particularly the banking names, we are bullish on IDFC First Bank. We have seen a very strong rebound in the IDFC First Bank counter. So we expect a move towards 86 to 87 on the upside. So keeping a stop loss below 81, IDFC First Bank can be bought for upside target of 86 and 88. Now another stock that is looking positive for a strong pullback move, that's Policy Bazaar. So it looks like it has formed a very good base formation somewhere around 1600 to 1650 zone. We expect a follow-up on the upside on the back of pullback towards 1750 to 1800 in Policy Bazaar. Keeping a stop loss below 1665, Policy Bazaar can be bought at current price.
That's the view coming in from Nilesh. But moving on, Dr. Reddy Labs has reported better than expected Q3 with profits beating estimates despite continued weakness in the US generics business. Varsha joins in with more details. Varsha, stock is doing really well, good performance coming. Is it all the geographies or some geographies haven't performed?
Well, North America is the one which has not performed, but that is, true for every other pharma company, wherein you will see good domestic growth, but not good growth when it comes to North America. This is on the back of lower Revlimid, that is cancer drug. But, starting with Dr. Reddy's, if you see, as you rightly said, strong set of numbers which was led by strong momentum in their branded business, and also if you see there was a favorable forex helped offset impact of lower Revlimid sales. Now do remember, Revlimid sales once upon a time was a growth driver for the company, for every pharma company, but now lower Revlimid sales have impacted North America revenue. Weakness in US generics was cushioned by India, Europe and emerging markets, wherein they've seen strong growth in all these three markets. And there was a EBITDA margin impact which was led by new labor codes, and also if you see, company is optimistic when it comes to launch of semaglutide and several few launches. Now on to the North America, let's see segmental wise how the company has been performing. Well, revenues were down 12% year on year for North America. If you see, and this decline was led by lower Revlimid sales. That is true for every other pharma company, and there was also higher price erosion in select products in overall US market, which has also impacted North America, and 6 new products were launched in Q3. Shifting our focus to the next segment, which is Europe. If you see, the revenues were up 20% year on year. Now this was led by excluding NRT portfolio, Europe growth was about 16% year on year, and if you see, this growth was driven by new launches, NRT portfolio and favorable forex. Now talking about the India business, if you see, good growth in India business, up 19% year on year. Now this was driven by innovative portfolio, brand launches and price increases that the company has seen. Talking about the emerging markets, well, was up 32% year on year, and the growth was driven by new product launches. Some of them was also on the back of favorable forex and the price increase. Talking about the brokerages, let's see what brokerages are saying. If you see the Morgan Stanley, they have maintained equal weight, though they've cut target price. They say that the company has posted strong ex-US growth, which was led by India, EU and EM, and the muted growth keeps them rating Dr. Reddy's as equal weight. Let's see what Jefferies is saying. Well, according to Jefferies, they've maintained buy, though they've cut target price as Q3 increases confidence in base business and broadly in line December quarter according to Jefferies. And the one-off expenses, if you see, resulted in elevated selling and distribution expenses. So overall, if you see, good kind of numbers that the company has seen, and all the three brokerages have highlighted one major point, that is this semaglutide launch for the company.
Got it. All right. Thanks so much, Varsha, for getting us those details. And in fact, Avinash, the question to you, stock is up over 5%, top performer on the benchmark Nifty 50. People have argued that valuations are compelling at this point, and the bounce back from this, from the perspective of earnings and fundamentals exists, as was displayed in the numbers. Are you sanguine on Dr. Reddy's Laboratories? Would this be your top pick?
It's not our top pick, Alex, but yes, we are structurally positive on Dr. Reddy's. In fact, yesterday, before the results were to come, there was a weakness trend. But after the numbers have come in, I think numbers have been slightly better than what the street expected. And that's the reason you're seeing the stock up by about 5%. My sense is that hopefully, I think now with this growth trajectory, if the company is able to record a similar growth, in other territories apart from North America, I think North America continues to be a pain point. So I think, probably the market would like to evaluate over the next couple of quarters. But yes, I think over the medium to long term within the pharma space, Dr. Reddy looks to be quite well positioned for the next financial year.
Got it. Let's now cut across to Davos, where Rahul Kanwal is in conversation with Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma. Listen in.
आप यहाँ पे इन्वेस्टमेंट इकट्ठा करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं?
मेरा लगता है कि गवर्नमेंट इज ए कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस. चुनाव का समय भी होते हैं, लेकिन जब तक हम लोग ऑफिस में होता हो, स्टेट को भी समय देना चाहिए. सो इलेक्शन का दृष्टि से देखे तो दिस 3 days इज वेस्टेड, बट स्टेट के लिए अच्छा है. सो
क्या अचीव किया आपने डावोस आके? ये आपका डावोस डेब्यू है?
फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम असम इज हियर इन डावोस. पहले तो आई ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इट इज. कोई अच्छे सेशन में भी पार्टिसिपेट किए, दैट्स वन. देयर आर many good event has been organized specially for Assam. वो भी मेरे लिए फायदामंद हुए. पूरा का जो सेमीकंडक्टर का इकोसिस्टम में जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, जो कंपनियां काम कर रहे हैं, उनका साथ भी काफ़ी अच्छा मुलाकात हुए. अश्विनी जी भी साथ में रहे, यूनियन मिनिस्टर. और ऑफ कोर्स इतना सारे इंडिया का इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट आया है, ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स भी आए हैं. तो आई थिंक वी ऑल्सो गॉट ए कन्फर्मेशन ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट अराउंड 1 lakh crore.
मैं देख रहा था कि आप असम में एक सेमीकंडक्टर इकोसिस्टम बनाने की शुरू करें, क्योंकि वहां पे तो टी, पेट्रोलियम, ये ट्रेडिशनल इंडस्ट्रीज हैं. अब सेमीकंडक्टर बनाने के लिए असम कोई क्यों आएगा?
पहले दिस इज ए बिग ब्रेक थ्रू. Assam is normally known for hydrocarbon, tea, Kaziranga, but Tata has decided to go and set up the first India semiconductor OSAT in Assam. अगले 2 महीना में प्रोडक्शन स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. जब इतना बड़ा इंडस्ट्री आते हैं, और आप जानते हैं इट दिस इज ए इन्वेस्टमेंट ऑफ 30,000 crore, so many big players are involved there. सो धीरे धीरे वो लोग भी चाहते हैं, बिकॉज दैट इकोसिस्टम नीड्स कंटिन्यूअस सपोर्ट, केमिकल से लेकर मशीन से लेकर. सो ऑटोमेटिकली एक इकोसिस्टम बन जाते हैं. तो मेरा जो एफर्ट रहे, अगर एक के लिए एक इकोसिस्टम बना है, व्हाई नॉट सेकंड आल्सो कम्स एंड जॉइन द इकोसिस्टम.
तो महाराष्ट्र का हेड स्टार्ट था डेटा सेंटर्स में, जीसीसीज में. फिर अब मैं देख रहा हूँ, कल मैं चंद्रबाबू नायडू से बात कर रहा था, वो लेके आ रहे हैं. उनके कुछ नेचुरल एडवांटेजेस हैं, असम के तो बहुत सारे नेचुरल डिसएडवांटेजेस हैं इसमें.
असम इज ए क्रिटिकल स्टेट, कॉम्प्लेक्स स्टेट, बिकॉज हम लोग देश का सीमा में रहता हूँ, एंड वी आर नॉट कनेक्टेड टू एनी सी रोड. जब साउथ ईस्ट एशिया कुछ पॉलिटिकली जियो पॉलिटिक्स चेंज होगा, तो असम विल बी द एंट्री पॉइंट फॉर साउथ ईस्ट एशिया. बट दोज डेज आर नॉट नियर, वी कान सी इट इन वेरी नियर फ्यूचर. बट फिर भी लोग असम में आ रहा है. The last advantage Assam summit we did, we got a investment offer for rupees 5 lakh crore.
तो उसमें से आया कितना इन्वेस्टमेंट?
Crore is already grounded, massive. साथ में इस बार भी I got a request for around 1 lakh crore. So Davos में. So but मैंने जानबूझ के यहाँ MOU नहीं किया हूँ. I want to do it in a good function in a mid-February in Assam. But अच्छा खासा असम के लिए अभी मैं आपको ही पूछूंगा कि इन स्पाइट ऑफ सो मेनी कंस्ट्रेंट, पीपल आर गोइंग फॉर असम, पीपल आर कमिंग टू असम, एंड ऑफ कोर्स असम इज आल्सो ग्रोइंग.
इसमें मेरी एक थ्योरी, देखिए, पीपल आर कमिंग नहीं, आप भी एफर्ट कर रहे हो. आपकी सरकार है, सरकार भी मदद कर रही है। लेकिन एक दूसरी थ्योरी है कि अगर कुछ जोन्स में, जैसे चाइना में हुआ, उन्होंने कुछ जोन्स में बहुत सारी कॉन्सेंट्रेशन के साथ इंडस्ट्रीज को क्रिएट किया तो वो वर्ल्ड बेंचमार्क बन गई। इंडिया में हम एक फ्रैगमेंटेड स्ट्रैटेजी की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं कि मतलब कुछ असम में आ रहा है, कुछ विजयवाड़ा आंध्र में, कुछ महाराष्ट्र में, कुछ गुजरात में। इसे बिखराव का खतरा नहीं, नॉट एज अ बीजेपी चीफ मिनिस्टर फॉर यू इट्स द राइट थिंग, बट एज अ कंट्री अगर एक जगह पे बने तो एक ग्लोबल क्वालिटी का इकोसिस्टम बन सकता है।
ये एक प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये हमेशा कंसर्न रहे कि वी डोंट एंड अप फॉलोइंग चाइना. चाइना हैज कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड एवरीथिंग इन सर्टेन जोन. हमारा भी यहाँ वेस्ट एंड साउथ में सारे कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड हो गया था. बट इंडिया इज ए कंट्री, डाइवर्सिटी इज देयर एंड वी हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ एवरी स्टेट. नहीं तो कंट्री ही बिखर जाएगा. अगर एक पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री बिकम डेवलप ओनली टू कैटर ग्लोबल इकोसिस्टम और एक तरफ कुछ नहीं है तो बाकी जहां में होगा. चाइना इज ए स्टेट वेयर इफ डेवलपमेंट इज इन सपोज in Shanghai, but that fruit will be distributed every parts of the country. But भारत वो नहीं है, जो स्टेट में आया वो स्टेट का हो गया. You may contribute to national economy, but हमारे कंपटीशन भी रहते हैं and we can't say कि भाई जो महाराष्ट्र में हुआ है उसमें असम को भी हिस्सा दो.
मैंने आरबीआई का रीसेंट डेटा देखा, वो कह रहा है 2020 से 25 तक आसाम इज द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग बिग स्टेट इन द कंट्री. आपको लगता है आपको एक लो बेस इफेक्ट का फायदा मिल रहा है या हेमंत बिस्वा शर्मा का जादू है ये?
मेरा लगता है पहले जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने प्रयास किया सिंस 2014 की और एक स्टेट उभर सकता है. पीएम्स फेवरेट लाइन इज ए फॉर असम. सो उनका जो एफर्ट रहा, पहले ही हमको अच्छा शुरुआती रिजल्ट मिले थे. बट पैंडेमिक डेफिनेटली was a setback for everybody. 2021 से 2025 country has grown by 29%. We are growing by 45%. अभी अगले साल का भी जो एडवांस एस्टिमेट आया है, I think we will grow by 15%. We will continue to be the fastest growing state. Low base effect तो मिलते हैं, but if that effect keep us to that 10 lakhs plus core economy, I think it will be good contribution to the nation.
इतने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं अपने इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट एजेंडा के बारे में, तो अभी कुछ हफ्ते में इलेक्शंस हैं. जब मैं आपके पॉलिटिकल स्पीचेस सुनता हूं तब तो आप ये हाइड्रोकार्बन, सेमीकंडक्टर इसकी बात नहीं करते, मियां मुसलमान, डेमोग्राफिक डिवाइड, कम्युनल एजेंडे पे चले जाते हैं आप.
हर स्टेट का एक अलग अलग पॉलिटिकल नैरेटिव रहते हैं. असम में यू नीड इंडस्ट्री, यू नीड इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट. But for us, as we are a neighboring state with Bangladesh, for us national security, identity of Assamese people, वो भी बहुत important है. So economic narrative to semiconductor GDP हो सकता है या है, but political narrative अभी भी वो नहीं है, because we are fighting with a hostile neighbor. साथ में हमारा असम में जैसे डेमोग्राफी इज शिफ्टिंग, चेंजिंग, इट इज ए ह्यूज कंसर्न फॉर अस. सो इसीलिए हमारा हमेशा हम लोग असम में बोलता हूं कि आइडेंटिटी का भी लड़ाई है और डेवलपमेंट का भी लड़ाई है.
आपकी एक तरीके से 36 की लड़ाई है आपके फॉर्मर बॉस के बेटे गौरव गोगोई से. आपने जी जान लगा दी उनको लोकसभा इलेक्शन में हराने के लिए, वो जीत के आ गए. आपको लग रहा है कि पहले से अब में थोड़ा सुधार आ गया है, मैच्योरिटी आ गई, ज्यादा सीरियस हो गए अपने काम को लेके?
शायद कोई गलतफहमी हुआ है. असम हैज रजिस्टर्ड द सबसे बड़ा विक्टोरी लोकसभा में बीजेपी को असम से ही मिला है.
उनकी सीट की बात
देखिए, 126 सीट में अगर मैं 125 में जीतूं और आप एक सीट का बात करके इफ यू ट्राई टू डिमीन मी, वो तो नहीं होते हैं. तो असम हैज गॉट हाईएस्ट इवर विक्टोरी. हम 14 सीट में 11 सीट मिले. अगर कहीं में एक बंदा जीता भी है, जीतना सही है. विदाउट ऑपोजिशन हाउ यू कैन रन ए स्टेट. तो अगर आप अभी मोदी जी का सामने जाके बिहार में अच्छा बड़ा विक्ट्री हुआ और फिर जाके नीतीश कुमार का सामने आप पूछे तेजस्वी तो जीत गए, डू यू थिंक दैट यू आर फेयर?
इतना सिंपल नहीं है. नहीं
सिंपल बातें हैं.
आपके और गौरव गोगोई के बीच में
कोई
नहीं
है. आई थिंक आई एम चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ ए स्टेट and I know that I cannot fight with a citizen of a state. So मेरा किसी का साथ, एक सिटीजन है, मेंबर पार्लियामेंट है, मैं उनका साथ क्यों 37 का आखरा वगैरह ये मैं क्यों ये वर्ड को
यूजुअली इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स में मैंने देखा है कि नेता एक दूसरे की पर्सनल लाइफ, फैमिली, वाइफ से अटैक करने से दूर रहते हैं, लेकिन आपने उनकी वाइफ के पाक कनेक्शंस को आपने अटैक किया।
वो तो जो जेन्युइन है वो तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना। पाक इज ए एनिमी कंट्री। इफ ही वुड हैव बीन लिंक्ड टू सम इंडस्ट्री आई वुड नॉट हैव रेज्ड. If he would have linked to some capitalist person in country, I would not have raised. He would have been linked to some criminal in the country, I would not have raised.
क्रिमिनल भी रेज नहीं करते,
रेज नहीं करता, चलो people would have been taken care of. But जब एक enemy country का साथ आपका लिंक होते हैं, and if I do not raise it, and if I do not forward it to the government of India, I as a chief minister, I will be actually doing disservice to the constitution of India, to the security of the country, because Pak is a hostile neighbor, हमारे एनिमी कंट्री है।
वो हिट बैक करते हैं करप्शन के आर्जेस लगा के।
बोलो ना, मेरा करप्शन है, आपका करप्शन है, आप लोक आयुक्त में चला जाओ, कोर्ट में चला जाओ, पीपुल्स कोर्ट में चला जाओ, बट लिंक विथ पाकिस्तान कैन नॉट बी इक्वेटेड विथ योर करप्शन सर्च। That is a complete two different aspect. Corruption charge भी मैं आपका ऊपर भी लगा सकता हूँ, मैं भी लगा सकता है, but it has to be proved. And corruption charge का ऊपर people can decide कि ठीक है इस बार मैं उनको हटा दूंगा, उनको जिता दूंगा. But link, I mean ये क्या है? अभी जो आपने जैसे धुरंधर देखा, अगर आपने कोई जासूस को पकड़ा और आपका नॉलेज में है, will you not expose it or will you not bring it to the notice of government of India? It is your job.
ये लड़ाई है कि आसाम का धुरंधर कौन बनेगा। और
देखिए मेरा तो बात यही है कि देयर आर सो मेनी कांग्रेस पीपल एंड मे बी आई ऑल्सो फाइट विथ राहुल गांधी, आई विल फाइट विथ एवरीबॉडी, बट दीज आर पॉलिटिकल थिंग्स. बट व्हेन समथिंग इन्वॉल्व विथ नेशनल सिक्योरिटी, देन यू डू नॉट डू डिबेट ऑन दैट, यू एक्ट ऑन दैट.
इस इलेक्शन की एक इंटरेस्टिंग बात यह है कि गांधी फैमिली का कोई मेंबर पहली दफा इलेक्शन कमेटी को हेड कर रहा है. प्रियंका गांधी आ रही हैं, उससे लग रहा है कि वहां पे डबल इंजन बन गया है गौरव और प्रियंका का.
दुनिया का जो सबसे फ्लॉप फैमिली है वही गांधी फैमिली है. तो कोई ये फैमिली बड़ा फैमिली है क्या? उनका क्या सक्सेस क्या है? आप जैसे एम्फेसिस किया गांधी फैमिली आ रहे हुआ, नहीं आप शर्मा फैमिली का बात करो. मेरा तो लगता है मेरा फैमिली इज बेटर देन देम.
वो कैसे?
किस लिए? हम लोग स्ट्रगल करके बड़ा हुआ हूं. वो तो
आपने मेरे सवाल को डॉज कर दिया.
मैं बोला कि
इलेक्शन कमेटी चलाएगी. हाउ डू यू सी दैट?
मैं इतना ही आपको बोलता हूं कि एक अगर फ्लॉप आते हैं व्हिच इज ए कंप्लीटली ए फैमिली बाय ऑल स्टैंडर्ड इज नॉट कंसिडर्ड टू बी ए सक्सेसफुल फैमिली. कोई आपका स्टेट में आते हैं, कैंपेन करते हैं, उसको आप कॉग्नाइजेंस भी लेना नहीं चाहिए.
क्योंकि वो तो केरला की एमपी हैं और आ रही हैं आसाम में.
मेरा लगता है राहुल डजंट वांट हर इन केरला.
कैसे भाई?
मतलब आई स्टेड इन कांग्रेस फॉर 22 years. So I have also certain kind of inner information. I think Rahul do not want to disturb K.C. Venugopal and his axis. And Priyanka is an outsider to that axis. So that is why she has been transferred to Assam.
अब वैसे भाई बहन की लड़ाई करा रहे हैं.
वो तो सब जानते हैं. नहीं तो एक व्यक्ति MP from Kerala and she has not been assigned responsibility in Kerala. So how you will interpret? आप तो इतना बड़ा इंटरप्रिटेशन लगा रहा है हर इशू में. Why not you interpret this?
पर ऐसे तो अलग अलग स्टेट से लोग तो जाते हैं ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चलाने
when
के
your
लिए.
own state is in election mode, जैसे आज मेरा असम में इलेक्शन है, and if today the party give me in charge of Tamil Nadu, that means you can easily come to a conclusion that I am not chief ministerial face for the next Assam assembly election.
No, but she was never chief ministerial face.
I'm just giving you example. When one of my MP, Assam में BJP का 16 MP है, if any MP is given responsibility in Bengal, you can conclude that the presence of this person is not warranted in Assam, so he has been shifted. When the winner MP, the MP from Kerala is not assigned responsibility in Kerala and sent to Assam, you can easily imagine that party doesn't want her in Kerala.
आप लड़ाई कराने में
मेरा 22 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है. कोई लड़ाई करवा सकता है क्या NDTV में इंटरव्यू देके? जो लड़ाई अगर होगा तो होगा।
आपको लग रहा है लड़ाई वहां पे?
I mean, लड़ाई तो है, वो तो मैं जानता हूँ। आई एम ऑल्सो ए विक्टिम।
सब पतंग छोड़ के जा रहे हो।
नहीं, मैं खुद वो लड़ाई का विक्टिम हूँ। भाई बहन का लड़ाई का मैं भी विक्टिम हूँ, लेकिन आई डोंट वांट टू रिवील दैट मच। बट ये लड़ाई है, ये केरला से जो उनको असम में भेजा गया, आई थिंक द लड़ाई इज गेटिंग एम्पलीफाइड नाउ। जितना है उससे ज्यादा जोर पकड़ रहा है।
एक वनरेबिलिटी आसाम में ये चिकन स्नैक को लेके है, और अभी जो बांग्लादेश के साथ हमारे रिलेशनशिप हो गए, वो क्रिकेट खेलने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, हमने आईपीएल टीम में उनके प्लेयर को मना कर दिया। आपके लिए क्या जियोग्राफिक इम्प्लीकेशन है?
मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। एज यू नो दैट वी हैव टेम अल्फा एंड एक्सट्रीमिज्म इन असम बिकॉज ऑफ द हेल्प वी रिसीव फ्रॉम द देन बांग्लादेशी regime. Assam and Northeast would not have been peaceful without Sheikh Hasina. That's the reality. Now जब बांग्लादेश में regime change होता है, hostility आते हैं towards India, खतरा आते हैं क्या militants का दोबारा बेस बनेगा कि बांग्लादेश? अगर वो बनता है, because we share 800 kilometers of border, हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा खतरा आते हैं. So we are closely watching the development. Whether militants are changing bases to Bangladesh. Recently, there are certain visits has taken place between the top commander of Alpha, other जो छोटे-छोटे हमारा नॉर्थ ईस्ट का extremist groups है, militants है, those who are not in the ceasefire, they have traveled, their presence has been noticed in the soil of Bangladesh.
मैं तो उल्टा ये भी सोच रहा हूँ कि आईएसआई भी अब और एक्टिव हो गया, कि बांग्लादेश इंटेलिजेंस और आर्मी के आईएसआई और पाक आर्मी से कनेक्शंस फिर बन रहे हैं।
आईएसआई से ये सबको आप कभी भी आप अलग नहीं कर सकता है। जो असम का एक्सट्रीमिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, मिलिटेंट्स है, इन दैट मैटर एंटायर नॉर्थ ईस्ट, उनका कहीं ना कहीं आईएसआई का लिंक होता ही है। But because of a friendly regime in Bangladesh, they have been deprived from a safe corridor, safe camp, safe destination. They were in.
Okay, you have IFL Finance. So I'm sorry. Before that, I would just take a lead out in terms of the conversation Rahul Kanwal is having with Assam CM as well. And interesting points, Alex, that he made as well, specifically when it comes to neighboring countries. What's happening with China, because all this while we were thinking of China plus one as a strategy for our markets, but the kind of overcapacity that they've built so far, will that also benefit us to some extent? I don't know.
Look, it's a politician's response. Let's face it.
100%.
They're masters at responding to those kind of things. But I think he makes sense. If you say that there is a concentration of economic development in certain places in China and other places get left behind, the model that they have is a distribution of wealth, and they are able to do that because of the form of the government that they have. In India, you have a federal structure, and each state is competing with the other, and you want a unanimous front when you're talking about India. Which is fair.
Fair. And a 1 lakh crore investment he's talking about at Davos that could be coming in. But moving on, IFL Finance is what I would want to talk about as well. And this is on the back of a couple of directives that they have received from the IT department. Now, what they've come out and said is that they will have to submit audited report, asked to appoint a special auditor for account audit, and they've been asked to audit the accounts for specified block period. These are the two lines that are coming in so far. In fact, they've reported numbers as well, and I think that's the reason why we're seeing this kind of pressure that is coming in. Overall, if you see in terms of the total income as well, we're talking about a number close to 3,432 odd crores is what they have reported versus 2,448 crores. But the kind of slide that the stock is seeing, 10% downtick coming in on the back of the commentary coming in from the IT department. We'll quickly slip into a short break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा।
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close, and you have the equity markets that have, or at least I should say, the benchmark Nifty 50 that has bounced from the low point of the day to trade with gains of about 0.6%. It was never a problem with the market as a whole. It was a problem with the index. And it is trading with at very close at 25,300 mark. But let's talk about individual counters, and we're a little late on this segment, but it is important to have nonetheless. Let's go across to Soumit Sarkar for what he's hearing on the street. Soumit, what's on your list today?
Overall, the market sentiment continues to remain bearish given the fact that we started on a high note, but we have declined significantly from those levels. Sell on rise is the strategy that continues to be followed by dealers, and hence overall sentiment continues to remain bearish despite the fact that we are still trading in green when it comes to the benchmark index. Few stock specific ideas that dealers have highlighted in trade today. Firstly, it's Asian Paints, and dealers indicate that there are sell flows on the HNI desk and they're expecting weak revenue growth for Asian Paints. Now, do remember in the second quarter, Asian Paints had reported a strong revenue growth and the stock had risen nearly 10% post the Q2 numbers. And this time Q3, which is expected to be a strong quarter, the revenue growth dealers are indicating could be on the weaker side. When it comes to DLF, there are sell flows on the PMS desk. Dealers indicate that the pre-sales number for DLF could be on the weaker side. So keep an eye out for DLF as well. For Kotak Mahindra Bank, there are buy flows on DI desk. Dealers are also indicating that the delivery volumes could be on the higher side. And lastly, when it comes to L&T, multiple dealing rooms are recommending buy calls to their clients based on technical charts. So keep an eye out for L&T as well.
Thanks a lot for that, Soumit. And we are seeing, of course, Kotak Mahindra Bank. That's where some kind of flows are definitely happening. Avinash, wanted your views on Kotak Mahindra Bank?
No, I think, Sharad, clearly within the banking space, numbers have been pretty good. I think in terms of NIMs, in terms of the overall growth and the balance sheet quality, our assessment is that I think you could see stronger growth coming in from the next couple of quarters. And I think the consumption kind of, trend, which is clearly showing, I mean, post the GST cut, I think possibly the Jan to March quarter and the April to June quarter, I think you could see strong quarters continuing. I think there was a fall in banking stocks of late. But I think within the private sector banks, Kotak Bank is definitely a strong candidate. I think it's a portfolio stock, I think, which can compound good returns, provided, you can take a 12 to 15 month kind of time.
Now joining us is Nagaraj Shetty from HDFC Securities. Good afternoon, Nagaraj. Looking at the benchmark indices, a lot of volatility is definitely there, but are the key levels looking, supportive for Nifty and even Nifty Bank current levels, or we should wait it out now?
Yeah, the last 2 days of chart pattern, 2 sessions of chart pattern, in fact, is showing some signs of bottom reversal. Provided we should see some good upside bounce on the higher side. Now, as of now, 24,900 is acting as a strong support for the market, and still at the higher level, Nifty is showing some volatility. So once we move above, sustainably move above 25,500 levels, which is a strong resistance, then one can expect the important bottom reversal formation around 24,900. Till then, there is a possibility of volatility. And today's last 2 sessions indication is positive bias with volatility.
Okay, positive bias with volatility. Nagaraj, the question is, what individual counters are you liking today?
Yeah, I have 2 stocks. One is from metal side, another one is from PSU banking side. Metal side, Steel Authority of India Limited. SAIL has been in a consolidation mode in the last few weeks. After a sharp rise, the overall chart pattern is indicating kind of a bullish flag breakout type of pattern. And 150, 152 is going to be the upside breakout for this pattern. And I am expecting more upside in the stock price in the near term. Currently trading around 150, 150, 150, 120. One can look to buy at this point of time. 160 is going to be the immediate target. One can place a stop loss at 147. Second one is Indian Bank. Indian Bank has been in a consolidation phase with positive bias recently and moved up very well in this today's session. The overall chart pattern is indicating a likelihood of decisive upside breakout of around 900 levels. Currently trading around 885.25. One can look to buy at this point of time. Immediate upside target would be around 940, 945. One can place a stop loss at 850.
Okay, so that's with regards to, Indian Bank that you're talking about, the stock at the day's highest levels. But stay with us, gentlemen. In a conversation with NDTV Profit, Virender Jeet, CEO of Newton Software, shares his insights on the third quarter performance, deal pipeline and outlook going ahead. Listen in, the stock at the day's highest levels.
Let me firstly start off with, in terms of what's Newton's questions largely from analysts amongst others has been on growth. Now, you yourself have given in the past growth of almost 20% is the expectation that you want Newgen to go. This quarter, the story hasn't panned out, but if you can give us some perspective of what is the expectations from quarter 4 and FY27 in terms of getting back to that growth number as you've highlighted.
Good morning, and thank you for having me on your channel. So you're absolutely right. I think historically we have maintained 20% growth for many quarters, and I think since it's a business, surely there are going to be some variations in that growth. If you look at our business this year also, we have done substantially well on new logo acquisition. We have maintained our momentum. That shows that there's still a huge demand for in terms of our products and services what we sell. Some of the variations which have happened are on 2 fronts. One is that this year, most of our deals have been from the mature markets. And that is typically more on cloud and subscription, which is slightly deferred. In our emerging markets, we are predominantly selling licenses which get realized immediately. So that's one thing. The other thing is also last 3-4 years, we were on substantial growth numbers on license, typically and Q3, Q4 also were high license numbers. Now, having in this kind of an environment to repeat those license numbers has been a challenge. That's what has really looked at the top line numbers this year has been slightly muted compared to what we expected. We still find strong velocity. The funnel is quite strong. Some challenges are in terms of India and Middle East in terms of large deal value and large deal conversions, where we think that should start fixing itself from next year onwards. So the market is slightly in turmoil because of many things. I think the momentum we had in markets like India and Middle East last 2 years, we don't see the same momentum right now. But as we are quite diversified, we have our businesses across all places from Europe to US to Australia. We are looking at other markets in terms of to seek compensate while these markets recover for us.
Mr. Jeet, that's exactly my second question, right? Because in this quarter, seasonally very strong on a large license deal, and there has been a slowdown in that impact. What would you suggest is one of the key reasons where there has been some delay in conversions? What have you seen that and your analysis of what could that be, especially in India and Middle East, where there's largely an absence of conversion of those large license deals? Is it largely AI-led? Is it that the companies are still not comfortable spending that much right now, given the volatile environment? What would you suggest?
I think multiple things. I think one of the biggest things is I think these markets have been on a spending spree for multiple years, especially the segments in financial services where we are present. And I think every few years there is a kind of a holding on to things and recasting. Also, the AI, while it is driving a lot of interest from customers on typically finding avenues to how to deploy AI in that price, but it has not really moved out from proof of concepts. On the other hand, it's also disrupting other initiatives in terms of looking at whether that's the right way of approaching it and as the viable. So I have seen what is, at least in our universe, we have seen that larger deals, slightly the decision makings are slightly slower. But on more tactical or more things which are more regular around the business, I think the deal momentums are still in the market. We are looking at right now more diversification, going slightly more wide, so that we are able to have more number of deals and more number of logos, while the larger deals may start taking a little more time to fix on their own.
Well, that's the management of Newgen Software, but on to our bull versus bear segment. And today I have not taken stock, I have taken the markets. Why? Because yesterday we saw a major downtick over the last two trading sessions. Today there was a hope, again volatility coming in and again a recovery. You must be confused. I'll just try to make it a bit simple. Bulls versus bear on the markets. The first criteria is, D-Street's criteria is the entire movement in the global risk-off sentiment, which was tapered down. That's because of Trump cancelling the 10% tariffs in EU, and that's why the markets went up. And of course, the Asian and the European markets are also doing well. But remember, Sensex expiry is at play. That's where the volatility is happening, especially if you look at the benchmark indices. The second key trigger is the FI positioning. What are the FI positionings looking like? FI shorts 89 to 91%, slight increase. Some hope is definitely there, but still for the 12th straight day in the cash markets, FIs have been selling. Let's look at the third criteria for D-Street, the technical levels. The markets are finding support near the 200 DMA levels, but the Nifty RSI, that's still below the 30 mark. That's oversold here. That's where the confusion is coming in the markets. The bull case scenario for the rupee, everybody's concerned about the RBI OMO, the open market purchase operations, the intervention as we call it, that's happening today itself. But is it actually effective? That's the concern, because it's still trading above that 91.5 per dollar mark as well. Also looking at the next triggers where, fingers crossed, we might see some good up move. That is the budget and the RBI MPC meet. That's where we will be looking at through the economy. But there are some bear cases also. If globally the FIs look at the global AI trade, which is kind of missing in the Indian markets, that's where the concern comes in. And if the Fed rate cut trajectory comes, that's where we could say some treasuries moving towards US and Japan as well. It might be slightly negative for the emerging markets. But Nagaraj, of course, we spoke about Nifty earlier with you and Nifty Bank as well. But if you look at the technical levels on a positional basis, do you think the market has found its bottom levels out? The key support levels have been come back, that Nifty 200 DMA level?
In fact, market has moved above the level of 200 DM around 25,000 level. But to me, that at this point of time, 24,900 with that acted as a strong support recently is going to be a strong important bottom reversal as of now, unless Nifty shows some sustainable signs of upside momentum. For me, the volatility is still at the higher levels. Today also we have seen a formation of high wave type candle pattern. Still market is not yet over, but the lower tops, lower bottoms is on the cards. Unless we see some significant pattern formation, then only one can say that 24,900, 25,000 is going to be the important bottom reversal, and the bigger upside bounce could come in. But still, we need to wait and watch for the market to play out. And I think there is some buying is emerging from near 24,900, 25,000 levels.
Okay, so that's an interesting take when you do a bull versus bear on what's happening with regards to markets as well. Avinash, IIFL Finance is what I want to discuss with you as well. We've seen the numbers that have come in. The IT department has given them a notification as well with regards to what they need to do when it comes to accounting and auditing. What do you make of the numbers and the commentary? Because the stock is down nearly, what, 11-12% already?
No, I think Hiral, numbers apart, whenever such kind of issues come up, I think the market obviously starts doubting on the sustainability and the authenticity of these numbers. So I think clearly we'll have to get fresh commentary from the management as to what exactly is the issue and how serious is it. Because if it is a minor issue, then I think the stock should improve in the next couple of days. But if at all the issue is big, and we'll get to know this from the company post its clarification. I would say that at this point of time, it's better to stay away. I think in this kind of market, any kind of hint of kind of misgovernance or any kind of authenticity on the numbers is something the markets would not greet the stocks appreciably. Today the stock is down by 10-11%. This is just a knee-jerk reaction, but I think going forward, most of the analysts would like to know what is exactly the issue. And only once clarity emerges, I think one can take a call. I think as of now, the management has not given any major clarification. So it's better to stay put for some time and let things settle down.
Okay, stay put, let things settle down. In fact, the stock has actually recovered slightly from the day's lowest levels as well. So that's what we're trying to see. I mean, let's see what happens when, IFL Finance maybe speaks to us as well. But moving on. Earlier today, we were in conversation with Naveen Pandey, Managing Director at Bajaj Consumer, where we discussed the company's outlook going ahead. Let's quickly listen into what he had to say. The stock is in upper circuit.
Almond Drop has grown double-digit volume. And the balance spread between, the overall standalone growth of 20s to you look at the volume is coming on back of revenue management. There's been some strategic pricing which we took in Q1 of this year, which got, the benefit of which also came in the last quarter. And, certain mix changes which we've been driving very relentlessly over the past few months. So that basically is the, the gap and the, there. But it's very, very solid double-digit volume, on back of which these numbers have come.
Okay, so clearly the stock of the day, not too much opportunity. I mean, in fact, no opportunity. There are no sellers in the stock right now. So even if you did want to buy it, you can't really participate. But you know what? The question that I want to ask Nagraj relates to two counters that are seeing selling after a spate of buying. And these are your non-ferrous counters, Hindustan Copper and Hindustan Zinc. Both have been running on the back of the underlying commodity. And today they're trading with cuts of 4.5% for Hindustan Zinc. Pull up Hindustan Copper as well, close to 5%. If you got in earlier, Nagraj, the question is on the charts, would you take money off the table right now, book your profits?
Yeah, certainly, because what we have seen on the chart is a tremendous up move without showing any reasonable downward correction. I think 575, 580 is going to be a strong hurdle, and the stock price is, I'm talking about Hindustan Copper, stock price is showing some sign of tiredness at the higher levels, some sign of a distribution pattern at the building up at the higher levels. Certainly, I'm expecting a downside breakout from here onwards. More correction is likely. And at the lower level, 470, 475 is going to be the good support for the stock price in the near term.
Okay, so that's with regards to Hind Copper in trade. Moving on, Interglobe Aviation is set to announce its Q3 numbers. What is in store? Somit Sarkar joins us. Somit, what are you expecting, taking all the mishaps that have happened into consideration?
So Indigo will be reporting its Q3 numbers today, and if you look at the revenue growth, that is expected to be just 2.5% on a YY basis to close to 22,674 crore rupees. Now, this is the slowest revenue growth that Indigo will see in the last 19 quarters. That means that since COVID till now, Indigo has never seen such a lower growth coming in a quarter, and this is largely because of the flight cancellations that we had seen in the month of December. EBITDA is expected to be down by nearly 10%. Margins are expected to come in at close to 20.6%, and the net profit number that is expected to be 46% lower on a YY basis to close to 1,318 crore rupees, and this is the lowest Q3 profit number that we will see in the last 4 years. Yields, which measure average fare per passenger per kilometer, that is also expected to be lower by around 2.5% to close to 5.29 rupees per kilometer. And again, this is the lowest Q3 yields that we will see in the last 4 years. Now, what are the factors that are impacting this quarter? Well, it is because given the fact that Q3 is one of the strongest quarter, it is getting impacted because of the flight cancellations that we had seen in the month of December. Along with this, the INR depreciation that we have seen throughout the quarter is also something that will also weigh on the profitability of Indigo. Indian currency appreciated to 89.88 as against from 88.79 during the quarter, and that is expected to pull down the profitability for Indigo. Apart from this, passenger load factor is also expected to be lower at around 86-85 odd% in the third quarter. But more than the earnings, it will be the commentary that we need to watch out for. How has been the passenger traffic growth post the fiasco that we had seen in the December is something that we'll be watching out for from the management commentary. How yields have panned out, what is their outlook going forward, what are their expansion plans, especially when it comes to the international front, is also something that we'll be watching out for from the management commentary post the earnings.
Thanks a lot, Somit, for that. Avinash, views on Interglobe Aviation?
No, I think, Sharad, the markets have already discounted a poor performance because December, was a month which was a very volatile month. And although operations have now resumed, I think what remains to be seen is how they are going to cover up for the loss in the coming quarters. I think October to December has always been a very busy season for the airline business. They have lost a considerable amount of business. So my sense is, I think the commentary going forward and how they're going to catch up in future is going to be the key question. I think there's no doubt that it remains the largest airline in the country and enjoys the largest market share. But I think today the point is that whether they are able to catch up the losses they have done in the previous quarter. I think that will be visible in the March quarter, and hopefully next year should be a better year. So I think hopefully if the sentiment and if the air traffic continues to grow, and if they are able to catch up, the momentum, I think then the stock should definitely start gaining ground post the numbers.
Okay, all right. So that's a view on Interglobe Aviation. Keep an eye on the numbers. Nagaraj, though, I want to come to you on any BTST ideas that you might have. We're looking at a breadth that is actually pretty good heading into the end of trade today.
Yes. Market is showing some signs of sustainability at the higher levels, and I'm hoping that we could see Nifty moving above our 25,500 levels very soon, and that is going to be the initial confirmation of important bottom reversal what we have seen at our 24,900, 25,000 levels. On this front, I'm still stick with the two stocks that I have discussed a while ago, SAIL and Indian Bank. Indian Bank has moved up slightly. I recommended 985, 885, now 901. It is still looking positive. One can look to buy at this point of time the above mentioned target of around 940, and the Steel Authority SAIL is showing some signs of breakout of a bullish flag breakout around 152 level. Once it breaks above 152, it is going to be a good upside momentum towards the 160 levels in the near term.
Okay, so that's with regards to where SAIL goes, what you're watching out for in trade. Moving on, Waaree Energies, Premier Energies and Inox Wind. Some smart moves coming in there, and this is on the way the Q3 numbers of Waaree have panned out. And that's what is giving that fillip to other counters as well. Avinash, your view when it comes to any of these renewable companies?
No, I think numbers, Hiral, for Waaree have been exceedingly good. I think both on the top line as well as on the bottom line. I think the order book also continues to be rock solid. And I think numbers have been much better than what the street expected. I think markets were expecting a slight pressure on margins and a slower profit growth. But I think in terms of Waaree, they've delivered all the numbers on all the parameters. So my sense is that, markets are now expecting, players like Premier Energies also to put a solid number. In fact, Vikram Solar reported a number, but I think on a sequential basis, the numbers were very disappointing. So my guess is that possibly Premier Energies could also repeat what Waaree has done. And I think overall the sentiment remains positive. We believe that the government still will encourage, renewable energy in a big way. And to that extent, I think, visibility for the business continues to be pretty strong for all the solar players.
Okay. I do want to very quickly check with you on HPCL, Avinash. We spoke with the management and the street perhaps a little bit disappointed by the refining margins that came through, and the management clarifying that even we spoke to the chairman and managing director, and he has essentially said that he was also unsatisfied, that he was anticipating that it would have been $1 higher, the refining margins, and there was that contamination that took place that had a bearing. So would you say that this is a good level to get in, considering that things might look better in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, I think hopefully, Alex, because if you look at MRPL numbers, the profitability shot up quite significantly. So this was a disappointment, considering that markets were expecting a very solid performance from HPCL in this quarter. If you remove the one-off, and I think hopefully if crude prices remain soft, they don't move up, sharply, then I think GRMs definitely should show a good improvement in the fourth quarter. And I think to that extent, the disappointment which we have seen today for HPCL post the Q3 numbers, I think there could be some respite, hopefully if the quarter four is much better than quarter three.
Okay. A few more stocks that you should watch out for from the broader markets. Physicswala is doing well, isn't
It's 14% up, and Alex, Eternal, if you see from the day's high, it's down 10%. Currently, it's 3%. So, a lot of volatility coming in.
We'll talk about that in more detail, but before that, what's happening with Physicswala?
There's a sustained buying happening, and remember the IPO price was 109 rupees. So, it fell as low as it's going above that price again. So, it's trading very strong, but there's no key trigger yet. But yes, some volume-based buying is
another stock from the broader markets that's doing badly today for the financial space is PNB Housing. It's down about 7.8% as we speak right now. And there's that one fraud account that they have highlighted, 220 odd crore rupees, if I remember correctly, is the implication of that account. And the street not taking it too well. The question to you, Avinash, on this is that in the larger scheme of things, yes, it's a pretty large account for a housing finance company. But what kind of dent do you think it will have on the financials? Or is it something that points to the worry that this might be wider? Because they've very clearly said this is one account.
Well, I think, Alex, that's the worry, and that's the reason the stock has corrected sharply. I think PNB has a history and legacy of frauds. PNB Housing, if you ask me whether it is a one-off or whether there are many more cases like this, I think the markets would obviously like to get more clarity. Whenever a fraud occurs, and whether it is a small or a large fraud, it actually implies very strongly on the systems and processes. So my sense is that, unless the market gets some confirmation and some assurance that there are no more kind of cases like this in the cupboard, I think that would give a kind of a welcome relief. But I think till that time, I think the stock is going to remain weak. Numbers have been decent, but I think this fraud news has definitely spoiled the market sentiment.
Okay. All right. Let's discuss Eternal, because as Sharad was pointing out, the stock is at the low point of the day. It's trading cuts of close to 3% at this moment, and the fall from the top is quite considerable, right? So it started the day with considerable gains. What really is weighing on the stock more than anything else? It's not the earnings, right, guys? Because the quick commerce business has actually turned EBITDA positive. A lot of people positive on that. It is the stepping down of Dipinder Goyal as Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer.
Correct. And even the brokerages, Alex, they are not very much convinced, whether this new person, Albinder Dinsa, he comes in, but there'll definitely be some kind of a negative view, especially coming in, because of very large shoes to fill in. And that's what the broking communities are a little bit concerned about.
Yeah, particularly because Dipinder has so many other interests, right? He's talked about his gravity theory, he's talked about his wearables.
It's the temple.
The temple that he wears.
Yeah, I mean, we have had people speak to us as well, saying that today we had somebody say that they would be willing to try it out. But then, what do you think, Hiral?
I think, what will happen over here is they might, the timing when he's getting out is very crucial, right? They've just turned profitable. So the expectation will be of sustainability from here on. In case, if any downtick happens in any particular quarter, it will be a sentimental downer. So I think lots on the shoulders of the incoming management team is what we will have to wait and watch and see.
So the question therefore is, Avinash, on the fundamentals, a lot of people are gung-ho about it. On the financials, the outlook in terms of the management is the question. What is your opinion? Is this an opportunity to buy and double down?
Well, I think, Alex, my sense is that a couple of quarters good performance comes in terms of data points. The markets would give a thumbs up to the new management team. And I think this is a large corporate now with a well-established team, a very strong brand pull. So I think, it's going to be business as usual. But yes, I think as you rightly pointed out, the markets would obviously look at the new management, its expertise, the kind of growth commentary it gives, and what it delivers over the next, say, couple of quarters. So once that happens, I think the comfort factor could come in. And obviously, investors who are willing to take the risk can definitely bite in and obviously nimble into the current price. It's a great business with a good amount of scalability and a strong runway for growth. But I think numbers will have to do the talking, especially for the new management team.
Let's also close the loop and take a view from Nagaraj on the technicals. Nagaraj, the fall from the peak is pretty steep. It is trading at the low point of the day. Is this a good opportunity if you look long term?
As far as Eternal is concerned, I don't think any major reversal has happened. It has opened at the higher levels and steep sell-off has occurred from the highs. I think still there is a support somewhere around 270, 265 levels. I'm expecting this downside momentum is going to be short-lived and at the lower levels, and we could see buying emerging from near 265 levels. So there is going to be a strong support in the near term.
All right. Thanks a lot, Nagaraj and Avinash, for giving your views on both technical and fundamental perspectives. But coming back to the markets, of course, there was a good up move in the initial hour trading session. Then we saw the markets coming down and then a kind of a recovery attempt. And in the last 15 or 20 odd minutes, Alex also pointed out, there is a good recovery coming in. Looking at, of course, the broader markets, the advanced decline ratio is clearly in the favor of bulls. And it has maintained, and that's a good point to actually talk about. But let's look at the key gainers in the Nifty index. The constituents is a sea of green we are expecting, and yes, hardly you are seeing losers here, and especially only Eternal remains a drag and a little bit of Titan and Eicher Motors. But of course, the stock of the day is definitely going to be Dr. Reddy's. It held its ground, stock up 5%. BL, Adani group of stocks also doing well in the trade. So net, it's been a strong day for the Nifty constituents as well. We saw some kind of a short covering also being there as well. We'll be checking the FI data as well on the improvement of the short covering. Also, let's see the sectors which have shown the performance and interesting buying coming in both PSU bags and the defense pack as well. Apart from that, we see good buying in the FMCG and the pharma packs as well. Realty still on the negative side, but not as much as the beating which we had seen in the last 3 trading sessions. Also, let's move on to the mid cap and the small cap indices, how they have performed, and they have done really well and actually better than the benchmark indices. Nifty mid cap index, that's up 1.3%. And if you look at the small cap index also, it has done well. It's up almost 1%. Now let's look at the stocks, the BSE stocks. What has been there in the story. Rallis India, strong broking upgrade and a good momentum. The stock is up 14% and followed by Credit Access Grameen also making it to the list. But it is the day for the broader indices where we see a good move coming in, and now the markets are closed. A welcome relief rally coming after 3 days of selling. Indian Bank 6% up, Astral also showing strong technical momentum, and Indian Bank also on the back of earnings. So these are the top gainers. Amongst the losers, of course, the biggest concern is IIFL Finance. It's down 15%. Some kind of IT buzz news flow is definitely coming from their exchange release. PNB Housing Finance, weaker earnings. Kalyan Jewellers still under the selling pressure. But look at these two names, Hindustan Zinc and Hindustan Copper, the declining prices. That is where the downtick is coming in, and also Devyani and Dalmia Bharat make it to the list. So these are the stocks in the BSE 500 index where we see the impacts happening. But cues for tomorrow is definitely going to be the US macro data as the global numbers shift towards the Fed rate cut trajectory. The global AI trade, that's also picking up. The European markets went up. That you should be watching out for. Apart from this, it's still the earnings season and we are back on that. So we'll be focusing as well as on that. And if you could just pull out the domestic cues, and these are the interim dividends. But going ahead, it's the last trading session of the week and there will be 2 fundraisers coming in from these 2 counters. But nevertheless, today's earnings post markets, they include Interglobe Aviation. That's where largely a weaker set of numbers is expected. Cyient is also there. Apart from this, let's look at the other earnings which will be there for tomorrow, and these are the large names in the pharma. Cipla and Laurus Labs, that's what we'll be looking out for, and even IndusInd Bank would be there. That's where the focus would be there. Apart from that, these are the new companies where we'll be focusing on, especially urban company going ahead as well. So these are the important earnings which would be in focus in our radar. That's all, folks, for India Market Close. Up next is Market Express by Malika.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बन के खड़ा हो जाता है।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल, हर इंजन का सोल्जर। Celebrating the release of Border 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Apologies for that in the back.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर।
Good evening, you're watching Market Express with me, Shreyanshi Singh, and let's get straight into the show. Start by taking a look at the markets first, because it was another volatile day that you had for the Dalal Street as benchmarks saw wild swings in trade. So you're looking at Nifty surging above 25,400 in opening trade, but giving up near 1% gains during the day to eventually end below 25,300. When you take a look at broader markets, outperform the benchmarks in trade as well. Let's also take a look at the sectoral picture then, because the public sector banks in fact saw strong buying coming in trade, followed by pharma as well as some of your metal counters, while on the losing side you have realty. That was the only sector which saw the selling pressure as well today. Let's also get a little stock specific now, talk to you about some of the biggest movers. Like you can see on your screens, IIFL Finance was under pressure, falling about 15% in trade, as the company received a notice from the Income Tax Department asking the company to audit accounts for specified block period. Now, the IT department has actually asked to appoint special auditor for this account audit, and that's something that you're looking at. The stock was tanking in trade, down about 15% as well, and that's something that you're looking at when it comes to this particular counter. Of course, you should be looking at Eternal as well. That was also down about 2.4% in trade. The street is speaking loud and clear, and it's sounding more bullish than ever, though. You do have Jefferies keeping its buy call with a target price of 480 rupees as well, calling out Blinkit's underlying strength as it turns EBITDA positive right at the peak of competition management shifts. Let's talk about those as well. Jefferies is saying that there's nothing that is changing, at least in the short term there. UBS as well staying in the bull camp, maintaining a buy with a 375 rupee target, impressed by strong numbers, but keeping a close watch when it comes to competitive intensity in quick commerce. So that's what makes it to their radar as well. But the real standout today is actually CLSA, which not only maintains its high conviction outperform, but also becomes the first brokerage to push Eternal above 500 rupees in terms of the target, hiking the target price to 506 rupees. So that's important to note here, viewers, as well. And CLSA is flagging a strong beat in contribution per order, break-even powered by scale and efficiency is what you're looking at here. Accelerating growth in food delivery, while District and Hyperpure continue to deepen Zomato's moat. So that's something that you're looking at when it comes to this particular counter. Let's also talk to you about Vari Energies that delivered a powerhouse third quarter, once again lighting up the street with an exceptional performance. Now the company posted soaring revenue, strong profit growth as well, and a healthy jump when it comes to the margins. Now reinforcing its leadership in the solar space largely. When you take a look at the stock, that was up about 9.8%. You're looking at the module that continued at a robust pace as well, backed by that flawless execution. Now the company of course has reiterated that its full year profitability target remains well within reach. On the back of that, the stock was buzzing away in trade today. And speaking of buzzing away in trade, as you can see on your screens, almost a 20% uptick coming in there. Bajaj Consumer has delivered a strong set of numbers this quarter, and you can clearly see that reflected in the stock price as well. The company reported 25% organic growth, driven mainly by double-digit volume gains coming in its flagship Almond Drops hair oil as well. Now, you do have the international business that you should be looking at that saw a modest 5% decline. Now, the domestic momentum more than made up for it. You do have the revenue as well that jumped about 31% thereabout, in fact, and profit also surged 83%. Margins also improved sharply. Net margin expanded to 18.3%. You're looking at EBITDA as well, more than doubling to 56 crore rupees, and you can see that clearly reflected in the stock price when it comes to this particular counter. Let's also talk to you about CAMS that reported a steady set of numbers and not much in terms of the stock action there. You do have growth across revenue, profitability and margins that you're looking at, though operating performance improving sequentially while net profit also moving higher. The company has also announced an interim dividend of 3.5 rupees per share, signaling a little bit of confidence when it comes to their business momentum as well, and that's something that you're looking at when it comes to CAMS. But in terms of the stock price there, not much of a move that you're seeing for CAMS. Let's also talk to you about Dr. Reddy's Labs that turns in a profit beat this quarter, but the story beneath the headline is actually far more layered, because you're looking at this lift coming in from solid momentum in its branded portfolio, with a favorable forex swing as well, quietly adding to the tailwind. Any drag from weakness in the US generics is largely offset by strength when it comes to India, Europe and some of the emerging markets as well, keeping the overall engine in fact steady. But it's not all smooth, because you're looking at those EBITDA margins taking a little bit of a hit there thanks to the impact of the new labor codes, and that's something that you're looking at. But even so, the company remains upbeat when it comes to its upcoming semaglutide launch as well, setting the stage for what could be an important earnings lever ahead. So that's what you're looking at, 5% uptick thereabout coming in on Dr. Reddy's Labs. Let's also talk about Bank of India that turned in an inline set of numbers in the third quarter. A steady quarter is what you're looking at without surprises, but with a few interesting shifts under the surface. Let's also delve a little deeper into those, because you're talking about NIMs inching up, fee income staying weak and treasury gains quietly taking the spotlight. Management is also betting on better margins ahead thanks to that deposit repricing that was lined up for the fourth quarter. Now you're looking at slippages as well ticking up just a tad bit, but the overall operating performance remains firm, supported by stable credit momentum as well as healthy interest income. Let's also talk to you about PNB Housing Finance that delivered a weak set of numbers in the third quarter. You're looking at the stock also tanking about 7.5%, with the miss coming from softer performance almost across the board. Total income and profit are up, but the growth in fact feels underwhelming against some of those expectations, what was being penciled in. Affordable housing, usually a key support, sees a drop when it comes to the disbursements here, adding to that drag coming in as far as that quarter is concerned, and you can see that clearly being reflected in the stock price as well, down about 7.6%. Let's also talk to you about KEI Industries turning in a strong third quarter powered by momentum in its cables and wires business. You do have the revenue growth that was healthy, profitability climbing even faster and margins seeing a clear uplift. The real standout this quarter, in fact, was the stronger cables and wire margin performance as well, which helps KEI deliver an earnings beat despite industry-wide cost pressures. But you can, in fact, not see that being reflected when it comes to the stock price. That was down about 2.3%. But now let's also cut across the visuals coming in where US President Donald Trump is formally announcing the first Charter of Board of Peace.
With many of the world's top business leaders, the best, the biggest, most successful, and foreign heads of state. And now we have one of the most important meetings of all, the official formation of what is known as the Board of Peace. I want to thank the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, and their extraordinary work. I mean, they have done an amazing job. We have peace in the Middle East. Nobody thought that was possible. We've settled 8 wars, and I believe another one's coming pretty soon. You know what that is? The one that I thought was going to be an easy one has turned out to be probably the most difficult. Last month, 29,000 people died, mostly soldiers, in Ukraine and Russia. Think of that, 29,000, 27,000 in the month before, 26,000 in the month before that. It's terrible. But we have meetings and we think we're making a lot of progress. Thanks as well to Secretary Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and Chris Wright, U.S. Trade Representative, Jamieson Greer. They're all doing such an incredible job. Ambassador Callista Gingrich, who is here, doing a fantastic, really fantastic work. Thank you, Callista. And many other members of my administration who are so committed to peace, and they're also committed to great success. Very importantly, let me recognize the very first group of distinguished members of the Board of Peace. They will be introduced by name in just a moment. Caroline will be doing that introduction. And to each and every one of you, we are truly honored by your presence today. Leaders of countries, in most cases, very popular leaders. Some cases, not so popular, but that's the way it goes in life. Thanks as well to President Karol Nawrocki of Poland, who's a fantastic man. He just won a very big election. I'm very proud of him. Amazing. Along with former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Tony Blair. Thank you, Tony, for being here. We appreciate it. And members of the Board of Peace Executive Board, great group. This week marks the 1-year anniversary of my second inauguration as president. No administration in history has achieved such a sweeping turnaround in 12 months' time at home and abroad. We have a tremendous mandate. We won the popular vote by millions. We won every swing state to 7. They were saying, can you win all 7? Is it possible? Because it's not done. And we won all 7. We have a great mandate back at home. As I said yesterday, the U.S. economy is booming with virtually no inflation. It was 1.2% for the last 3 months, and we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. And we have economic growth now of 5.4%, it looks like. And I think that number can double and triple if we do the right things. And if we change thinking so that if you announce good numbers, the markets go up, instead of if you announce good numbers, the market goes down because everybody tries to kill it by lowering or raising interest rates depending on the situation. When America booms, the entire world booms. And we have secured commitments for over $18 trillion in new investment coming into our country, which is a record by many times over, not just by a little bit, by many times. There's no country ever in history that's gotten anywhere near that number. Slashed our trade deficit by 77%. This is in 1 year. Yesterday was 1 year. And signed historic trade deals with nations from all over the globe. Today, the world is richer, safer, and much more peaceful than it was just 1 year ago. We put out all those fires. A lot of people didn't know, including me, that some of those wars were going on. And some of them were going on for, in one case, 32 years, in another case, 35 years, and another one, 37 years. We were very happy to stop the war that had started with India and Pakistan, two nuclear nations. And I was very honored when the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 10 and maybe 20 million lives by getting that stopped just before bad things were going to happen. As president, I ended those 8 wars in 9 months, including Cambodia and Thailand. And by the way, many of the leaders are here. Kosovo and Serbia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. We're working on that right now. I met yesterday with a very good general and a very good leader of Egypt. We're working on a dam that was built which precludes the Nile River from getting water. It's a little tough situation, but we'll get that settled. I really had it just about settled in my first term, and then we had a rigged election. It took me out of commission for a little while, but here I am back. We'll get it settled. But it's a pretty tough situation. A dam was built and the water doesn't come down to the Nile. When I think of Egypt, I think of the Nile, but I think of the Nile with water in it. Armenia and Azerbaijan, who, I mean, a lot of these leaders have become my friends. They become my friends. They're here. And of course, the war in Gaza, which is really coming to an end. We have little fires that we'll put out, but they're little. They were giant, massive fires, and now they're down to little fires, so we can put them out very easily. We have 59 countries that are involved in peace in the Middle East. Many of them not in the Middle East. They're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East. And many have said that if Hamas doesn't do what they promised they would do, and I think they probably will, but they were born with rifles in their hands. You know, they were literally born. The first day they had a rifle put into their hands, but they have to give up their weapons. And if they don't do that, it's going to be the end of them. But many countries have told me we want to go in and do it, and they really aren't countries that you traditionally think of as being involved in that. But that's the fire. Hezbollah in Lebanon, we have to do something about that. But these are, I call them remnants. They're small remnants compared to what it was before. It was massive, large, powerful countries fighting each other. In another great victory for the ultimate goal of peace, in June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity with Operation, we call it Operation Midnight Hammer. It was midnight, it was dark, no moon, and every single one of those bombs from the B-2 bombers hit the air shafts and went deep into the earth and totally obliterated everything that they were doing. They were 2 months away from having a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And Iran does want to talk, and we'll talk. We've also hit ISIS in Syria, and very strongly, as you know. In my first administration, I took out al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS, and he was trying to start it up again because due to the tremendous talent of General Raisin Kane, as I call him, he wiped out ISIS in a period of 3 weeks in my first term. You know, we had a great first term, but the second term is, I think, blowing it away, actually. But we took out ISIS, and we had, it was gone, but during the Biden administration, it formed again a little bit. We hit it very hard in Syria. And Syria, by the way, I spoke with the president, is making a lot of progress, tremendous progress, actually. We're very happy about that. We took off all sanctions, which gives them a chance to breathe. And he is working very, very hard, and I think he's going to put it all together. So many things are happening, many good things. Threats to Europe and America, the Middle East, and other places are really calming down. It's a lot different than it was just 1 year ago. Just 1 year ago, the world was actually on fire. A lot of people didn't know it. And in Nigeria, we're annihilating terrorists who are killing Christians. We've hit them very hard. They've killed thousands and thousands of Christians. What's that all about? Much of this unprecedented success is possible because I rebuilt our military in my first term, and now we're making it even stronger. We have a budget of over $1 trillion this year, and next year we're going to 1.5 trillion. Our country's never done better economically. We're taking in numbers that we've never taken in, not only the fact that the investment is at 18 trillion plus, but our jobs numbers, everything is, I think, maybe better than ever before. I think you're going to see a lot of you are investing in our country. I think you're going to be extremely happy with your investments. I think you'll see numbers like you haven't seen before. I also secured commitments from virtually all NATO allies to increase their defense spending to 5% of GDP. Everybody but Spain. I don't know what's happening with Spain. Why would they not do that? They want a free ride, I guess, huh? Every country but Spain increased to 5%. I don't know why. We're going to have to talk to Spain. With America's renewed attention to security of the Western Hemisphere, I've stopped the invasion on our southern border and designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And you probably saw that we've virtually stopped almost 100% all drugs coming in by water. And now we're going to stop them on land. The land is easy. The water is tough. But that's down now. I heard it just last night. It was 97. Now it's 98.1%. And we're trying to figure out who are the 2% that are willing to get onto those boats. I don't think they watch television or the news. But we've taken out almost 100% of all of the drugs coming into the United States by water. And now we'll, I think, very easily stop them on land. That's the easy part. We wanted to wait till the other was taken care of. And earlier this month, thanks to the unrivaled skill, power, and might of the U.S. military, we have the most powerful military in the world by far. We captured the outlaw dictator, Nicolas Maduro, and the people of Venezuela are very happy about it. And we're having great relationships with the new leaders of Venezuela. The relationships have been good. We're opening up the country to our giant oil companies, and it's going very well. We've already taken out, think of this, 50 million barrels of oil, and a lot of that's going to go back to Venezuela. They'll do more income with us in a short period of time than they did in years, because as much oil as they have, and they have a lot, just about the most. After us, there's a couple of countries that are in that category, but we have the most, actually, and they're second between Venezuela and us. We have 62% of the world's oil, but they have very little production, so they'll have a lot of production. All the oil companies, we had meetings, you probably saw, all the oil companies want to go in. They want to go in immediately. They're already touring the sites. But our military was amazing. That strike was amazing. We had a second wave coming. We didn't need it. They said, no second wave. We don't want a second wave. The first wave was enough. And of course, we're working to end the horrible killing in Ukraine, a war that should never have happened and would have never happened if I were president. That was not going to happen. I used to speak to Vladimir Putin about Ukraine, and it was the apple of his eye, but he would never have ever done it. Said, you can't do that, Vladimir. As part of this historic record of major peace initiatives, today we're announcing more details regarding the Board of Peace, so important. This board has the chance to be one of the most consequential bodies ever created, and it's my enormous honor to serve as its chairman. I was very honored when they asked me to do it. We had an idea to do it, and then they came, they said, you be the chairman. And but I take it very seriously. We have a great group of people and incredible young people that are leading it from within. It's running beautifully, started already. And every country, just about every country, wants to be a part of it. And we just sent out the letters a couple of days ago, and these are just the countries that are here. They happen to be in Davos So he said, would be honored if you wanted to join us up on the stage. And it's really great. They're friends of mine. I think, let me see. Yeah, every one of them is a friend of mine. A couple I like, a couple I don't like. No, I like, actually, this group, I like every single one of them. Can you believe it? Usually I have about 2 or 3 that I can't stand. Usually I have 2 or 3 that I don't like. I don't find them up here. I like every one of these people. No, they're great people. They're great leaders. And the Board of Peace is composed of leaders, the top leaders in the world, actually. Last October, we released a plan for the permanent end to the conflict in Gaza, and I'm pleased to say that our vision was unanimously adopted by the United Nations Security Council late last year. Under phase 1 of this plan, we have painstakingly maintained that Gaza, and we're going to have it very strongly, and it's what we have, maintained the Gaza ceasefire, delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. We've given aid, you used to hear all the people who were starving and it was terrible. Now we have, you don't hear that anymore. We've delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. I want to thank the United States, but I want to thank some of the countries that are sitting right up here, because they've sent great aid, aid also in the form of money, where we go out and purchase food, and you don't hear those stories anymore with people starving. And secured the release of all 20, we secured the release of all 20 living hostages. Now, I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared and everybody for working so hard. They worked so hard, but there were 20 remaining living hostages. Now, we got hundreds out, but the last 20, I said, boy, that's going to be a tough one. And I said that a year before, and it was a tough one, but we got them. Got all 20, every one of them. And we had also about 28 that were dead, but the parents wanted them just as though they were living, just as much. Some cases it almost seemed more. It was amazing, actually, the love but their boy had been killed in just about all cases, young men. Their boy had been killed, and they wanted the body of their boy, and it looked like it couldn't be done. And with the exception of one, and we're close on the track of that, we've got them all, every single one of them, which is amazing. It's a rough job. That was a rough job. And I've been very clear that Hamas must return that last remaining deceased hostage as well, and that will be the full commitment. And then we get on to other things, and we're committed to ensuring Gaza is demilitarized, properly governed, and beautifully rebuilt. It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the Board of Peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza. We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch, and we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do, and we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it. But there's tremendous potential in the United Nations, and you have some great people at the United Nations. But so far it hasn't. On the 8 wars that I ended, I never spoke to the United Nations about any of them. And you would think that I should have. You would think they could have done those 8 wars, but they couldn't have. And they tried, I guess, in some of them, but they didn't try hard enough. But there's tremendous potential with the United Nations, and I think the combination of the Board of Peace with the kind of people we have here, coupled with the United Nations, can be something very, very unique for the world. It's for the world. This isn't United States. This is for the world. As everyone can see today, the first steps toward a brighter day for the Middle East and a much safer future for the world are unfolding right before your very eyes. Together we are in a position to have an incredible chance. I don't even call it a chance. I think it's going to happen. To end decades of suffering, stop generations of hatred and bloodshed, and forge a beautiful, everlasting, and glorious peace for that region and for the whole region of the world, because I'm calling the world a region. The world is a region. We're going to have peace in the world. And boy, would that be a great legacy for all of us. Everybody in this room is a star, or you wouldn't be here. There's a reason that you're here, and you're all stars. You're the biggest people, the most important people in the world, most powerful people in the world. And when you use that genius that you have, that very unusual, very inspired genius, when you use that for peace, the opposite of peace has no chance. So I just want to say it's tremendous to be with you, and I think this is something that we're doing that's very important. This is the most important. I was so looking forward to being here, and yesterday was a tremendous success. A lot of good things happened, but this was something that I really wanted to be here and do, and I could think of no better place because so many people were together. And now to bring the Board of Peace into full force, I ask Sheikh Isa of Bahrain and Foreign Minister Barita of Morocco to join me in signing and ratifying the Board of Peace Charter. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, President Trump. The charter is now in full force, and the Board of Peace is now an official international organization. We will now continue the signing ceremonies, beginning with the President of Argentina and the Prime Minister.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Apologies for that in advance.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो यो हनी सिंह। लेकिन लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट। 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू। फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ टाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo-Yo Honey Singh. This is my story.
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement and energy on one of the country's most storied courses. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 23rd January 2026, Mumbai.
It's been a really busy World Economic Forum this time around in Davos, Switzerland, for all sorts of reasons, not least of all because of the concerns between the United States and Europe. But apart from that, the World Economic Forum looks at several issues. We look at education, we look at health, we look at artificial intelligence, and we look at the state of the world's economy. We've got a wonderful guest with us. Kristalina Georgieva is the MD of the International Monetary Fund, and we are delighted, ma'am, to have you in our studio.
My pleasure.
AI is something that has been a source of conversation here for quite some time. And I noticed that there was some mild differences, if you can call it that, between what you had suggested India was as an AI power and what the Minister Ashwini Vaishnav suggested as well. So where do you actually see India on the AI roadmap?
Let me put the record straight. We have admiration for India, for how India has developed over the last years in terms of fabulous reforms, in terms of building digital public infrastructure amazingly well, and in terms of the IT-skilled labor force. The fund believes that the prospects for India in AI are remarkable. And this small hiccup that we had was actually the moderator speculating on what we think, which actually I said straight that we think India is one of the major forces in developing AI. And why is this important? Because when we look at the prospects of AI to lift productivity and deliver higher growth, they are truly remarkable. We assess the potential for boosting global growth as a result of AI to up to 0.8% more. Now, India is a very dynamic economy already, and with AI, it would be even more so. And I am impressed by what I learned about the way India approaches AI to be competitive with those that are choosing other avenues. So bravo, India.
And you're going to be in India, I think, next month for the AI summit. Is that right?
Yes. And I'm very, very excited about going there. You know, over the last years at the fund, we have been consistently saying India is a bright spot on a somewhat cloudy global economic horizon. So I look forward to coming and seeing for myself how India progresses.
I know you have to run, but I must ask you, it's quite a remarkable WEF this time around. Geopolitical tensions between Europe and the United States. But I did notice there was a bit of a climb down, that's my word, nobody else's, by the US president on Greenland. And the concern that we may be entering a scenario where there might even be the use of force is perhaps less, one would hope, than it was perhaps a few days back. That's my assessment. Where do you stand?
You're correct. What we have seen is that the risk of tariffs has been eliminated. Markets cheer. What I want to stress, though, is that even if this particular risk is no more, we are at a time of high uncertainty, and it is driven by geopolitics, by the technological advancements. We talked about AI. We expect a lot from AI, but what if these expectations do not materialize? What may then happen in financial markets? So it is a risky environment, and what we tell our members is, at the time of uncertainty, make sure that you have strong fundamentals, that your own house is in full order. And I admire India for being so focused exactly on that.
Ma'am, it's been wonderful speaking to you, and see you in New Delhi next month, hopefully. Thank you very much for speaking to NDTV.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, the MD of the International Monetary Fund telling us about AI, India's potential, and also a little bit on the broader geostrategic concerns the world lives in.
Welcome to the special edition of Davos Conversations. And the highlight of the trip, in a sense, has been the presence of US President Donald Trump. He met with a select group of business leaders last evening, and we are speaking with one of the Indian contingent, Dr. Anish Shah of Mahindra Group, with us. Dr. Shah, thank you so much for speaking with us. You know, I have to start by asking you what Trump was like in that business leaders meeting. Was it as fiery as his address on the World Economic Forum stage?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here in beautiful Davos. Nice blue skies, very calm and peaceful. We hope the world becomes like this as well as we go forward. With regard to your question for yesterday, it was clearly a privilege to be there. It was quite a group of CEOs. You could take the top 50 companies or the top 100 companies in the world, and most of the CEOs were there, including Tim Cook and Jensen Huang and Satya Nadella and a bunch of others. It was a good conversation. The speech was, I'd say, a fairly good one with business. Clearly not anywhere as close as fiery as the earlier one in the afternoon. But more than the speech, it was the interaction after that. And there were a few of us that did get a chance to shake hands with him, and I had a brief dialogue with him on the Mahindra Group as well, which was a good, positive dialogue from our standpoint. Just very friendly. I mentioned I was from the Mahindra Group, and he responded, good group, very good group, and he clearly knew about us and said, we need more like you. So it was a positive sign. We have been in the US for over 30 years now. We assemble tractors in the US. We have 500 dealers. So it's one that we're recognized for. We were also the first after 25 years to set up an automotive plant in Detroit for off-road vehicles. And it is good to see us being recognized in the US in some form. So it was overall a good experience. But more than this experience overall, Davos has in some ways regained its position as being the place where it's a platform for dialogues to happen. The spirit of dialogue is the theme for this year as well, and hopefully find solutions for the world. There were many other smaller group meetings which included leaders from other countries as well, and a number of others where business leaders were not part of. But this spirit of dialogue is one that places Davos back firmly on the map, and one that we clearly hope that, as I started, the world becomes as peaceful as the place around us today.
You make a very important point, because Davos in that sense was being seen as a playground for the global elite. Everyone comes to chill in the Alps for a week, but where other world platforms, international platforms, I feel maybe Davos has gone ahead. Did you get a sense from businessman Trump versus President Trump on what is happening with the India-US trade deal? Is there warmth there?
There was no conversation on the India-US trade deal in the discussion yesterday.
Do you get a sense that there is warmth between the two nations on a business platform?
That is our sense, and I am fairly optimistic that we shall get to some agreement. There's a long positive history across both countries, and beyond that, it is all about geopolitics, which I must say I'm not as much of an expert on.
Let's come back to domestic conversations then. Dr. Anish, you and I have spoken in a car. Now we're speaking in the backdrop of the mountains. But some of the questions remain similar because you run a very large group which has a huge footprint on the Indian economy. And we're speaking a few days ahead of the union budget. What do you think is the kind of messaging which needs to come in, especially as the world is in this phase of uncertainty?
The Indian economy is in a very good shape right now. And the actions that have been taken by the government over the past 12 months, more so the acceleration over the past 6 months, have really put the economy even stronger than what it was. We are seeing tremendous demand across automobile, tractors, resorts, for our logistics business, for our real estate business. As you know, we operate in 70% of GDP for India, and we are seeing the economy in very, very strong shape. And I have gone on record saying that India will grow at 8% or 8 to 10% a year, possibly for the next 20 years. And we are seeing that happening at this point in time. So for us, it is stay the course. Continue to focus on capex, on infrastructure building, focus on the long term, which the last few budgets have. Continue to maintain fiscal discipline. And that's all that the economy needs at this point in time.
In terms of impetus to industry, in some of the sectors that you are in, of course, there's already been the GST reform for automobiles, etc., that has helped. But in terms of more impetus to industry, what would you hope for?
At this point, a lot of impetus has been given.
Government's done what they need to do.
The private sector has to now do its bit. We have been adding capacity. We have been putting in a lot of capex. That needs to happen across more industries. As that does, the economy gets even stronger. And therefore, with a view on impetus, I would say the government has done what it has to do so far. The private sector has to do more now. In terms of ease of business, there is more to do. There has been a lot that has been done, but there is still more to do on that front, and that is essential because that will create stronger companies. And as we think about making India the manufacturing hub of the world, that's going to be a critical aspect in doing so.
In terms of what the conversations have been like in Davos for you, apart from the VVIP meeting with President Trump, what has been the highlight and what has been the biggest talking point? Let's keep the geopolitics aside. Has AI taken center stage once again and adoption across various industries?
AI is clearly center stage, and there have been some very good discussions on how.
As I was in the Congress Hall, I was wondering whether this is happening for real or not. It is happening. It's here, it's now, and frankly, it's quite difficult to make sense of what's really going on. But we'll try and do just that. And to help make sense of a very complex and constantly changing world, I've got two super sharp commentators, Martin Wolf from the Financial Times and Ravi Agarwal join us from Foreign Policy. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to start by asking you, Mr. Wolf, you've been coming to Davos for many decades. Have you ever seen something like this? He's got a grand stage, an assortment of countries. The Europeans are there, but they're not in the hall. They're not signing. A whole amalgamation of small countries signing this. Pakistan's there on the stage as well. And the signing of the Board of Peace. What are you making of this?
Well, I've been here for I've been to the WEF annual meeting only twice, not here, for 27 years. But of course, everything about Trump is unprecedented in some sense. And the difference between his first term and his second term is in his first term, he was surrounded by conventional people who had powerful influence. He didn't know what he wanted to do so it was a bit abnormal. When he came here in his first term, it was a pretty surreal show. They had a band playing for him. I've never forgotten that. Probably Stars and Stripes forever, I imagine. So it's always been surreal, and he's surreal. And what he's done in the last year in trade policy, upending it, the Liberation Day, April the 2nd, blowing up the trading system, then backing down, excitement, upheaval, extraordinary changes in domestic policy. So it is always a bit surreal with him, and you never know what's real and what is imaginary and where things fall in between that. But I'm not an expert. I don't understand it. With the Board of Peace, I have simply no capacity to understand what he's doing, what it's going to be for, how it will operate, how it relates to the UN, if at all. But then equally surreal to me was that last week we thought we were about to have a war between the United States and NATO over Greenland, and yesterday we discovered we weren't after all. So it's all impossible to make sense of. And I honestly think there's never been a historical parallel. I can think of dictatorial figures who would have also turned something into the Trump-Kennedy Center, all that. But no, this is something I can't really make sense of.
What in the world happened? He comes with a dagger, digs it into the heart of Europe, says, on Greenland, I won't go to war, but I want Greenland and I want it as an ownership agreement. A few hours later, after meeting the Secretary General of NATO and the others, he changes his mind. Was that always posturing, or is he that fickle? What's going on?
Well, this I know for sure. This is all reality TV. He wants us sitting here talking about him, trying to figure out what's on his mind. I will just say, to add to what Martin said about the Board for Peace, it is surreal. There's also an element of hard-nosed realism here. I think there's a recognition on the part of both the United States and Israel that the United Nations was not serving its purpose. It was paralyzed, horribly divided, and also completely feckless on vote after vote on anything to do with Gaza. The problem with the Board of Peace, however, is that the countries it's attracting to sign on, they are not bastions of liberalism. I mean, you've got Kazakhstan, Pakistan. In Europe, you have the likes of Hungary that have signed on. Vladimir Putin of Russia was asked to join. I mean, it's a joke that you would ask someone who's been credibly accused of war crimes to join a Board of Peace. But that is the week that we're in. And in that context, the drama of yesterday in Greenland was a farce. After 24 hours of focusing so intently on what Trump said, we still don't know where we are. He made clear his designs on Greenland, but we don't know what he actually got out of the quote-unquote future deal that he made with NATO.
You're saying that the UN has been ineffective, and India has been making that case for a very long time. But how does the Board of Peace supplant that or prove any more effective, even incorporating all the inadequacies of the United Nations, Ravi?
Well, it won't. It will not incorporate all of the countries in the UN. I mean, the fact that the UN had signed on 190 plus countries is a feat of the last 80 years. That is the reason, or one of the many reasons, why the last 80 years were remarkable and maybe sort of an oasis of calm in an otherwise turbulent, crazy history of the world. So to imagine that this Board of Peace will somehow replicate that feat, I think is crazy. I think what this Board of Peace will do is add a veneer of respectability to what Trump wants to do in Gaza anyway, and also what Israel wants to do, frankly. I think the Israelis, and I spoke to their senior leaders in attendance at Davos yesterday, they see this move as adding some international ballast to the things they want to do in Gaza.
Martin Wolf, from an economic lens, how is all this constant uncertainty, the reality drama that Ravi refers to, impacting global growth? Because at least for a country like India, given the threat of tariffs, one would have conventionally imagined that growth will take a hit. A few months on, in the 2 quarters numbers that we've seen, things aren't that bad. The growth numbers have actually gone up and being revised upwards.
Yes, I think that's really a fascinating question. I've just been in a discussion among private and public sector, very senior officials. So what do we know about the world economy? It has basically continued to motor on at more or less the speed one expected a year ago, and the forecast for next year, give or take, are more or less the same. The IMF has even raised it by a percentage point or so. So if you looked at aggregate GDP, you would have to say this is a sound full of fury signifying nothing. What in the end have we left with it? How did that happen? And I think there are 2 very simple explanations. One, of course, is and this is very important, in many cases, his bite is much less fierce than his bark. So what he promised in Liberation Day, quote unquote, was not at all where he ended up. The trade war with China he lost, more or less. He has imposed very high tariffs on some countries, India included, but he has backed down in many, many cases. The tariffs are a nuisance, but they're not penal. There will be further effects, I think, on the world economy. The private sector will adjust around it, will add to uncertainty. But this isn't a decisive break yet. I think that's the first big point. The second point is there's tremendous momentum in the world economy. That's been true since the pandemic. There is the huge AI boom. There's a colossal investment boom going on in China, in manufacturing, well known. And I pointed this out many times. Basically, the world economy grows. I don't wish to understate, of course, the significance of Indian dynamism. We still have a great momentum of new technology, AI and all the rest of it, and catch-up growth, of which India is the most powerful exponent. And it takes in something enormous to stop it. But finally, there are real risks. I think there are risks of higher inflation in the US, which could well raise it, end up, in the end, after a forced attempt to keep them down, it would get very high. Interest rates would have to shoot up. We would then have the possibility of a really big financial crisis, basically concentrated on US dollars. That could affect the dollar as a key currency. So there are lots of risks, but we must emphasize the basic dynamism of the world economic system.
One of the theories doing the rounds in Davos, and this is largely in chatter in corridors or during lunch and dinner, is that the only thing that freaks Trump out is the fear of the bond markets. The fact that the markets can take a plunge and the bond markets give him a thumbs down. How real do you think that is? One of the things being spoken of is that European leaders essentially behind the closed doors indicated to him that they would push back using the kind of leverage they have over American bond, and that is part of the reason that Trump freaked out.
This is obviously Martin's area of expertise, but I will say that Trump, in all the sort of classic characteristics of a bully, tends to be much tougher on weaker countries, weaker companies, weaker institutions. And the minute he is faced with a very tough response, whether that is China saying that, no, we're not going to export rare earths to you anymore and you have no other way to get them, or it is the threat of the bond markets, or even European leaders saying that we will respond in the toughest way possible. Those are the instances that we've seen so far that Trump is likely to step back from the brink. And in a sense, I think one of the big themes of the last year has been figuring out how to deal with Trump. On the one hand, is it flattery? Is it NATO's Secretary General calling Trump daddy? Or is it firmness and toughness? And I think we're beginning to see that the flattery never pays off because Trump always comes back for more. And being tough, while it might have risks, it might have some short-term costs, in the longer term, that seems to be the strategy that pays off.
Just to emphasize, I think it's pretty clear in what happened in the last week or so that volatility in markets affected him. And I think he looks at the bond market and he looks at the dollar. It's a sort of a pretty simple indicator. Do people have confidence in him? He knows, this I think he does know, and I'm quite certain that his Treasury Secretary tells him, we are a huge debtor country. And these people you're having a war with China, Japan, Europeans, they're our creditors. And of course the Gulf states are there. We have to pay attention to them because they can do a lot of damage. They don't need to indicate it too strongly. It's sort of there. And then finally point out, I mean, he's not a dictator in America yet. He depends on the support of the American people. It's pretty clear the polls are not going well for him. Favorability ratings are low. Confidence in the economy is low. He can't have an economic crisis. I mean, that would kill him. And he would lose complete control over Congress in that situation. And then he's a really, really lame duck. So I think he's a bully, but his position isn't that strong, either domestically or internationally, and he has to take account of reality, and economic realities and political realities, which are always interlinked, they matter.
Now, you spoke about how different countries are dealing with Trump. Spend a moment trying to explain what you're making of how India and the Indian government and the Prime Minister is dealing with Donald Trump at the moment, because we don't seem to have had much success on the trade deal, and I frankly wonder whether there's any purpose in signing a trade deal, given the fact that a few weeks, hours, days, years later, he could just change his mind on what he signed on.
True, and it's a risk, but India still is, I think, is doing the right thing in at least having those talks, because abandoning them would also be pointless. But I think India's strategy of not relying exclusively on its partnership with the United States, which, as we all know, had been growing and getting closer for the last 25 years before last year's disruption, but India is not putting all its eggs in one basket.
Now it seems like a smart thing to have done. Because earlier, many commentators here in Davos were asking India to align more closely with the United States. Now Jaishankar and Modi seem to have been on the right track.
In hindsight, I do think India's policy of strategic autonomy, not putting all its eggs in one basket, has been the right one. The fact that it has pursued a free trade deal with the EU, the fact that it is signing agreements with the UAE and so many other countries around the world is the right thing for India to do. And look, it's not just trade, it's also defense. India's long diversified its defense acquisitions. And I think, in a sense, this is a template now that other countries are following. For me, one of the big takeaways from this week was Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's speech, in which he made quite clear that there's a rupture in the world order and that Canada, despite being a very big economy, was looking to diversify. And Carney, of course, was in China last week and announced a reduction in tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles, which would have been unthinkable a year ago. So there is this growing sense that middle powers around the world are seeking to cooperate with each other, seeking to build some semblance of order within a very messy new order that we're entering.
Yes.
I just want to add on India, if I may. I think what has just been said is absolutely crucial. I was worried with this rupture with the US and extraordinary, and from my point of view, completely crazy tariff policy that Trump introduced against India, because India is a really important potential partner, and his reasons are completely mad. Put it bluntly, but I was concerned India's reaction would be to go back where it was, pre-1991, to say, okay, we can't trust these foreigners, we must go inward. But they are pursuing, I think, the vastly more sensible policy of actually engaging with everybody. India has lots of opportunity there because it has real weight, because of its scale, its potential, which is extraordinary. It ought to be far and away the fastest growing economy in the big economy in the world in the next 20, 30 years. People want to do deals with it. The US knows this is crazy. So I think India has lots of leverage and it should use it.
Debate here in Davos and outside. Ravi, on what happens after 3 odd years once the era of Trump is over? Mike Carney says it's not temporary, it's a rupture, suggesting that this is a long-term trend. I heard Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, this morning, and he was making the argument that no, this is not who we are. You heard Mike Carney, many American politicians feel like that even if they're not saying it, and there will be a return to the mean, as it were. Which one at this moment, while it's tough to say, which one do you think is more likely? How do you look at it?
Personally, I'm tired of Americans saying this is not who we are. It is who they are. And we've seen it not once but twice. I think Biden was allowed to say America is back, but I don't think a new Biden after Trump 2.0 will be able to say America is back again.
Why not?
Well, because you can't keep coming back and keep returning a Trump or a Trumpian leader to power. You lose credibility in the world. And trust. And I think, look, as we're seeing with Canada, as we've seen with India, countries will move on. And so, what my magazine is terming this moment as is the world -1. A world in which the United States is not only pulling back from the order that it helped build, but it is actively destroying it. And what is going to happen now is collections of other countries in this interregnum period will try to find ways to cooperate, ways to align themselves. They will hedge against each other. They will compete against each other. But all of this means we're not in a new world order. We're in a new world disorder for quite a while. And this interregnum period is going to set us up for something else later. We just don't know what that is.
Yes.
Very quick. Just really 2 points. The old pre-Trump world will not come back. And certainly the old pre-Trump America won't come back. Too much damage has been done within the US and obviously internationally. Would you put all your eggs into this basket? if J.D. Vance could turn up or somebody like that be president. But that doesn't mean the Trumpian ambition to create really, let's be very blunt, a consolidated autocracy is going to work. I don't think that will work anyway. I suspect America is going to be a pretty troubled place for the foreseeable future. And the world, rationally, and that's what Mark Carney was saying, we have to assume America will be a troubled place. We are very unhappy about this, but we must move on. And that's the only sensible approach.
Wolf, Ravi, this has been a fascinating conversation. You got some super sharp insights at a time when there's so many moving balls. Really appreciate you taking out time. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, as always.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Judge Around with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Apologies for that in advance.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंह। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माई स्टोरी।
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement and energy on one of the country's most storied courses. NDTV PGTI.
For joining us. You know, what I love about the fact is that you're so out and about, trying to find out what's happening, wrapping your head around all the geopolitical issues. Donald Trump was here in Davos. What did you make of his speech? And you were among the few Indian businessmen who actually had an opportunity to be part of a meeting with him. How was that?
Predictable. I think everybody expected him to be going off script, and which he did. I think there's too much noise. And as Secretary Besant said, don't react to noise. Keep your calm, things will get better. I believe that. In the end, US is an important part of the world, one of the most economically powerful, militarily powerful nation. But it is still a democratic nation where if things go completely out of hand, things will start to come back. What is important is for the world to know the old world order has certainly shifted. Now, where will it land up? What new institutions will come through it? But something has to give now. Europe will have to come together as a voice. No more fragmented Europe and together through Brussels. It doesn't work. Have one voice. You can't have a situation where two leading heads of state have a strong reaction and two say, no, we must compromise. It doesn't work. Europe in the next 10 years would have made their own arrangements on defense, on security, on intelligence sharing, on satellites, GPS, but it will take 10 years. They have been, if I may say, Europe has been on a vacation. And when you come back from a vacation, you can either be very charged up to do things, or you could be in a lazy mode, not do much. What Trump has done is, I think, shake them up very hard. I think Europe is acting now.
Is there a method in the madness that you see, or do you only see madness?
Method. There's a method. Ask for the moon, settle for the stars.
How should India be dealing with Donald Trump, given the fact that he actually did impose the tariffs? In the case of Greenland, now he's pulled back against Europe, but in India, he's stuck with the tariffs. Kabhi-kabhi bolta rehta aur badha dunga, and he's giving all kinds of threats. What's your sense as a corporate leader how the country should be dealing with Donald Trump?
I would say India has dealt well, although I know there's a lot of people who criticize India could have done this, India could have done that. As I mentioned, I'm in the world of business, but I am also a student of geopolitics. I personally feel India has done well by keeping quiet, not reacting to the noise. Our leadership has had a lot of, calm, approach towards the whole issue. They engage. Foreign Minister Jaishankar, Piyush Goyal at every level. I had a chance to meet Secretary Howard Lutnick yesterday. You can see that underlying things are moving now. India is focused on the EU deal. Hopefully next week the EU deal should get inked, which is really a big...
That is, Ursula von der Leyen called this the mother of all deals. How significant would an India-EU free trade agreement be?
It'll be big, because EU needs a big country. China is not the natural choice. US is in a difficult situation. India, with 1.5 billion people, becomes a continent for Europe to have access to. And equally, over $25 trillion economy that EU jointly is meaningful for India. I would say this will be a good cushion for India and also gives it strength to negotiate with the US better.
What are you making of all the turbulence in the India-US trade negotiations? We're hearing all kinds of rhetoric. The other question that's now being asked in Davos is there any purpose in Delhi and DC having a deal, given that Donald Trump could a few weeks, months, years later change his mind like he's done with the EU, you work so hard on getting to the finishing line and the guy could change his mind.
But India-EU deal, when it happens, it will be done.
I'm asking you about India-US deal and the trouble that we are facing there.
Once the deal is done, I think it gets settled. I don't think so it'll get reopened between India and US. You can still see that Darustai, US has called India back onto the table on the strategic semiconductor piece. So Pax Silica, you have come on to the space program, the critical technologies, the CET, which was established, is being reinvigorated. India has receded on buying oil from Russia, which was irritating the US. And of course, few issues on pulses and agriculture and those things on the margin, where India may relent a little bit, but largely it cannot. I think America understands that. And my own view is it'll get settled. It's a matter of now, maybe a couple of months.
But how do you think India should be dealing with the ego and the arrogance of Donald Trump? You heard what Secretary Lutnick said, ki phone nahi aaya, and then by then it's too late, etc. So you now are not just dealing with the trade negotiations, the commas, the full stop, the minutiae. You're also dealing with the personality of Donald Trump and his team.
Well, we have seen flattery can only get you that far. Europe has been doing that for a period of time, and we know where it's landed. So I think India is having the right approach, respectful, balanced, and yet you need to be a proud Indian. You need to be proud of your own strengths and country. In the end, it's got to be a win-win deal because You cannot have a situation where you keep giving in, because if there is no end to it, it's better to stop early than later.
How are you as a corporate leader, and from what you're finding out from other business houses, dealing with the uncertainty that Donald Trump brings? Because you're not just trying to keep pace with business developments, economic numbers, you're also just trying to find out what's going on in the world, and that keeps changing every hour.
What does that do for us as a business community? Faster reforms. We saw the GST reform come through very quickly. Labor reform. In fact, the labor reform means paying more to the workers, which is great news because it gets the circular sort of economy going. People have more money, they can buy more stuff. So my business brethren, my community should welcome that. I think that's settled as well. Then you're seeing now tax reforms coming through. I'm hoping in the upcoming budget there should be further ease of doing business, further tax reforms.
In what specific way?
I think tax code itself, which has been simplified a few times, should be done more. The corporate laws, where Mr. Vaishnav said a lot of rules and regulations have been simplified. A lot of laws have been decriminalized. I think all those things need to be accelerated. More PLI, more incentives for Indian industry. In the end, why did China get away with what they got away? Despite all the pushback, their trade has gone up. India needs to strengthen itself economically, militarily. And I think that's where the government is focused on. I remain very confident that in every crisis, you have opportunities. India and Indian leadership is seeing an opportunity in this world-wide chaos that we are seeing. Strengthen Indian industry, thereby Indian economy, to a better leverage in dealing with the world.
China is emerging stronger through this tumult and chaos that Trump is unleashing on the world?
It is. Everybody, you saw Mark Carney go to China, sign a deal. You are seeing Europe reconnecting. Because in the end, Russia is not the alter ego power. It is China today, very clearly. And technologies, in size, scale, manufacturing, EVs, you name it, everything. So I think the chaos has favored China because they were ready to take advantage.
Let's spend some time talking about the telecom sector back home and the developments that are taking place. And as a consumer, a lot of chatter around 6G in the Indian context, and when it comes, what it means, how do consumers benefit, and when does it start?
Look, with every generation of technology, you get higher speed and more capacity, lower latency. I mean, these are the three powerful elements. From 2G to 5G, that's where we have come. Today, you can do so much more stuff on your phone than you could ever do in the 2G era. With 6G, it becomes a completely new ecosystem where machines are talking to each other, where cars are talking to each other. I mean, it's a fully connected world. Latency is going to be super low, 10, 15 millisecond, which means robotic surgery. If there's a bleed during a robotic surgery remotely, things can be fixed very quickly. Space technology, data centers going up into space, lesser requirement of energy, energy efficiencies. And then you strap on top of that AI, and you know how things are going to play out. Robotics, millions of robots working all over the world connected onto the 6G network. So 6G standard is going to produce lower latency, significantly higher speeds, and more capacity. And above all, very precise slicing of network. If you are doing something which is very critical, your service quality will be very different individually for that particular connection than the millions of the rest of the users who are doing YouTube or something else.
How are you looking at your rollout and build-up plans?
Well, 5G is still on the rollout phase. I think there's 2 more years of 5G saturation. 4G saturation is almost done now, which is very good. 6G is about 3 to 4 years away from first trials, and give it another 2-3 years after that. In our case, we are consumers of technology. We don't produce ourselves, but we are deeply attached to what's going on in the world. I was the chairman of GSMA, now Gopal, vice chairman is the GSMA CEO. We are connected to the world, tracking the technology trends. We will always bring technology in line with the rest of the world for our customers.
In the context of what happened in the aviation sector, there were lots of concerns raised by government and by citizens about duopolies. Now, a lot of effort has been made to prop up additional players in the telecom sector, but it's really essentially just the 2 big boys. How do you see that, and what do you think, not just from your own corporate lens, but if you zoom out also, what do you think should be done with a sector like the telecom sector so we don't end up in a duopolistic situation?
Look, I think one thing which was recognized by the political leadership is India's infrastructure, hard infrastructure, will take a long time. how to mitigate that, how to still get the economy going and fire up all engines was digital infrastructure. And that, I would say, has been tremendously done. The launch of 5G, the speed at which the government moved in giving us the spectrum, and more importantly, the danda that was on us, rollout. I think it's been the fastest rollout, despite the fact there was not much revenue. We fulfilled the task for India, knowing that this is required. And it's been the fastest rollout anywhere in the world. Fiber optic cables have been laid out, submarine cables have been put up, more space capacity has been created. But all this needs energy. Thankfully, India was also focused on renewable energy, other forms of energy. Energy is not a problem here in India today. Both these combined with a drop-in of the digital stack created the wonderful ecosystem of digital infrastructure. And now you can keep building roads and ports and airports which are carrying on. So I think that part has been very, very well done. And this industry requires a ton of capital to invest. You can't have 10 operators, each fighting for the piece. But you also can't have a monopoly. So the government is right in the wisdom to have 3 private players plus BSNL. But every player has to fight for its space and place. Vodafone Idea, which was the largest operator after the merger, has become a shadow of themselves. Government has given them a supporting hand. Let's see how far they can go.
Do you see any hope for them?
You always have to have hope. They have pockets of strengths, but they are behind by several years and several $1 billion. Tens of thousands of crores needs to be invested in where us and Jio have taken the lead. So it'll really depend on the management. I mean, you'll have to ask them. Government has done the job. I think it's now for the company.
From the perspective of the consumer, there's so much chatter of how satellite connectivity is impacting war zones, areas where normal internet and mobile connectivity is not available. We know Elon Musk is coming in as well. That's a new frontier that you're gearing up for in the Indian and global context. Tell us where we're at there.
Well, India is going to be complementary. At $3, no satellite can make any sense of competition. Where you have fiber, radio cannot compete. Where you have radio, satellite cannot compete. Areas which are mufassal, outside our network coverage, which are very far and few, will benefit from satellite coverage. Recently, Kundilia, the old vessel that was built by Sanjeev Sanyal, he went to Oman, and we had a terminal on that. They were fully connected throughout the journey back and forth. OneWeb. We put a OneWeb terminal on the boat, and it was seamless. We asked them, delighted. So, aero, marine, defense. In Ukraine today, OneWeb is, supporting the entire Ukraine, job on the front, along with Starlink. Taiwan, we are fully equipped. So we have a special use. Now, will Starlink start to come and compete with us in the areas that we are in? I think BT should start to now look at what's happening. They have launched a 35-pound home broadband, can compete. In the US, where they bought their own spectrum, the 3 operators will have to respond if they come to $40, $50 views anywhere. So let's see. But India, Africa, where we operate, it's not a problem. It's complementary.
Elon Musk being able to do a Geo-like price disruption, trying to come in and enter the...
You don't have the capacity. So because the universal capacity of satellite falls on a limited basis on each country. What you have in India, even if you was to connect 5 million customers free, that's what it can do. So you can't connect 1 billion people on satellite.
You spoke of artificial intelligence coming on top of a lot of your underlying 5G and 6G technologies. How are you seeing India's attempts to try and catch up and become a player in the AI race? We saw this big face-off in Davos between our Mantri and some global experts on whether India was a second-rate or a first-world AI power.
Look, India will have its own frugal methods to get the benefit of AI. I've been talking to many CEOs who are, leading edge on AI. India doesn't need to spend hundreds of billions of dollars or trillions of dollars. It can spend tens of billions of dollars and do exactly what is required for our needs. And that's what Minister Vaishnav also said. We don't need to do billions of, language models. We need to have our own frugal ways of getting there. But we'll also be big users of AI. In our own network, for example, the entire network management, all the spam and fraud control is all happening through AI. It's impossible to do it through human interventions. So user side, I think India is taking off in a dramatically big way. In fact, the AI/ML transactions, I was just seeing from Jay Chaudhary, Zscaler, India is number 2 in the world today after US. So the utilization is shooting up. Now you are saying creation of our own large language models. I think we'll get there. We'll create our own needs. But does India need to go and now compete with hundreds of billions of dollars? I don't think so. We need to do that.
So interesting reports about how Bharti Airtel was trying to use AI. You don't have any grand data center plans?
Building a 1 gigawatt capacity. We've just landed 300 megawatt, one single order, which is coming up in Vizag. We already have 300 megawatts of capacity. So we are on that build out. India will have 3 or 4 big players on AI data centers. Airtel is one of those.
As far as Africa is concerned, what's your outlook for your businesses in Africa for this year?
Africa has been doing very well throughout, excepting for exchange. Exchange has been melting year after year. It is stabilized in the last 2 years. In Nigeria, the naira went from 155 to 1500 naira to a dollar. It's been stable now. It's actually appreciated a bit. Some currencies have started to appreciate. If the currencies remain on a secular decline, which is 3-4% a year, which one expects, 5 years' time, Airtel Africa business will be a very large business.
And finally, on reform, the government has introduced a whole slew of reform on the back of, the tariffs. Obviously, they got into action. Beyond what we've seen on GST, beyond what we've seen so far on land reforms, what would you like to see, Mr. Mittal?
I would say, one, the overall environment on ease of doing business. Now, government has done extremely well. A lot more needs to be done. I think the government... So if you look at the Gauba committee that has been set up, that's precisely with this background that go through the entire plethora of how Indian businesses are impacted through government interactions, the way companies interact with a variety of departments of the government, land acquisition, power availability, certain approvals on environment and all that. I think all these need to be, and we as CII, FICCI, other chambers, industry, need to go and make a presentation. There are many areas where we need to see reform. One area which is outside the business control is if somehow we can get unanimity amongst political parties to have one nation, one election.
You're a big champion of this one nation, one election.
Tell you.
आपको तो election में मजा आता है?
नहीं, आपको मजा आता है. आपको अगर 5 साल में एक ही बार मिला तो प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी.
बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम.
But not for that. I'm telling you, for the sake of nation, that really disrupts a lot of things. Decision making, large projects get stalled. You can not imagine how much energy is wasted. In April, there are a few more elections. I mean, every few months, you can't be in an election mode. We need all of us, the government and the citizens and private sector, to be focused on building a country.
Okay, we'll leave it over there. Thank you very much. I hope you have a safe journey back, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंह। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफ टाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo-Yo Honey Singh. This is my story.
After Delhi and Hyderabad.
Hi, we're talking about Your Money Matters on NDTV Profit, and my name is Alex Matthew. This show gets you actionable insight on everything personal finance related, whether it's mutual fund news or strategies that you can employ. First up, in mutual fund news, let me tell you that there's an interesting development from the house of ICICI Prudential AMC. They've just announced that they are reopening subscriptions into their small cap fund. And this is a pretty big deal because they took a call and they said they are known to be contrarian, but when everybody else was accepting a lot of inflows into their small cap fund, they stopped. And they said, look, we don't think that the valuations are sustainable at this point. For them, as a fund house, to start receiving those subscriptions once again is a statement of intent. And of course, it's one fund house, so bear that in mind. But it is a reasonably big development. Remember that their assets under management are not the largest in the space, just over 8,000 odd crore rupees. And the largest, of course, as you know, is Nippon Small Cap Actively Managed Fund. So, and the difference is quite substantial. It's an important development. Talk to your advisor before you take a decision. Now, the topic that I've chosen in the first part of this conversation is on the taking of a home loan. What are the prevailing rates? What do you need to bear in mind when you are out shopping for a loan? And is this the moment to reprice your loan, if at all? I'm joined by Adil Shetty, the Chief Executive Officer of bankbazaar.com. Adil, thanks as always for taking the time. Let me start by asking you about the prevailing rates. We've had several rate cuts already. Has that already been transmitted across the board, or are we still waiting for more transmission? Of course, new rates or new loans are always priced at the bottom. What are the rates right now?
So, Alex, the good news is, when we were talking a year ago, we were talking about loans at, 8.25%, 8.5%. So now, right, the prevailing rates for home loans, obviously depending on your credit score, and that's why, we always tell you to track and improve your credit score when anyone comes to Bank Bazaar. But for a person with a high credit score, the prevailing rates currently are between 7.25% and let's say 7.75, 7.8%. So the range is between 7.25 and 7.8%. But keep in mind, right, there are few lenders I'm seeing in the market today who are even going as low as 7.1%. But when I look at the big lenders out there, the big mortgage home loan lenders, the range is operating between 7.25% and 7.8%.
So these are people like State Bank of India, these are people like HDFC Bank, I would think, and a few more other mortgage lenders, right?
That's right. Those are where the big guys are at. But I do see a few offers, right, under very high credit score, over 800, for particular loan amounts less than 30 lakhs, right? I'm also seeing an offer at 7.1%. But let me answer the larger question you asked, Alex. Is this a good time and has the transmission passed? So the answer on both questions is yes. I think if anyone is either thinking of a new home loan, I have not seen in many, many years, right, rates close to that 7% number. The rates might continue to go down because we are expecting that there will be further repo rate cuts given how low inflation is. But it's a good time to lock in, because even if you lock in today at 7.25, even if you lock in and the rate falls by 0.25%, because all loans today are repo linked loans, automatically the benefit will flow to you. So don't wait. Lock in at 7.25. If the rates fall, automatically the benefit will come to you. And if you are someone who's paying more than 8%, 8.5% on your home loan, this is a good time to be considering a refinance too.
Okay, let me ask about that, right? Because Adil, the knowledge is that these are all floating rate loans. These mortgage loans are all floating rate loans. There are fixed rate loans, but there are preconditions involved, right? They're not truly fixed rate, are they?
Yeah, so fixed rate loans in India, are quite rare because most people and most banks prefer to do a floating rate loan because you don't have to predict the future. So if the rate goes up, the EMI goes up. If the rate goes down, the EMI goes down. So 95%, Alex, of home loans in India are floating rate loans. The challenge with a fixed rate loan, right, is it's typically not fixed for 20 years. So it might be fixed for 3 years and then, it starts floating. And because there's a risk, right, usually that risk is passed to the consumer in terms of a higher spread. So if I can get a floating rate loan between 7.25 and 7.75%, a fixed rate loan will probably be 1% or 1.5% higher because the risk is being transferred to the borrower. So I think everyone listening to this show is probably, and people like you and me, thinking about a floating rate loan. That's 95% of the market.
Yeah, that's a fair point because ultimately you'd be locking it at a higher rate. Even if rates go up, they will go up after a period of time. One would assume that we're not yet at the bottom of the cycle. We may not see a rate cut in the next policy meeting, but the assumption is that you could see at least another 25 basis point cut and then a pause for quite a while. But who knows, with geopolitics where it is at and monetary policy, you can't predict these things. Having said that, let's talk about the size of a loan and also how that determines or affects pricing and the tenor. What is the sweet spot in terms of the information that you've gathered, Adil, over the years?
So, see, in terms of size of a loan, right, we typically ballpark recommend that you should be able to service that from your income. So the ballpark we recommend is ideally maybe, 30-35% of your monthly income. Net income can go towards your EMI or home loan obligation. Now, this is a rule of thumb, right, because all of us probably will end up buying a house which is slightly above what we expected. So the number can go up or down, Alex, but a sweet spot for what is the size of loan you should take is probably about 35% EMI. The 35% of your disposable income should cover your EMI. The sweet spot in terms of tenor, right? See, the easy answer here, Alex, it's difficult to execute, but easy answer is try and pay off your loan in as less years as possible. And I'll just give you an illustrative example. So, and I'm using an example of, let's say, a home loan, which is at 8.5%, but this is valid at all rates. On a 30-year loan, right, to take your outstanding principal to half of what you start, on a 30-year loan, right, you take 273 months to get your principal down to half. Now, on a 10-year loan, right, you take 73 months to get to the same half of outstanding principal. So the faster you pay your loan, and this is connected to what we tell people to prepay, is it really helps, right? And I'll give you another quick rule of thumb, which we users find very interesting at Bank Bazaar. If you prepay 5% of your outstanding loan every year, a 20-year loan is paid off in 12 years. Can you imagine, right? A 20-year loan is paid off in 12 years. Every year you just pay 5% prepayment on your outstanding loan. So the tenor is do as less as you can, but keep in mind for the same loan amount, if your tenor is lower, your EMI is higher. But I'd say the sweet spot in India is, 15, 20-year home loan is acceptable.
The one thing that a lot of people, of course, know, and they'll say that it's basic math, but an equal number of people don't know is that if you have the option between raising your EMI and raising your tenor, you should almost always raise your EMI if you can afford it, because you will be paying more interest over a longer tenor. In your experience, do enough people know this, Adil?
Yeah, so enough people actually don't know this, Alex, but one good thing which has happened, right, and let me just put numbers to this so we're talking about real things over here. So the repo rate has been cut 1.25%. Now let's put numbers to it. What does 1.25%, right, make in these two options? So one option is keeping your EMI the same and reducing the period or the tenor. The other is let your EMI go down but keep the same tenor. On a 50 lakh loan, Alex, 20 years loan, which is average that we're looking at, if you reduce your EMI because of a 1.25% cut in the last 12 months, you save 9.2 lakhs in EMI. Keep that number in mind. You save 9.2 lakhs. But if you do what we call a Bank Bazaar switch hit, right? So take the lower amount, but keep your EMI same, you save 18 lakhs, Alex. Double the saving in interest outflow by keeping the EMI the same. So it's very important you keep this in mind. But here's the good news, Alex. The default option banks are offering, and this is what the RBI has said, that you have to give all options to the consumer, reduce the EMI, reduce the tenor. But most banks typically offer a default option of reducing the tenor. So even if you do nothing, Alex, even if you do nothing, when your reset happens in some loans, if repo rate falls, tomorrow you get a lower EMI. In some loans, it might take a month. In some loans, it might take 3 months. And assuming you're on a repo loan, because a lot of people are still on a base rate or MCLR, which is a separate topic. But the good news is the default option most banks offer is your tenor goes down, and that maximizes your interest outflow savings.
But equally on the other side, Adil, when the interest rates go up, if the default option is your tenor goes up, then that's not a good thing, is it?
That's also true, Alex. Everything cuts both ways. So, someone might be happy, like I'm happy, right? That today there's a loan a bank offers where tomorrow your EMI goes down. Tomorrow, right? It's called T+0, right? But when the rate goes up, the same thing comes back to hit you. So yeah, everything cuts two ways.
This is a little bit of a different question, but Adil, if I look back at the last 20 years or so, generally people tend to gravitate towards taking these house loan decisions when interest rates are lower. But then there are periods of 2.5 years where you have that peak and trough, right? Where interest rates shift either way. The average that you pay is actually significantly higher, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right, Alex. I think a lot of viewers might not believe this, but you and I have been doing this for 20 years now. So 20 years is not beyond our memory. We've been tracking home loans. I've been doing it at Bank Bazaar. So the interesting thing, Alex, is the RBI has done such a fantastic job that you don't have to worry about if the rate goes up or down, because you are protected. If the rate goes down, it comes to you. If the rate goes up, you also have to pay for it. But that's automatic. I think the important thing now is what is the spread you're paying above the repo rate. So let me just give you an example. Today, let's say the repo rate is 5.25%. If you take a home loan at 7.25%, your spread is 2%. So for the next 20 years, your spread is 2%, right? But if you get an opportunity where the spread falls to 1.5%, you should capture it. So the RBI has simplified our life in a way that we don't have to worry at what the repo is, because the benefit will flow to us. A simple example is today I should not think twice about taking at 7.25%, because if the repo rate falls, the benefit will come to me immediately. Don't even think about taking the loan. But the important thing is today I also have to be aware what is the spread I'm paying, because I know people paying 2% spread. I know people paying 2.5% spread. I know people paying 3% spread. So the world has become simpler, but it has also become slightly more intricate, which we need to keep track of.
Yeah, important points that you're raising. Adil, thanks so much for taking the time today. A pleasure speaking with you as always.
Absolutely, Alex. My pleasure.
All right, so that's perspective that you needed about the prevailing rates on home loans and what you need to know before you choose to go out for one right now. But the question that I'm asking my next guest is, should you be going out to get a loan in the first place? And there are a lot of factors that come into play right now. It might well be the largest financial decision that you take in your life. Nisreen Mamaji, CFP and founder of MoneyWorks, is joining me on this leg of the conversation. Nisreen, thanks so much for taking the time. And just for context, we've already spoken about the prevailing rates for home loans, etc., and what the best way of prepaying a loan is. But the question is, should you take that loan in the first place? What should you bear in mind before you sign that check? What, in your opinion, should be the time frame? And a lot of people, let me also ask this, right? A lot of people used their investment savings and they tend to wipe it all out. Is that a good idea?
Yeah, so thank you for having me on the show, Alex. And, that's a very relevant question today and something that we are asked on a daily basis. So typically, you have to figure out what is the optimum amount of your portfolio that you're willing to use for your down payment, and is wiping out your savings even worth it, or it will add to further stress and derailing of your entire investment planning. So typically, first thing that you should be looking out for is keeping an emergency fund between 3 to 9 months of your expenses, depending on the kind of job that you have, where you live, and who your dependents are. So you figure out that and keep between 3 to 9 months, of course, depending on how your job is going. Also, try to put the down payment with your own savings, and maybe part of it can be even a loan to you, because you shouldn't be liquidating your long-term assets, because that can obviously hurt your future goals. And very important is your long-term buckets, which is your retirement investments, your long-term equity funds, your PPF, EPF. Try not to dip into those. Now, what is the amount of down payment compared to your portfolio that is ideal for you? If you're a single income household, you should be looking at between 25 to 30% of your portfolio, which you could be using for your down payment. If you're dual income and both of you have stable jobs, then you can go as high as even 40%. But if you are in a business setup or a freelancer where your income is variable, then try to stay around 20 to 25%, because more than that would definitely hurt your portfolio, as well as you won't be able to cope even with the EMI structure going down the road.
Yeah, it's an important point that you're raising.
Yeah.
And invariably, we're talking about, let's put some numbers to it, right? So you're talking about a house, an average house in Mumbai or an average house in Bengaluru, then you're talking about upwards of 1.5 to 2 crore at the very minimum. In Mumbai, at least 2 crore is at the very minimum. So you're talking about if a bare minimum of 20%. So what, in your opinion, is the ideal down payment? Because if you're only doing 20%, then you're talking about a 1.6 crore loan, and that needs to be sanctioned in the first place.
So, there's something called a rental yield. So that's something that you should be looking at first and foremost. Now, what this means is, the annual rent divided by the property value and multiplied by 100. I mean, mathematically, that's how it works. Now, typically, in most Indian metros, the rental yield is around, say, 2 to 3%. Your home loan interest rates are in the area of, say, 8 to 9%. And your equity returns over the longer period is, say, 10 to 12%. So if you are going to take rent out your home, so you would be paying, say, about 35,000 for a 1.5 crore property. 35,000 per month translates to about 4.2 lakhs a year. So here your rent that you're paying is about in the range of 2.8%. Now, if you compare that with, the EMI that you would be paying, you are saving about 85,000 rupees per month. Okay, because your EMI would be, say, about 1.15 lakhs a month for a 1.5 crore loan. So immediately that amount, which is your 85,000 rupees, which is a difference, should be put into a good SIP, which can yield you, say, between 10 to 12%, so that after, say, 30 years or even a longer period of time, you will have a good amount of corpus, and you can use that, for the down payment of the house, or you can pay that if you've already purchased it, then you can prepay it, etc., etc. So these are the percentages that will really work for you, because 2.3, 2 to 3% is, say, your rental yield. 8 to 9% is what you're paying for your EMI, and your equity in SIPs could yield you about 10 to 12%. So play on those figures and try to maximize that difference between the rent and the EMI that you would potentially pay in order for you to, maximize your savings and get the most out of, renting your property for the shorter period of time.
So the argument
and also
that
you would have tax advantages, because you can claim your HRA also.
Yeah, claim HRA, all right. Not in the new tax regime. In the old tax regime, it's available.
Exactly.
But having said that, Nisreen, the argument that a lot of people make, and I've heard this often, is that rent is an expense that I will not get back, which is why I'm paying towards a house that I own. Is that a wrong argument to make, in your opinion?
So, it's a good idea if you're in it for the longer term. The tenure is higher. You have a backup financial plan, and the location is, of course, very desirable, something that you can't give up. because a very high down payment and a lower loan, that could also work for you, depending on the situation that you are in. And if you bought the flat at a, significant discount. So also, I mean, you have to consider whether it is inherited. You might have an inheritance amount or an inherited property. So I'll just break it down for you, in terms of the advantages and disadvantages. Now, advantage obviously is that, you're accumulating an asset. So if you take a loan, then your tenant is paying off your debt and you can build equity in that asset over the longer period of time. It's an inflation hedge because real estate values, can go up in the longer term, and EMI might remain the same, if you've taken the fixed one. And you have tax benefits in terms of maybe your EMI interest, your property taxes, your maintenance costs. These are also tax deductible. But what your disadvantages could be is that it could be a negative cash flow also. For example, if, in many markets, what happens is the rent is not covering the EMI. So then in that case, you will be going out of pocket for your maintenance, probably even your, taxes, the insurance. Now, if it's 2 to 3% that you're earning and you're paying a home loan interest rate of 8 to 9%, then you're definitely out of pocket. Then, your upfront costs are very high. So you have a substantial down payment, you have 20% more or more. So you'll have to figure out that corpus is available to you either in form of your savings or you're withdrawing from your long-term, funding plans. Then real estate is not very easily converted to cash, so it's illiquid in that sense. If there's an emergency, then you can't sell, 100 square feet in order to, get that amount that you require. Also, sometimes the property could be vacant, if it's not the one that you're living in and you're depending on the tenant, the rental income to meet your EMI. What about the months that you don't have a tenant? Then, you will have to pay for that EMI. Then there's repairs, there's brokerage costs, then there's tax on the rental income that you earn also. I mean, if the difference is more, then you are paying on the extra amount. So when you consider all these factors, you'll have to make sure that the entire, option is working for you mathematically, in the sense that, are you going to pay the down payment now and the balance, through EMIs, or you are going to just stay on rent and invest the balance amount until your down payment is of a higher level and your rent and your EMI is lower. So I think it's also very advisable to go for a higher down payment and lower rent.
That's an important point. It's an important point. But see, a lot of people have this thought that they're going to buy a property and put it on rent and use the rent to pay the EMI. But the way that you're describing it, the math just does not add up. And you've explained why that is, because rental yields are 2.5% to 3%, and that's in your big markets. In your smaller markets, it might even be lower than that. Is that the case?
Absolutely. That's definitely the case. So if your rental yield is so low, then it really doesn't make sense. So I would think that it's better for you to just rent the property, because if you're getting a 1.5 crore property, say at 35,000 rupee, rent, and as I mentioned earlier, the balance is saved in the SIP, then you're that much faster in getting into a sort of earning a higher down payment. So then you only have to worry about, say, 10 to 20% that you're going to take the loan for. So I think that's a better way of looking at it, depending on which city you're staying in and what the figures are in your particular geographical area. But save for your, down payment. Make the down payment higher and take the loan for the smaller amount.
Okay.
Your next question could be, how do I save?
No, it's actually specifically, how do you ring fence that amount, right? Because you have multiple things that you're saving for in the long term, and particularly life after retirement, right? That's a major saving. People are saving for 25 and 30 years beyond retirement now. And so from that perspective, how do you ensure that what you're setting aside for your house is for your house? And is it that, I know a few daredevils out there will say, look, I can live on rent for the rest of my life, but a lot of people will say, look, eventually I need to have my own house.
Absolutely. No, I think most people want to do that. So for that, you have to create the plan. Now, what ring fencing actually means is you're assigning money to a goal and you're investing it according to the timeline. So what you need to do is have a separate fund, for your down payment for the property. It's very important to mix up everything together. Otherwise, you just have one pool say like an asset creation or a wealth creation pool, and you're dipping into that for your short-term goals, your mid-term goals, and even your long-term goals. So very importantly, have separate funds, do your appropriate asset allocation, and also automate the whole thing. So you don't have to keep on worrying about it or, going through any kind of mental agony. This also leads to discipline, honestly speaking. So what you do is that every rupee should be assigned, to maybe an emergency fund, to the home purchase, to the children's planning, to your own retirement, and also your lifestyle needs, which will be also, you have to plan for that as well. So each goal will have, say, a different timeline, obviously. So if it's a lifestyle goal, it's a holiday that you're planning, it could be, say, 2 years. If it's a home purchase down payment, it could be between 3 to 5 years. If it's your child or your retirement, it could be anything from 7 to 25 years. So if you have put a timeline to the goal and a separate fund assigned to each goal, you won't get, mixed up in your planning itself. Now, at least have different folios, if not different funds, so that mentally you know how you have allocated yourself. And don't keep a common equity fund, because sometimes people do, they just have one fund. And then they're dipping into this and they get very tempted to withdraw at the wrong time. So match your asset allocation. Suppose you're investing for, say, 2 years. Then you keep your money in, say, liquid, short-term, arbitrage kind of a strategy. If it's between 3 to 4 years, maybe an aggressive hybrid, a balanced advantage fund could work. If it's between 5 to 7 years, a 100% equity fund. And if it's more than 7 years, then you can look at certain themes and a combination of a thematic fund or an equity fund. And very importantly, automate all this through SIPs so that, you don't get confused and you don't get tempted to withdraw.
Yeah, and particularly if you've gained long-term capital gains and you intend to utilize that to buy a house, you can utilize the proceeds and you put it in a capital gains account so that you don't pay capital gains tax on it. But Nisreen, absolute pleasure speaking with you as always. Thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, Alex. Thank you.
All right, well, that brings us to the end of this edition of Your Money Matters. Tell us whether you're thinking of buying a house and whether these conversations helped you make up your mind. And do stay tuned. This is NDTV Profit.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बन के खड़ा हो जाए।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल हर इंजन का सोल्जर, celebrating the release of Border 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Apologies for that in the back.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस Yo Honey Singh, this is my story।
After Delhi and Hyderabad teed off in style, the NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Mumbai, where business leaders and professionals will connect and compete, charged with excitement and energy on one of the country's most storied courses. NDTV PGTI Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 23rd January 2026, Mumbai. This budget, India speaks from every direction, from metros to mandis, from factories to farms. NDTV Profit reports from 36 states and union territories. With our ear to the ground and our pulse to what
2 years ago, when I'd come to the World Economic Forum at Davos, it was in exactly the same place at the Belvedere Hotel where a team from Google had come and met the newly re-elected Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, and the conversation was about trying to bring Google to Andhra. And at that time, Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu had, and we just did the interview, I don't know whether you remember, we did the interview soon after your meeting, and amongst the first things you said in the interview was, I'm going to bring Google to Vijayawada. And I didn't say it to you, of course, I was thinking to myself, ye kyun aayenge? Why will Google come build something in Vijayawada? So you've been able to pull something off very remarkable, and as is quite rare, turn that talk into action. You must be feeling on top of the world.
I'm very happy for that. This is how we built over a period of time, not only one. Now it is India's time, and all states going to achieve substantially. I'm very happy about it. Not only Google, you can go through last 18 months. So much of transformation, either investment, development, everything. Now whole world is talking about India, and also we are attracting our own share.
No, but the interesting thing is, I was reading a Bank of Baroda report which says 1/4 of the investment that's been announced just in the last fiscal is actually coming into Andhra Pradesh from not being an active player in these sectors like IT, like quantum, like AI, like GCC. Suddenly, bigger states like Maharashtra thinking of US competition.
I'm very happy for that. Not competition, we are working together. Why should we think as a competitor? India is a big nation. We are all friends, colleagues. Everybody will work together. And ultimately, if any state will win, country will win.
But let me ask you this, Naidu Garu, because I spoke to two other chief ministers. I won't name them because that's not fair. But this was soon after the announcement of your big deal with Google, which is building up a big data center in your state. And they said that CBN is doing something unfair. He's giving land at ridiculously low rates. He's giving power at low rates. This is not the right way to do it because he's building up a huge public debt burden, which he will go after 5 years. That's what they were saying. And others will have to deal with it. This is not the right thing to do.
Now people will say all these things. But ultimately, everything has to be viable. For them, for us also. Now, what we are giving, either what we are saying, our electricity charges, some incentives, and also GST incentives. What they are paying, portion of it I am paying back. I am not giving any money from my exchequer.
No, but land?
Land, I am telling you, Hyderabad, before construction of high-tech city, what is the value of that land? Now Kokapet, present government is selling 175 crores per acre. 15,000 rupees, that land valued at 1995. This is where if you bring some development, some infrastructure, some industry, some economic activity, automatically land value will increase. You are giving X amount of land, one company, nearby that company is coming there, nearby land valuation is increasing, so many people are benefiting out of it. We have to understand economics. This is where I am saying, one should have Narendra Modi ji. Why should he give at that time 1 rupee like that? For Tata. This is a routine business to attract investment and create confidence.
But other chief ministers are not liking it. They're saying that we can't give land like this. It's not correct, it's not appropriate. This is also a scandal. That he's giving land away so cheap. If we do it in our state, you will say that this is a scam. That's the charge that they
No, what I am asking you everywhere, if you do transparent way anything, people will accept it. If you do discrimination, then problems will come. This is where I am going with a policy. Even how I brought investment to Hyderabad. This is 1995. So why Microsoft has come? Why all IT companies have come? Today Hyderabad has become a knowledge economy. It is a nerve center. Now 50
war rules-based order faces a greater threat, a potential rupture, as Mike Carney described it, than at any time in the recent history. I am delighted to be joined at the NDTV studios at the World Economic Forum by one of the sharpest thinkers on what's happening globally at this moment, the president of the World Bank, a man a lot of people in India look at with immense pride. Ajay Banga joins us. Thank you, sir. Sat Sri Akal and welcome. Thank you, Ram. It's terrific to have you with us, and I really look forward to this conversation. We'll go across all the different pagdis you wear and try and make sense of what's happening. But I start with something that was just announced, the Board of Peace of which you're an executive member. How do you see this play out? Because everyone's wondering, okay, so President Trump's announced this Board of Peace. He's got people like you on the executive membership. What happens next?
I think the real thing to think about is not the structure or the Board of Peace or whatever. You should think that's important because you need to get the right political buy-in, which is what he's trying to do by getting political leaders of different countries to either decide to be part of it or not. That's their choice. But that's what he's trying to do. The real thing we're trying to figure out is this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to actually make a difference in Gaza and Palestine, in a region that has been disturbed for a long time. And if you add up the full Arab world together, there's 1 billion people living there. And Gaza has always been the Middle East, that Israel-Palestine issue has festered. Is this a chance to make a difference? You have a historic peace deal after 2.5 years of trauma for everyone, starting with the attacks that happened on Israel and then the war that happened after that. Deaths everywhere, hostages, you've seen the images. So I think the real issue is, can you turn the page? And can you come to a stage where Hamas actually disarms? That's the political side of this. But then once it's disarmed, can you create the opportunity for recreation, reconstruction, create a new life for these Palestinians, and therefore for the region around them? That's what I think about. I don't, the politics of this, I'm not into.
Let's leave the politics aside. Just in terms of governance architecture, there's a certain post-Second World War governance architecture. The World Bank and several other institutes were one way of looking at it. The other is that the United Nations, for example, now dysfunctional. So a new setup and architecture being created. Do you think it can effectively work?
This is an alternative to the UN. In fact, I think the president today was very clear to say 2 or 3 times, we're going to work with the UN on this. He said something that he said in the UNGA when I was sitting there in his opening speech. He said the UN is deeply relevant. It has huge potential, but is it living up to its potential? That's his view and the view that many share on that topic. What I try and do is focus on what we are doing, right? At the end of the day, we're working not just with the US, but in this case with Europeans, with the Middle East, the Saudis, the Qataris, the Turks, to try and find a way of can we be helpful in this process. But 2 years back, I created a panel on Gaza. I got Israelis, Palestinians, Europeans, Americans, Egyptians, Jordanians, experts in different fields, from politics to economics to business people, to become part of a panel to tell me, here, if there is a chance of peace, when that peace happens, what should the World Bank do in the first 6 months, 1 year, and then in the next 5 years? Because if you start thinking about it that time, it's too late. So we got this group together. They prepared a report that I shared with all my countries that are members, EU and the US included, and the Middle East, and including with people like Jared. And when they began to work on this idea, portions of that plan are useful. It's broken into 4 parts. Urban renewal and reconstruction. Obviously, you probably saw Jared's slide with the amount of rubble and unexploded ordnance and the work there. But then there's the aspect of bringing back people, the diaspora, as well as the people who have been there and need to be reskilled and given a chance to succeed. Then what role could the private sector play, and how will they be brought in, the banking system and the insurance system? And then how do you connect Palestine and Gaza to its neighbors? And you heard the announcement of the Rafah crossing reopening, but that's symbolic. At the end of the day, the connection I'm talking about is a real trade and digital connection between Palestine and its neighbors, including Israel and Egypt and the Saudis and the Gulf.
The World Bank.
That's the kind of work we brought out. I think help with that.
The World Bank exists in a certain context where there's a rules-based order. What are you making of everything that's happened this past week and over the last several months in terms of tariff being used as a principal economic lever to influence policy?
Remember, we don't get involved with trade in that sense. We get involved with helping countries be competitive for trade. But the tools of trade, the WTO is a whole other organization. You'll get a much better thoughtful response to tariffs from Ngozi than you will from me. My view is very simple. My view is that actually, if you think about trade over the last 20 years, and if you bear with me for 2 minutes, I'll give you some interesting facts, which most people don't think about. In the last 20 years, global trade has quadrupled. The emerging markets, which is the countries we are interested in discussing, have actually gone from 20% of that to 40%. So their share has doubled while the trade has quadrupled, meaning the emerging markets are no longer a passenger. They are an integral part of the trade ecosystem. The second is regional and bilateral deals. India has a number of them, but many countries have them. In the same 20 years, they've gone from 135 roughly to 350 roughly, almost 3 times. In the last 10 years, 10 have been signed. 100 have been signed in the last 10 years. So if you think about it, the idea of not just relying on global trade, but also doing regional and bilateral deals has become important. Third factor, the opportunity for trade within a region is not understood properly. In Africa, intra-regional trade in Africa is only 15% of their trade. In South Asia, it's under 10. You know what it is in East and Southeast Asia? 50+%. I'm not talking about Europe, which is a combination. This is ASEAN. And so I think the opportunity for a lot of countries is to think about trade differently and to think about reducing your own tariffs, because a lot of the emerging markets actually have tariffs as well, and including India, but other countries too. And then the second part is, can you reduce your non-tariff barriers? Simplification of trade, digitization of trade, reducing border challenges, things of that nature. And then the third part of that is, if you do those 2 things well, can you also encourage competitiveness and investment in the right industries for your future? And I think India has done pretty well on a number of these, but the topic of trade I view from a different lens. I view from the fact that the emerging markets are now integral in trade, and you shouldn't allow yourself to get distracted by one discussion on tariffs here, which changes tomorrow. Think about what you can do in that environment to make your country prosper in this trade ecosystem.
You've been thinking a lot about...
That's a different way
of course, completely. Very interesting way of looking at it. You've been thinking and speaking a lot about artificial intelligence and its impact on different things, and what I'm concerned about is your thoughts and the World Bank's thoughts on displacement, job losses, and trying to mitigate against that.
Now, if you don't mind, I've got that and one more aspect to it. They're interconnected.
Sure.
So, most people in Davos are discussing artificial intelligence from the perspective of large language models, generative AI, the next process of that. Nothing wrong with that. I have spent the last couple of days listening to people in that, and a number of my friends are involved. The issue with that is, what do you need to do that? You need computing power, lots of it. You need electricity, lots of it. You need data in its simplest form, kept with privacy, with national security in mind, lots of it. And then you need people who know how to manage that. I would argue that outside of the developed world, other than maybe India, and I consider China to be more developed than not, other than maybe India, there are very few other countries that have that combination. And even India will have challenges with the power. Right? So when you think about this carefully, you cannot have an AI system that is built only with large Western companies controlling this process. First of all, I doubt all countries will share their data globally in an open form. At some point, it becomes a form of, India has its own data protection rules. Many countries do data localization on all
now
that.
Data sovereignty is the...
I complete data is the new oil, as I said some years back, in Saudi Arabia, which is actually an interesting place to say it. But the other part of AI is small AI. Let's think of this as big AI. Now let's talk about small AI. Small AI is different. Small AI is what I saw in Uttar Pradesh, where I went to see with the chief minister, with Yogi ji, and I went to meet him actually with colleagues of mine, and we were looking at these farmers' cooperatives, and they were using a platform built for us by Google, connecting all these women with better seeds, better fertilizer, better water, crop insurance, that kind of thing. And these illiterate farming women were able to understand, point the phone at a leaf, don't know what the illness on the leaf is, but that insecticide will kill it. And I can buy it from my cooperative for 100 rupees. That's small AI, locally delivered at the edge on your phone with local compute. You can do it for healthcare. You can do it for education. My view is that if you only discuss AI in terms of big AI, we will lose the hearts and minds of the emerging markets, for whom actually small AI is a productivity enhancer today with no negative job consequences, only positive. See what I mean? Sure. So this connects to the way you asked your question, job displacement. Big AI in the Western world, as people are quite concerned, will first impact services jobs, white-collar jobs. And that could indeed, there's no evidence till today that it has actually led to layoffs. But there is a lot of evidence that the hiring process has slowed. So you could argue that is the harbinger of a bigger challenge. Don't know. Maybe it is. But that's not the case for you. Or that's not the case for an emerging market. So I think the emerging market should view AI as a real opportunity for leapfrogging in terms of small AI. It is not an opportunity if you only think of it in terms of big AI, because I don't think you have the assets in the emerging markets, India exceptionally, that's separate. But most countries don't have the assets to play that game the way they would need to.
When we last spoke
That's
with
what
you,
I've been
you
talking
just
about.
got started in your new avatar. We've seen you in your corporate avatar previously. The World Bank is a legacy organization. To what extent do you think so far you've been able to live up to your own agenda of trying to reinvigorate, energize, and make this a World Bank that's relevant for the current moment, especially given all the uncertainty that's now being thrown in the way the world is organized?
So it's an interesting thing, but to answer the second part first, over the last 2.5 years, the two topics we talked about all the time were the importance of private capital in the role of growth and development. You cannot rely on public capital to grow. You need the private capital. Why do you need it? It's capital. But you need the ingenuity, the technology, the innovation of the private sector. You know that. You're a private sector guy. I'm a former private sector guy. Sure. Governments enable, but they don't create jobs. The jobs are created, even in the most successful economies. 80 to 90% of jobs are created by micro and small and medium enterprises, most of which are privately owned. So that's one big topic I've been pushing, hence the topic of private capital mobilization from regulatory policy and certainty all the way to more lending in local currency, to risk guarantees, to originate to distribute and securitization models. Yes, up. The second topic we've been talking about is jobs. And where I've come from there is that the emerging markets have a huge demographic bulge coming through them. India is gifted of that too, currently. It will change in the next 15, 20 years. But today, India has a demographic boom coming through its profile. If you add it up for the emerging markets as a whole, 1.2 billion young people are going to become eligible for a job, meaning age of 18, in the next 12 to 15 years. So 15 salon mein, everything changes. Almost the population of India will enter the workforce in these 15 years across the world, in the emerging markets. Those same countries are today forecast to only generate 400 million jobs. Now, forecasts are notoriously wrong. AI could change everything, depending on what kind of AI you feel. But they're not wrong by 800 million.
Sure.
That gap, that's a huge gap. And now let's take the opportunity. The opportunity is if you create these jobs, you get a generation that powers the future of the world for the next 40 years. Because it's a consuming marketplace, they're productively employed, they've got hope and optimism, right? It's like a whole thing. It's what my generation was lucky to get. And if you look at India, when it began to open up, our lives changed completely. My own life changed. I would not be lucky enough to doing what I'm doing. I'm not even educated outside of India. It doesn't matter any longer. That happened because India changed. And that same change and that optimism for young people is what I'm focused on. That means you have to create those jobs. I've been discussing that, and if you get into more detail, I can give you what I think we can do.
No, so let's do that, because so many people look at you with so much pride. Before I wrap up, I want you to talk about what you think is going right with India at the moment. Its economics, its growth. What do you think is going wrong? What more would you like to
say? The growth is amazing. As you know, in the last couple of years, the world economy has outperformed what everybody expected. One of those is clearly the US has outperformed. Number of factors for that, including the AI investment, but also I think global supply chains were much more resilient than the tariff story. Back to my tariff point, which is why you've noticed I said, don't think of it that way, think of it another way. Global supply chains turned out to be more resilient than people thought. And therefore the US stock market, the US investment situation is actually pretty good. Now, China and India have also outperformed. India is clearly a market growing at 7.5% to 8%. I mean, honestly, nobody thought that 2 to 3 years ago. And that's pretty good in this environment. So China is doing a little under 5. Again, no one thought that would be possible in this environment. So these three kinds of large places have driven a lot of growth. However, there is also another aspect, which is that in a number of economies post-COVID, in the emerging markets, almost a fourth of them are today at 10% below the per capita GDP of pre-COVID. That, Rahul, is the two-speed issue that we've got to keep in mind, right? And I think that two-speed issue applies in a country as diverse as India. It also applies across parts of India. But India on the whole is in the right side of that, while other countries have bigger challenges there. So economic growth, to me, you guys are doing well. I think what you have to think about...
You guys or we guys?
Yeah, I'm now an American citizen of Indian origin.
Dil to aapka kahan pe?
Dil to yahi hai in many places. I have multiple dils. Now I'm a global multilateralist. So everybody asks me, tera dil kahan hai? And I say, jam hai, wahan pe dil lo. Aaj dil Switzerland mein hai. Kal dil Bhubaneswar mein hoga. You know, that kind of thing. So I think you've done very well, all the jokes aside.
What do you think is not
I think what you can do more, and we've got a very interesting country partnership framework. The way we work with the country is called that. We've got a new one being drawn up with the help of the Finance Ministry and with the PM's active involvement. I'm going to try and discuss it with him when I'm in Delhi. Hopefully we can get it out of our board by then. And there are three main focus areas. Rural prosperity, because I think it's really important to not rely on urbanization as the only engine of economic growth. I think getting small farmers in India to be proud of who they are and get them a chance to get access to productivity and scale through the cooperative system. People made a lot of my statement when I launched our agri-tech effort of the success of Anand and Amul. I grew up in that era. Sure. I saw Amul transform India from a desperately milk-short country to one of the largest milk producers in the world. I saw in that the power of working together in a good way, in a commercial way, not in a monopolistic way. And I think there is a story there, which is the same story I saw in UP with Yogi Ji and in other such places. I'm going to see it in Bhubaneswar when I'm there in a few days. It is a story not just of one or two places. I think that getting rural prosperity right is another big injection of growth for India. The second one is what is going on in the urban areas can be done even better. Better urban planning, as you know, cleaner air, water, municipal financing. These are all good things. I was meeting with the Chief Minister of Maharashtra here. I told him Maharashtra is gifted with 4 or 5 cities that are actually profitable enterprises in their own right. Mumbai, obviously, everybody knows. But Nagpur, Chinchwad, these are all Nasik. So is there something that we could do, which our expertise in municipal financing, to enable these municipalities to access bond markets, reduce reliance on public money, increase reliance on private money, and drive a multiple change in the way these cities can grow for the future? Then the state can put its resources on those cities that are not as well off as these 4 or 5. So you kind of divert your attention in that form. So to me, urban regeneration done the right way is another good opportunity. What you've done is fantastic. What you could do is the next leg.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Apologies for that in advance.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का।
pretty soon, and we'll see. It's right now a little bit in progress, but pretty far along. It gets us everything we needed to get.
And on the back of that line by Donald Trump, the American president, today Davos is talking less about unbridled ambition. It's talking more about who blinked first. And it seems like it is Trump. Good evening. Welcome to The Big Question on NDTV Profit. I'm Vikram Oza. Just days after escalating tensions over Greenland, President Donald Trump has pulled back. He did that in Davos. In his speech, he's ruled out military force. He's shelving tariff threats against Europe. And he's unveiling what he now calls an Arctic security framework. This has happened after talks with NATO. Now, is this a tactical retreat? Is this a calculated reset by Trump? That's definitely one question. Because this climb down did not happen in isolation. It came hours after the European Parliament suspended work on that very key US-EU trade deal. And this happened weeks after European leaders refused to yield to what many described as tariff-driven pressure politics. Or in one word, many were calling it that, bullying. Europe, it seems, has said no. It's a strong pushback from the European leaders, and it seems Trump has blinked. NATO chief Mark Rutte has praised that move. He's calling it a step towards addressing American security concerns in the Arctic, but within clearly defined red lines. And while Germany's Friedrich Merz has endorsed Trump's move, he is still maintaining that force is unacceptable. Listen to what both leaders have said after Trump's retreat on Greenland in Davos.
President Trump is the one who broke the deadlock with Putin, started to negotiate, which was crucial because he was the only one who was able to do that from his position when he came into office in January. And he is pushing with Steve Witkoff, with Jared Kushner, with Marco Rubio, endlessly, of course with help from many Europeans, Johnson Power, I see here, and so many others in this room, working day in, day out to get the Ukraine issue solved, to get the war brought to an end, a sustainable end, where Russia will never ever try to attack again.
I welcome President Trump's remarks from last night. This is the right way to go. This is the right way because any threat to acquire European territory by force would be unacceptable.
So you're seeing it in what they're saying. They are more accepting, more welcoming of Trump's chain stance, but yet there is a warning in what they're saying. So the question is, has coordinated European pushback finally worked with Trump? Has Trump realized as well on his part that the Americans cannot afford to risk a trade rupture with its largest economic partner, which is Europe, and this at a time when America is competing with China? So that's the second part of the question. Now let's bring India into the picture. As Trump is recalibrating with Europe, Brussels is moving faster with New Delhi. The India-EU Free Trade Agreement, that FTA, the so-called mother of all deals, is on the cusp of completion, is what we're hearing. Leaders are landing in Delhi next week, and they are going to seal this, is what we are getting from media reports. In fact, a 2 billion consumer market is what we're talking about, which is nearly a quarter of global GDP. So there you have Europe, which is courting America as far as that FTA is concerned. That was the thing in the past, but right now they put it on hold and put that pressure on America. At the same time, Europe is gunning for India and a trade deal. How quickly it will happen? Very close. It could be next week. What are the Americans saying to this? Well, Donald Trump was asked on the sidelines at Davos after that speech, and he said Modi is a close friend and he's hoping that a good deal will come through with India. So yes, the Americans seem to be courting India as well. How far they'll go? Well, the statements coming through from the American ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, is a telling sign as well in recent times, and he is trusted as an aide by Trump to be able to get this deal going is going to be an important piece. So how exactly is this going to play out now? Now that Europe has said no to Trump, Trump has blinked, at least so far. We don't know the exact reasons. But now, as far as deals for India are concerned, one with Europe, another in the making with America, are we close to a good deal? Can we get a good deal now that these geopolitics issues are now facing us the way they are? Let's discuss this in a debate, and let me introduce you to our panel on this. Well, to discuss this threadbare, let's have the panel. Former Ambassador Dr. Deepak Vohra is joining us. He's along with Monish Thorengbaum. He's fellow at Chintan Research Foundation, CRF. And Mazen Salab is also with us, Head of Market Research at MH Markets in Dubai. Great to have you, gentlemen. So, Dr. Deepak Vohra, if I can ask you, Trump is ruling out military action on Greenland. He's pausing tariffs on 8 European nations. He's unveiling an Arctic framework. You think this is a real climb down by Trump, or do you think he's just changing tactics?
Well, thank you very much, sir. Always be a pleasure to be with you on your channel. I've just heard your brilliant exposition. Of course, my 2 other colleagues, welcome to them. I'm far away from the nation's capital, but I've been following what's going on. Let me just tell you, sir, he wants Greenland, he'll take Greenland. Whether you call it a Greenland Framework Agreement, whether you call it a security agreement, give it any name you want, paint it any color you want. He's going to position American troops there. He's going to take control. That's his style. And the Europeans better understand that all this nonsense about we've got a deal and he's blinked, he's not blinked at all. He's not in the habit of blinking. He has struck down those tariffs. Yes, that is true. But that's because he wants to tell these guys, let's find this agreement, which is going to be Arctic security, and I'm going to be the king of that agreement. Let me also tell you something else, sir, although it's not directly related to what we are discussing. The European Union chaps are coming, those 2 fellows, the lady and the fellow are coming here, European Commission, European Council, for the mother of all trade deals as they talk about it. And they're also going to sign an India-EU defense strategic partnership. And this lady who announced it, sir, please listen to what I'm saying. The lady who announced it, I think her name is Kaja Kallas. She used to be president or prime minister of Estonia for a little while. These tiny fellows who are in the EU tend to be the most abrasive. And what does she say? That this deal, which focuses on maritime security, cyber security, and counterterrorism, is important. It's an existential issue for the survival of the European Union because of India's resilience. This same woman in September last year was blasting us for participating in those military exercises with Belarus and Russia, saying Brussels uses a carrot and stick policy with Delhi. What do they think? We are school children? That you use a carrot and stick policy, sir.
Why do you think the stance has changed? Why do you think that stance has changed?
Because a very good question. Why? Because they have lost America. America said, go fly a kite. Go join the International Kite Flying Festival in
But don't
India.
the Americans need the Europeans? That trade deal is an important one for America too, don't you think? They're the largest trade partners.
The Europeans need America much more for their security. Sir, there is this board of pieces. What is that thing in Gaza called? Which Mr. Trump is promoting, President Trump, some peace, something like that.
The board of peace.
What has Vladimir Putin said? All right, I'll give you $1 billion, but take it from my frozen funds in the United States. And if that is done, this entire business of the Europeans, we'll use the money for this, we'll use the money for that, whatever $300 billion, whatever they're frozen, it goes out the window. Putin is a past master at this kind of thing, just as Donald Trump is. So Europe is now neither idhar ka nor udhar ka. They don't really know what to do. Do you think Trump is going to honor this and allow Greenland to retain its autonomy? No, sir. He wants it, he'll get it. I rest my case.
Monish Thorengbaum, what do you make of what Ambassador is saying over here? He's saying that these are tactics that are at play, whether it's on the Russian side, whether we're talking about the board of peace, or we're talking about tariff pressure that was built on Europe. But Europe this time has refused to buckle, even suspending work on that trade deal between the Americans and the Europeans. So this entire episode, does it show that coordinated pushback actually is working against Trump?
Thank you, Bikram, for having me. I think, I might sound a little different from what Ambassador Vohra just said, but I feel that, the things that have happened, this game of chicken or who blinks first and who blinks next, has been a part and parcel of the tariff games and other things that have taken place in the last 1 year or two. This has happened with between US and China as well. So I think, at the end, it's really a question about how power symmetry and asymmetry works in this negotiation. Who negotiates from a position of strength and weakness, and how that shifts so rapidly. I think at one point this is a signal of how, despite unrivaled power both at the economic and military level, there could always be limits to the exercise of power in the international system. Whether it comes from the EU, whether it comes from India as well, and whether it comes from China. I think, we have to wait and watch as to how Trump's, what they are calling as the staircase model of negotiation really works out, in terms of the kind of push and pull that is going ahead. So I think it's a phase, it's a moment to sort of like see in terms of how each party is moving ahead and going back and forth into this. And I feel we have to wait and watch as to how each party is going to sort of leverage in this moment of both risks and opportunity that is presented before us.
Like you said, this is push and pull. Mazen Salah, from the position that you are and you're watching the markets, how are you reading this? Because this is an important development for the markets as well. Washington, can it really afford this full-blown trade fight with the European Union? Which is why perhaps we are seeing a rollback on that kind of aggression that Trump was showing.
Thank you for having me today. I think the markets have already given a message to Mr. Trump 2 days before, when the stock market in America and the global indices fell sharply by more than 2%. So it was a message to Mr. Trump that, Mr. Trump, we may like what you're doing in terms of politics for America, but we don't like the political chaos. So it was a real message. And I think it was mainly barked in this kind of a change. And Mr. Trump told that he does not want to make a direct fight. But again, as Dr. Dibak said, the fight is not yet over. And what Mr. Trump, I think, has done, he just changed the tactics. So I think that the markets right now have not yet priced the full risk in terms of geopolitics. And what's happening right now, we can see that there's a kind of shifting in the world order. And this kind of shifting in the world order is not going to be like immediate or quick, because in this like problem the global leaders are facing right now, Europe is the weak like geography here. And Europe proved to global leaders that it is not in the position of leadership. And now the leadership is not only by America, but America wants more partners, including India. So I think India will be a very, let's say, winner in this game in terms of politics and in terms of economics. So yes, the markets are okay today, but I don't think that the markets really realize the full risk until now, because we have to know what exactly the details of the agreement between EU leaders and America. And at the same time, we need to know how does Mr. Trump will approach, again, like new trade deals with the Europeans. Now, he's not going to impose tariffs on 8 European countries, which is okay. But I think the tariffs were always like a way, a tactic used by Mr. Trump. It was not the goal by Mr. Trump. It was just only the way.
So if it wasn't the goal,
you're
saying this was a tactic, Ambassador Vora, what do you think Trump is going to do next? Already he's called Denmark ungrateful. He's hinting at a future golden dome for Greenland. If you're saying that Europe is not in a solid position, and Mazen Salah seems to hold that view as well, and that's what the markets are indicating as well, then what is Trump's next tactic going to be? Is this a pause, or are we seeing some amount of predictability, at least in the way that he's acting?
Sir, he is predictably unpredictable. He likes to create that impression that you never know what I'm going to do next. But he wants Greenland, he'd take it. He wanted Venezuela, he took it. He brought 2 illegal immigrants from Venezuela. The president and his wife put them in jail. What did the world do? Bad boy, bad boy. Europe just shut up. Europe kept quiet. Did any European issue a statement? Thank you very much. And now when Europe is under attack, they all get, oh, what's happening? Remember, sir, what my foreign minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, the best in the universe, had said? Europe thinks that its problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not its problems. America has got the message loud and clear. Europe is divided hopelessly. Europe has no military strength. Europe's economic strength is also declining, and there is a clash between the big boys and the little fellows. He's going to take advantage. This agreement, this deal that he's signing on Greenland, which is Arctic security, he's doing everything in the name of security. Venezuela was in the name of security. Gaza is in the name of security. Iran is the name of security. He's doing all this, sir. He is going to have an agreement on Arctic security with America as the kingpin, sir. Have no doubt about that.
And where does this play here? Because Mr. Salah has also brought in how this places India, which is, of course, trying to get a trade deal with Europe, and this could happen next week. And the American deal is in the balance, and it has been for a while, and there has been so much push and pull. Where does this place India if this is going to be an ongoing conflict that we haven't seen the end of?
So we are going to get our deal with the European Union. They can't do without us. That woman who had threatened us with all kinds of things now says that India's resilience is an existential support for the European Union. Suddenly changed her tune totally from hectoring us to mollycoddling us, to doing puch, 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 with I love you kind of thing. As far as the trade deal with the US is concerned, of course the US wants it. China, forget about it. Russia, forget about it. The European Union doesn't have the money. I am the market, sir. They are coming to.
So is this the market, or are there other reasons why they are seeking this trade deal with India?
Sir, isn't Donald Trump a businessman? He wants the market. He talks of a deal. Everything is a deal. He has lunch, it's a deal. He goes out to play golf, it's a deal. Remember, was it in July last year? I'm sure my colleagues will remember. We had that Turnbull golf course in Scotland with Trump owns. He signed a deal with this lady, whatever her name is, the president of the European Commission. It unraveled within a few weeks. The whole thing was, we do this, we do that. Everybody came and said, oh, brilliant, brilliant. We've all managed to subdue Trump. No, you can't do it. He does what he wants, and he'll continue to do what he wants.
So in your understanding then, Monish Thurangbam, who needs a trade deal more with India right now? Is it Europe or is it the US?
Both.
I agree with Bazaar. Both needs a trade deal with India. And, in many of the Western publications, India has often been pictured and brought out as some kind of a swing state, but I don't buy that argument to a large extent. India is very much positioned in its place where it should be. It knows its economic as well as security interests in the Indo-Pacific as well. And I think it is in the interest of both the United States and the EU as well to, engage in negotiating new terms of engagement with India. And I think India will do so from the vantage point of our own interests as to what serves our interests. And I think that's the lens through which our country will see both these arrangements. And I think there is astuteness, despite all the bravado and despite all the dramatics, there is astuteness in both European Union as well as in Washington, D.C.
Yes.
As to how important the Indian market and Indian partnership is for both of them.
Ambassador Vora, you agree with that? That both of them need us equally right now? The Indian market is going to be very essential to them. Like you mentioned, Trump is always seeking a good business deal. But for the Europeans as well, it is a lot about survival at this stage. And like you're pointing out, they've changed their stance very dramatically. But in terms of priority for them to be able to crack this deal, who ranks India higher and why? Is it just the market or is there more to this?
Oh, well, Donald Trump calls Prime Minister Modi his great friend. He's a great guy. We are going to have a great deal. The European Union says the mother of all deals. They've all changed their position, sir. They think they can flatter us. They don't know we are the children of Chanakya. We don't get flattered by this kind of nonsense that they talk about. Both of them need us. European Union, sir, please do a count. 26 countries or 27, whatever. How many of them produce motor cars? You'll see. Where are they going to sell those motor cars? United States won't buy them. European is a limited market. China says get lost. Russia says don't even talk to me. That leaves me, sir. They want to sell their stuff to me. And I'm not going to be taken in so easily, sir. We have our own industry to protect. We have our farm sector. We have a dairy sector. We will sign the deal. The deal is coming very close to conclusion. There are one or two issues my colleagues in the ministry tell me. Those will be sorted out.
But Ambassador, the easy question for investors would be, why don't we have a deal just yet? Why is there so much delay in cracking the deal? If the Americans want us so badly, then why haven't we signed this deal?
Because Trump has some very stupid advisors. They don't understand international geoeconomics. Forget about geopolitics. They've been talking about there's some Bizarro fellow, some Peter Bizarro or something like that is his name, who kept saying we are a laundromat. India is a laundromat for Russian oil money. What kind of nonsense? He shut up now. He was told to shut up. They want the deal, sir. But they have painted themselves into a corner, and we have got what we wanted. I believe that this deal is going to, again, I keep using the word deal. This agreement is going to help both countries, probably help America. more than it will for us. We have signed several ETAs, FTAs, free trade agreements, comprehensive partnership, this, that, and the other. We are still assessing whether they have been beneficial to us or harmful to us. But as far as we are concerned, we have experience, and I think what we are going to sign with both sides, EU and the United States, will be in our favor.
Mazen Salab, you mentioned very clearly that markets are sending out very clear signals to Trump. On the back of that tariff pause as well, the markets reacted pretty positively. What is the expectation of the market right now with the tariffs and the kind of deals that America is about to strike?
That's a very good question, because 2025 proved to everyone that, yes, the global economy can grow quickly and they can avoid the consequences of tariffs. That's what we have seen in 2025. And I think if everything goes well, and if we are going to have a good trade deals between America and Europe and America and India, then I think the stock market globally, even in India and even in Europe, are going to have another good year in 2026. As I said, the underlying risks are not yet over. And I think I agree with Dr. Dibak, because like right now, Trump is a trade. I mean, he is a man of deals. And I think the Indian story is not yet started. I still think that India booming is not yet started. We are just still in the early beginning. So India is going to have a long way for growth actually in the coming years. So the thing is, yes, we are fine right now with central banks are going to cut rates in 2026. So I think we're going to have more liquidity, cheaper liquidity to the market. This is going to help again. The only thing that matters to the market will be the geopolitical risk. And if the global leaders right now can avoid it, then I think we're going to have another maybe positive year 2026 to avoid the mistakes by the monetary policy by the central banks mainly in the second half of this year.
Right, but Mazen, India's trade numbers showing that $41 billion surplus with the Americans and $25.8 billion with the EU. So when you talk about leverage and the standpoint over there, same question to you. Who needs India more right now? What do you say?
I think both of them, they need India. But I think right now, European Union needs India more than America. They are in a hurry more than America, simply because Europe is the weak part of this game. It's not. Donald Trump is an outsider. And as Dr. Dibak said, you cannot predict what he is going to do, because he's an outsider in politics and he's a man of deeds. So yes, America needs India absolutely for political reasons and for economical reasons. But I think Europe needs more, because Europe right now is still facing a very ongoing tough war with Russia, and they don't have money actually. The money is not with the European Union right now. The money is in America, India, China. So all these countries have money, but Europe is, since it's the weakest spot right now, I think Europe will be in hurry, considering the last political clash with America, which makes Europe more vulnerable to global order. I think they will be in hurry more to have sign a deal with India rather than or faster than America.
About the world order, Ambassador, Europe is still defending institutions like the UN, like the WTO, like NATO. Trump, on the other hand, prefers the one-on-one deals, the transaction. So is Europe trying to fight and save the old system, or do you think they'll have to quietly adapt to Trump's rules?
As we say, their strength has gone, their money has gone, their arrogance has not gone. You are trying to defend a system that is outdated, institutions of a bygone era for bygone ideas. This UN Secretary General, that doddering old fellow, he has said this. It's an 80-year-old institution. Which 80-year-old thing, sir, do you have in your house? Don't look at me, I'm 74, that you still find useful. You don't. We have to get rid of it. But Europe, which participated in the creation of institutions like the United Nations, Bretton Woods, etc., to preserve their hegemony over the world, till America said, sorry, we are going to focus on decolonization. That's the issue. All this about save succeeding generations from the scourge of war is utter nonsense. Over 100 kinetic wars are taking place today. The UN has failed miserably, sir. The European Union is trying to keep it going in the belief that they still have some influence on world affairs. They don't, sir.
Monish, yes, taking away from the point that Ambassador is making, this Greenland episode is fitting Trump's idea of a board of peace. Power first and then deals. Are we watching that old global order giving way to the kind that is driven by tariffs and bilateral pressure?
I think, we are at the very tipping point of that transition that we have been talking about for so long, right?
Yes.
In the geopolitics, geoeconomics, and also technological transition. And I think India has been at the very forefront of asking for reforms in global institutions and multilateral institutions that had run out its time and that was no longer relevant in the present circumstances. I think what we can probably hope for is that in this moment of crisis of multilateralism and all the risks that we are seeing, there is some hope, a silver lining for a new system to emerge. There will be a lot of pain before the gain. And I think there will be a lot of storm before we see some kind of stabilization. But in that, I think we should brace ourselves, tighten our belts, and see our opportunities in terms of reshaping and playing a much more important role in terms of the new world order that is surely to come in the times to come. But there will be a storm before it settles down.
Well, it certainly seems like India is emerging as this swing power in a more transactional, in a multipolar world. And we'll have to see exactly how that plays out and how India seizes that opportunity. But Trump may not have changed. The world is adapting right now, at least. Europe is pushing back. Washington has recalibrated, like we're hearing. Economics, yes, but not emotion. Now, we're talking about limits getting set over here, but Greenland may be off the table, at least for the moment, but the uncertainty is certainly not, like, again, is being pointed out in this discussion. What is clearer is India's position, negotiating with Europe for certainty, engaging the US for scale, and doing both from this position of growing leverage. Whether India wins big on both deals remains to be seen, but in a more transactional world, the ability to balance power, that may be the biggest win of all. My thanks to my excellent panel, Monish Thurungbam, Dr. Deepak Vora, Mazen Salhab. Thank you for joining us with your insights.
Thank you.
Very important to have this discussion. And thank you for making the time.
Thank you.
And that's the big question tonight. Of course, there are more developments that we'll keep you abreast of, but the big questions will keep rising and we'll keep trying to find the answers. For the moment, from me, Vikram Oza, and the entire team, thank you for joining us. Good evening.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बन के खड़ा हो जाता है।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल, हर इंजन का सोल्जर, सेलिब्रेटिंग द रिलीज ऑफ बॉर्डर 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Look used for that in the back.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying.
It's been a really busy World Economic Forum this time around in Davos, Switzerland, for all sorts of reasons, not least of all because of the concerns between the United States and Europe. But apart from that, the World Economic Forum looks at several issues. We look at education, we look at health, we look at artificial intelligence, and we look at the state of the world's economy. We've got a wonderful guest with us. Kristalina Georgieva is the MD of the International Monetary Fund, and we are delighted, ma'am, to have you in our studio.
My pleasure.
AI is something that has been a source of conversation here for quite some time. And I noticed that there was some mild differences, if you can call it that, between what you had suggested India was as an AI power and what the Minister Ashwini Vaishnav suggested as well. So where do you actually see India on the AI roadmap?
Let me put the record straight. We have admiration for India, for how India has developed over the last years in terms of fabulous reforms, in terms of building digital public infrastructure amazingly well, and in terms of the IT-skilled labor force. The fund believes that the prospects for India in AI are remarkable. And this small hiccup that we had was actually the moderator speculating on what we think, which actually I said straight that we think India is one of the major forces in developing AI. And why is this important? Because when we look at the prospects of AI to lift productivity and deliver higher growth, they are truly remarkable. We assess the potential for boosting global growth as a result of AI to up to 0.8% more. Now, India is a very dynamic economy already, and with AI, it would be even more so. And I am impressed by what I learned about the way India approaches AI to be competitive with those that are choosing other avenues. So bravo, India.
And you're going to be in India, I think, next month for the AI summit. Is that right?
Yes. And I'm very, very excited about going there. You know, over the last years at the fund, we have been consistently saying India is a bright spot on a somewhat cloudy global economic horizon. So I look forward to coming and seeing for myself how India progresses.
I know you have to run, but I must ask you, it's been quite a remarkable WEF this time around. Geopolitical tensions between Europe and the United States. But I did notice there was a bit of a climb down, that's my word, nobody else's, by the US president on Greenland. And the concern that we may be entering a scenario where there might even be the use of force is perhaps less, one would hope, than it was perhaps a few days back. That's my assessment. Where do you stand?
You're correct. What we have seen is that the risk of tariffs has been eliminated. Markets cheer. What I want to stress, though, is that even if this particular risk is no more, we are at a time of high uncertainty, and it is driven by geopolitics, by the technological advancements. We talked about AI. We expect a lot from AI, but what if these expectations do not materialize? What may then happen in financial markets? So it is a risky environment, and what we tell our members is, at the time of uncertainty, make sure that you have strong fundamentals, that your own house is in full order. And I admire India for being so focused exactly on that.
Ma'am, it's been wonderful speaking to you, and see you in New Delhi next month, hopefully. Thank you very much for speaking to NDTV.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, the MD of the International Monetary Fund telling us about AI, India's potential, and also a little bit on the broader geostrategic concerns the world lives in.
Welcome to the special edition of Davos Conversations. And the highlight of the trip, in a sense, has been the presence of US President Donald Trump. He met with a select group of business leaders last evening. And we are speaking with one of the Indian contingent, Dr. Anish Shah of Mahindra Group with us. Dr. Shah, thank you so much for speaking with us. You know, I have to start by asking you what Trump was like in that business leaders meeting. Was it as fiery as his address on the World Economic Forum stage?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here in beautiful Davos. Nice blue skies, very calm and peaceful. We hope the world becomes like this as well as we go forward. With regard to your question for yesterday, it was clearly a privilege to be there. It was quite a group of CEOs. You could take the top 50 companies or the top 100 companies in the world, and most of the CEOs were there, including Tim Cook and Jensen Huang and Satya Nadella and a bunch of others. It was a good conversation. The speech was, I'd say, a fairly good one with business. Clearly not anywhere as close as fiery as the earlier one in the afternoon. But more than the speech, it was the interaction after that. And there were a few of us that did get a chance to shake hands with him, and I had a brief dialogue with him on the Mahindra Group as well, which was a good, positive dialogue from our standpoint.
What was that exchange?
Just very friendly. I mentioned I was from the Mahindra Group, and he responded, good group, very good group, and he clearly knew about us and said, we need more like you. So it was a positive sign. We have been in the US for over 30 years now. We assemble tractors in the US. We have 500 dealers. So it's one that we're recognized for. We were also the first after 25 years to set up an automotive plant in Detroit for off-road vehicles. And it is good to see us being recognized in the US in some form. So it was overall a good experience. But more than this experience overall, Davos has in some ways regained its position as being the place where it's a platform for dialogues to happen. The spirit of dialogue is the theme for this year as well, and hopefully find solutions for the world. There were many other smaller group meetings which included leaders from other countries as well, and a number of others where business leaders were not part of. But this spirit of dialogue is one that places Davos back firmly on the map, and one that we clearly hope that, as I started, the world becomes as peaceful as the place around us today.
I make a very important point, because Davos in that sense was being seen as a playground for the global elite. Everyone comes to chill in the Alps for a week, but where other world platforms, international platforms, I feel maybe Davos has gone ahead. Did you get a sense from businessman Trump versus President Trump on what is happening with the India-US trade deal? Is there warmth there?
There was no conversation on the India-US trade deal in the discussion yesterday.
Do you get a sense that there is warmth between the two nations on a business platform?
That is our sense, and I am fairly optimistic that we shall get to some agreement. There's a long positive history across both countries, and beyond that, it is all about geopolitics, which I must say I'm not as much of an expert on.
Let's come back to domestic conversations then. You know, Dr. Anish, you and I have spoken in a car. Now we're speaking in the backdrop of the mountains. But some of the questions remain similar, because you run a very large group which has a huge footprint on the Indian economy. And we're speaking a few days ahead of the union budget. What do you think is the kind of messaging which needs to come in, especially as the world is in this phase of uncertainty?
The Indian economy is in a very good shape right now. And the actions that have been taken by the government over the past 12 months, more so the acceleration over the past 6 months, have really put the economy even stronger than what it was. We are seeing tremendous demand across automobile, tractors, resorts, for a logistics business, for a real estate business. As you know, we operate in 70% of GDP for India, and we are seeing the economy in very, very strong shape. And I have gone on record saying that India will grow at 8% or 8 to 10% a year, possibly for the next 20 years. And we are seeing that happening at this point in time. So for us, it is stay the course. Continue to focus on capex, on infrastructure building, focus on the long term, which the last few budgets have. Continue to maintain fiscal discipline. And that's all that the economy needs at this point in time.
In terms of impetus to industry, in some of the sectors that you are in, of course, there's already been the GST reform for automobiles, etc., that has helped. But in terms of more impetus to industry, what would you hope for?
At this point, a lot of impetus has been given.
Government's done what they need to do.
The private sector has to now do its bit. We have been adding capacity. We have been putting in a lot of capex. That needs to happen across more industries. As that does, the economy gets even stronger. And therefore, with a view on impetus, I would say the government has done what it has to do so far. The private sector has to do more now. In terms of ease of business, there is more to do. There has been a lot that has been done, but there is still more to do on that front, and that is essential because that will create stronger companies. And as we think about making India the manufacturing hub of the world, that's going to be a critical aspect in doing so.
We're currently in the Maharashtra Pavilion and I've got with me the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, जिन्होंने यहाँ पे साइनिंग की छड़ी लगाई। जब भी मैं आता हूँ आप किसी के साथ हाथ मिला रहे होते हो, कोई ना कोई MOU साइन हो रहे। जब से आप डावोस आए अब तक कितनी MOU साइन किया आपने?
मुझे अभी पूरा उसका आंकड़ा तो याद नहीं है, पर ऑलमोस्ट 85 MOUs हम लोगों ने यहाँ पर किए हैं और बहुत डाइवर्स फील्ड में किए हुए हैं और कुछ बहुत सुंदर स्ट्रैटेजिक MOUs हमने किए हैं जिसका बहुत लॉन्ग लास्टिंग इम्पैक्ट होने वाला है। तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत सक्सेसफुल हमारा ये सारा टूर रहा है।
मुझे लग रहा है बहुत देर से अंदर ही इस कमरे के अंदर हो, आओ थोड़ा सा डावोस की हवा खा के आते हैं। मुंबई में भी आजकल थोड़ा सा कंस्ट्रक्शन के चक्कर में पोल्यूशन है, लेकिन आपके हिसाब से हाईलाइट क्या रही आपकी जो डावोस में आप आए हो, आपका ये डेलीगेशन लेके आए हो, व्हाट डू यू कंसीडर एज द बिगेस्ट हाईलाइट? हाँ,
बहुत ठंडी है।
अच्छा, वो जैकेट भी देखिए, रुकिए, जैकेट भी देखिए, जैकेट पे भी लिखा है बॉस, तो मतलब जैकेट को भी पता है कि महाराष्ट्र का बॉस कौन है। अच्छा बताइए, आपकी अब तक की डावोस की हाईलाइट आप किस चीज को मान रहे हैं?
देखिए, मैं 2-3 चीज़ों को हाईलाइट मान रहा हूँ। विशेष रूप से कल हम लोगों ने एक यहाँ पर तीसरी मुंबई की फर्स्ट स्मार्ट सिटी को हम लोगों ने लॉन्च किया है और इसमें रायगढ़ पेंट करके ये स्मार्ट सिटी होगी और ये जो स्मार्ट सिटी है ये एक नया बिजनेस डिस्ट्रिक्ट है। आप समझ लीजिए कि पिछले कई सालों से मुंबई को जिस प्रकार से BKC ने एक नई ऊंचाई दी है, अब ये समझ लीजिए कि एक नया BKC तैयार हो रहा है और ये जो रायगढ़ पेंट स्मार्ट सिटी है ये इस प्रकार से हम डिज़ाइन कर रहे हैं कि जिसमें मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि न्यू एज इस प्रकार के बिजनेसेस आएंगे, वॉक टू वर्क वाले रहेंगे, न्यू एज मोबिलिटी इसमें होगी। और कल जब हमने लॉन्च किया तो जगह, एनवायरमेंटल क्लियरेंस, सारी चीज़ें हमने कर ली है, उसके बाद उसको लॉन्च किया है और ये पहला एक ऐसा मॉडल है कि जिसमें PPP में हमारा एक प्रकार से लैंड भी प्राइवेट पार्टी ला रही है। सो लैंड इज़ ऑल्सो कमिंग फ्रॉम द प्राइवेट पार्टी और MMRDA इसमें पार्टनर है और कल इसमें USA, सिंगापुर, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, नीदरलैंड्स और UAE ऐसे 5 देशों से 1 लाख करोड़ की इन्वेस्टमेंट आई है, ये 5 देशों से। तो बिल्कुल ये एक नया शहर जो हमने तीसरी मुंबई का, उस तीसरी मुंबई का एक ये पहला शहर है। दूसरा, आपको याद होगा कि हमने पिछले डावोस में एक कॉन्सेप्ट फ्लोट किया था, इनोवेशन सिटी, क्योंकि हम लोग जानते हैं कि अब हम लोग 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी पे जा रहे हैं, लेकिन 5 ट्रिलियन के बाद हम लोग इस स्पीड से आगे नहीं बढ़ना चाहते। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी 5 ट्रिलियन से 10 ट्रिलियन, 10 से 20 ट्रिलियन जाना चाहते हैं और उसके लिए आज की जो हमारी बिजनेस की पद्धति है उससे हम नहीं जा पाएंगे। उसके लिए हमको इनोवेशन लगेगा। इनोवेशन इज़ अ की जो हमको लीप फ्रॉग करेगी। इसलिए हम लोगों ने तय किया था कि हम एक इनोवेशन सिटी तैयार करेंगे न्यू मुंबई के पास और आज सारे इंटरनेशनल ऑडियंस के सामने हमने उसको लॉन्च किया है और स्पेशली वी हैव पार्टनर्ड विद टाटा सन्स और इसका जो पूरा ये जो इनोवेशन सिटी है इसका कॉन्सेप्ट जो है वो एन चंद्रा जो टाटा के प्रमुख है उन्होंने तैयार किया है। हम दुनिया की एक ऐसी इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम यहाँ लाना चाहते हैं कि जो इकोसिस्टम एक प्रकार से प्लग एंड प्ले की दृष्टि से सारे टाइप के इनोवेशंस को ड्राइव करेगी। यानी एक प्रकार से दुनिया में किसी को लगे किसी बिजनेस को कि मुझे इनोवेशन में जाना है तो ही शुड कम हियर, इस प्रकार से। और आज ही उसमें डेटा सेंटर और बाकी अलाइड चीज़ों के लिए टाटा सन्स ने एक कमिटमेंट किया है, करीब $11 बिलियन 11 बिलियन डॉलर्स का कमिटमेंट आज उन्होंने घोषित किया है इंटरनेशनल ऑडियंस के सामने। और आज हमने सारे इंटरनेशनल बिजनेसेस को करीब आज अलग अलग देशों के करीब 400 लोग थे, 400 से 500 लोग, उनके सामने हमने इसको आज लॉन्च किया है।
पर आपने देखा होगा कि जो ऑपोजिशन के कुछ लीडर्स हैं वो क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं कि एक तरीके से शो ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ हो गया है कि कई सारे MOUs की संख्या और डील की वैल्यू को बढ़ाने के लिए कई सारे ऐसे लोग जिनके साथ आप मुंबई में अपने ऑफिस में ही साइन कर सकते थे MOU, उनको आप यहाँ पे लेके, हाउ डू यू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दिस?
देखिए मुझे बहुत खुशी है, आपने पिछले साल भी मुझे सवाल पूछा था और मैंने पिछले साल भी इसका जवाब दिया था। जो छोटे दिमाग के लोग होते हैं उनको ये सारी चीज़ें कई बार समझ में नहीं आती कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यापार कैसे चलता है और किस प्रकार से हम लोग डील करते हैं। आज दुनिया में कैपिटल का जो फ्लो है ये FDI के रूप में आता है और अब भारत ऐसा देश है कि जहाँ पर हमारा कोई भी बिजनेसमैन अपने आप को बढ़ाने के लिए, अपने आप को एक प्रकार से बिग करने के लिए अलग अलग जो फंड्स है, अलग अलग जो बिजनेसेस है उनके साथ कोलैबोरेट करता है और FDI लाता है। तो ये जो FDI आता है ये FDI के लिए इस प्रकार से ये डील्स होते हैं। मसलन कल किसी ने ये ट्वीट कर दिया कि आपने लोढ़ा के साथ यहाँ क्यों MOU किया। अब उनको ये पता नहीं है कि देश का सबसे बड़ा हाइपर स्केलर ये वो पलावा सिटी में ला रहे हैं और ये हाइपर स्केलर लोढ़ा का नहीं है। इसमें कौन इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है? इसमें माइक्रोसॉफ्ट इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है, इसमें NTT डेटा इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है। करीब 1 लाख करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट है, उसमें से 80% FDI आ रहा है। इसलिए ये जब बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां जो होती है, आपको पता है आप तो हमेशा डावोस आते हैं, ये लोग क्या करते हैं कि इनके बोर्ड मीटिंग्स डावोस से लगकर करते हैं और ये लोग ये सारे यहाँ होते हैं। तो नेचुरली जो इंडियन पार्टनर्स होते हैं उनको ये लगता है कि डावोस में अगर हम ये इस प्रकार से MOUs करें तो इनका प्रेजेंस होता है, ये लोग वहाँ आ सकते हैं। इसलिए डावोस में इस प्रकार के जो MOUs है वो होते हैं। और आप देखिए सारे MOUs ऑल ये FDI लाने वाले हैं, सारे FDI वाले।
आपने हाइपर स्केलर्स और डेटा सेंटर्स की बात की। आजकल जो मुंबई का रीजन है उसका कंपटीशन स्टार्ट हो गया है आंध्र प्रदेश और चंद्रबाबू नायडू से। वो तो रेस में ही नहीं थे, ना 3 में ना 13 में, वो आगे रेस में और गूगल की बाजी लेके चले गए वहाँ पे।
देखिए बहुत अच्छी बात है क्योंकि हमारे देश में डेटा सेंटर की इकोसिस्टम को तैयार करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। देखिए आने वाला जो समय है ये एक प्रकार से डेटा, AI और सेमीकॉन, ये 3 चीज़ें डिटरमिन करने वाली है। और इसमें देश का कोई भी राज्य अगर कैपेबिलिटी तैयार करे तो हमने खुश होना चाहिए। चंद्रबाबू तो हमारे ही है, लेकिन अगर कोई समझ लीजिए कांग्रेस शासित राज्य भी है, अगर वो भी अगर ऐसी कैपेबिलिटी तैयार करता है तो हमको खुश होना चाहिए। लेकिन इसके साथ साथ मैं आपको वापस से बताना चाहता हूँ कि फॉर्चुनेटली हम लोगों ने जो डेटा सेंटर पॉलिसी तैयार की है उस पॉलिसी को रिस्पॉन्ड करते हुए इतने बड़े पैमाने पर डेटा सेंटर का निवेश ये महाराष्ट्र में आया है। नाउ महाराष्ट्र इज डेटा सेंटर कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया। अभी हम लोग डेटा सेंटर की जो कैपेसिटी तैयार हुई है या हो रही है उसका 60% अकेला महाराष्ट्र है। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसीलिए हम ये जो सारा आइडिया ड्राइव करना चाहते हैं उसको ड्राइव करने के लिए ही इस प्रकार से हम लोग अलायंसेस कर रहे हैं।
पर मैं कुछ थोड़ा सा आपस में बुड़बुड़ सुन रहा था, लोग कह रहे थे कि कुछ स्टेट जैसे आंध्र है बहुत अनफेयर एडवांटेजेस दे रहे हैं, जैसे गूगल को आकर्षित करने के लिए लैंड कम रेट पे, पावर कम रेट पे। आपको लगता है कि ये भी देखना चाहिए कि इसका आप ले तो आओगे प्रोजेक्ट, लेकिन इसका लॉन्ग टर्म पब्लिक फाइनेंस पे क्या है?
देखिए, आखिर चंद्रबाबू नायडू एक बहुत सीजन्ड पॉलिटिशियन है, वो बिजनेस समझते हैं। साइबराबाद जैसा एक बहुत ही बड़ा उन्होंने एक इकोसिस्टम खड़ा किया है, तो कुछ सोच विचार करके ही उन्होंने उसको किया होगा। लेकिन जहाँ तक महाराष्ट्र का सवाल है, तो हम लोग जो भी इंसेंटिव स्ट्रक्चर रखते हैं उसमें हम लोग ये ध्यान रखते हैं कि हम लोग उसको पूरा कर पाए, क्योंकि मैं ये मानने वालों में से हूँ कि आज के वर्ल्ड में, आज की दुनिया में कैपिटल महत्व का नहीं है, ट्रस्ट महत्व का है। अगर आपके पास क्रेडिबिलिटी है तो कैपिटल फ्लो होता है, और क्रेडिबिलिटी किस चीज़ से आएगी? आप जो कहते हो अगर आप डिलीवर करोगे तो क्रेडिबिलिटी आएगी। क्रेडिबिलिटी आपने जो प्रॉमिस किया है वो अगर आपने दिया तो क्रेडिबिलिटी आएगी। तो हम लोगों ने हमारा सारा स्ट्रक्चर जो खड़ा किया है वो हमारे बैलेंस शीट को देखते हुए, आगे में हमारे फाइनेंसेस किस प्रकार से आएंगे उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने किया।
अच्छा, ये बताएं कि चूंकि आपकी अब बीएमसी में और महाराष्ट्र के ज़्यादातर जो निकाय इलेक्शंस थे उनमें जीत हुई, आपको लगता है कि जो प्रॉमिस था आपका ट्रिपल इंजन का उसका मिलेगा, और जो रिजल्ट्स आए वो आपकी उम्मीद से कैसे रहे? क्योंकि जिस तरह का असेंबली इलेक्शन में एकदम वाइप आउट था, इस बार आप जीते हो लेकिन मेजोरिटी से कुछ वार्ड्स आप ज़्यादा, ऐसे एकदम जो एक तरफ से आंधी आई और ख़त्म कर दिया, वैसा वाला हिसाब नहीं रहा।
नहीं, देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि आप अगर महाराष्ट्र में देखें तो कुल 29 महानगर पालिकाओं के चुनाव हुए, और इस 29 महानगर पालिकाओं में 2800 सीटें थी। 2800 में से 1400 सीटें तो अकेले बीजेपी को मिली है, हमारे साथियों को अलग। तो एक प्रकार से हमने इसको पूरी तरीके से स्वीप किया है। जहाँ तक मुंबई का सवाल है, तो लोग तो कहते थे कि चाहे कुछ हो जाए, दो भाई साथ में आ गए, मुंबई में तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता। लेकिन हमने मुंबई को जीता, और बीजेपी का तो मुंबई में स्ट्राइक रेट आप देखिए, हमारा स्ट्राइक रेट 70% है। 135 सीटें लड़कर 89 सीटें लाना इज अनप्रेसिडेंटेड इन मुंबई। इतनी सीटें तो जब शिवसेना साथ में थी तब भी उद्धव जी को नहीं मिली, तीनों चुनाव में नहीं मिली। तो एक प्रकार से वो सारे रिकॉर्ड हमने तोड़े हैं।
तो अब जो मेयर का चयन है और इसके बाद जो अब हमारे पावर प्ले इवेंट में आए थे जो सारे प्रोमिसेस थे, उनको इम्प्लीमेंट करने का प्रोसेस कब से स्टार्ट होता है?
नहीं, वो तो तुरंत हो ही गया है। समझ लीजिए, अभी आज एक बहुत और महत्वपूर्ण हमने स्ट्रेटेजिक अलायंस टाटा सन्स के साथ किया है, और वो है मुंबई में सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी का। देखिए, मुंबई की एयर क्वालिटी, मुंबई की वाटर क्वालिटी, मुंबई में सॉलिड वेस्ट को वेल्थ में कन्वर्ट करना, मुंबई में डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ जो वेस्ट है उसको वेल्थ में कन्वर्ट करना, इसके लिए एक बहुत ओवर आर्चिंग इस प्रकार का हमने एक फ्रेमवर्क तैयार किया है। और अकेले टाटा उसमें नहीं रहेंगे, वो फ्रेमवर्क तैयार वो कर रहे हैं, और उस फ्रेमवर्क में जितने प्लेयर्स हैं उनको लाकर 100% मुंबई को एक सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी का मॉडल बनाना, ये आज हमने अनाउंस कर दिया है, और वी हैव ऑलरेडी अनाउंस, वी वर वर्किंग ऑन इट। तो मुझे लगता है कि प्रॉमिसेस को डिलीवर करना हमने शुरू कर दिया है, और हम निश्चित रूप से उस पर करेंगे।
तो डावोस में आप कहीं प्रोमेनाड में घूमे फिरे, कुछ आपने साइट्स एंड साउंड्स भी देखे, या आपने MOU या आप साइन कर रहे थे पूरे?
देखिए, सच बात तो यह है कि यहाँ इतना ज़्यादा काम होता है। अभी आपने देखा होगा, कल भी मैंने 7 बजे का इवेंट कांग्रेस में अटेंड किया, आज भी 7:30 बजे का इवेंट मैंने अटेंड किया। तो सुबह 7:30 से लेकर तो रात को 9 साढ़े 9 बजे तक इवेंट्स भी चलते हैं।
इंडिया में तो 7:30 किसी को सुबह नाश्ता मीटिंग पे बुलाओ, कोई आएगा ही नहीं,
लेकिन यहाँ सब आते हैं और समय पर पहुँचना पड़ता है। और आपने भी एक्सपीरियंस किया होगा, गाड़ी छोड़कर पैदल जाना पड़ता है, क्योंकि छोटा शहर है और ट्रैफिक बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। तो मुझे लगता है, लेकिन मुझे बहुत खुशी है, देखिए इतना सीखने को मिलता है। अभी मैं आपको एक उदाहरण के तौर पर बताता हूँ कि मैं एक पैनल डिस्कशन में था जिसमें करीब 9 देशों के मिनिस्टर्स थे जो AI को देख रहे ऐसे मिनिस्टर्स थे। आई वॉज द ओनली चीफ मिनिस्टर, बाकी सारे फेडरल मिनिस्टर्स थे, एक डिप्टी प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी थे। तो वहाँ पर UAE ने एक बहुत अच्छा कॉन्सेप्ट रखा कि हम लोग वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट ये जो हमने DPI तैयार किया है, डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, उसमें अब नेक्स्ट जेन रिफॉर्म्स क्या है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमने ऐसा तय किया है कि हमारा टारगेट ये रहेगा ज़ीरो ब्यूरोक्रेसी। तो हम लोग अभी ज़ीरो ब्यूरोक्रेसी को इंसेंटिवाइज कर रहे हैं। तो मेरे ये ध्यान में आया कि इट इज़ अ वेरी गुड थिंग विच वी शुड अडॉप्ट। या हम लोग ये विचार कर रहे थे कि हाउ टू मेक AI रिस्पॉन्सिबल। तो उसमें जर्मनी के AI मिनिस्टर ने कहा कि हम लोग ये प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि जो एल्गोरिदम्स है उसी को हम लोग रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एम्बेडेड करेंगे, यानी जो हाउ टू बी रिस्पॉन्सिबल, ये अगर उसको हमने एम्बेड किया तो अल्टीमेटली आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस तो जिस प्रकार से सीखता है उसी प्रकार से वो अपने आप को एक्सप्रेस करता है। तो उस प्रकार के प्रॉम्प्ट्स उसमें हम लोग तैयार करेंगे। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये हर चीज़ अपने लिए बहुत सीखने लायक है।
आप भी काफ़ी कुछ सीख के जा रहे हैं, मतलब ऐसे अगर आप जो बोल रहे हो आपने कर दिया तो आपकी भी इमेज एकदम वो एक डावोस मैन वाली बन जाएगी कुछ टाइम।
देखिए, करने की कोशिश तो हम बिल्कुल करने वाले हैं, और मैं तो हमेशा कहता हूँ कि डावोस आना इसलिए है कि डावोस दो चीज़ें होती है। एक, इन द फाइनेंशियल वर्ल्ड इफ़ यू हैव टू रिमेन रिलेवेंट यू हैव टू बी इन डावोस। दूसरा, मैं जैसे हमने यहाँ MOUs के मैंने आपको बताया, इसमें 10 से 12 हमारे MOUs है, स्ट्रैटेजिक MOUs है। जैसे मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ जियोलॉजी नीदरलैंड्स, ये जियोलॉजी में इट इज़ द एस इंस्टीट्यूशन इन द वर्ल्ड। अब हमने उसके साथ स्ट्रैटेजिक MOU किया है। मुंबई में हम लोग जो टनलिंग का एक प्रोजेक्ट ले रहे हैं उसमें उनकी हमको मदद मिलेगी। यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ बर्कले के साथ हमने किया है, MIT लैब के साथ हमने किया है। अभी देखिए, मेडटेक एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है कि जो आज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी हर व्यक्ति के लिए जो एक आरोग्य ले जाना चाहते हैं उसमें मेडटेक का बहुत महत्व होगा। और आज MIT जैसे संस्थाओं ने मेडटेक में इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था खड़ी की है कि उनके जो इनक्यूबेटर्स है वहाँ से मेडटेक के मैक्सिमम यूनिकॉर्न्स वहाँ से खड़े हुए। तो अब हमने उनको उसी प्रकार की लैब या उसी प्रकार की व्यवस्था करने के लिए उनके साथ MOU किया है। तो हम लोग केवल उनका निवेश नहीं लाना चाहते, हम लोग उनके माध्यम से यहाँ पर मेडटेक में निवेशक तैयार करना चाहते हैं। हम लोग यूनिकॉर्न्स, स्टार्टअप्स और यूनिकॉर्न्स तैयार करना चाहते हैं। तो ऐसे करीब 10 से 12 स्ट्रैटेजिक MOUs हमने किए हैं कि जो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि नॉलेज और टेक्नोलॉजी ये दोनों हमारे साथ ले आएगी।
सब हम वापस आ गए हैं आपके जहाँ पे आपके MOUs चल रहे थे। मुझे लग रहा है आपका अगला MOU इंतजार कर रहा है। आपने हमें वक्त दिया NDTV से बात करने के लिए।
थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
Watch Jai Jawan with me this Republic Day only on NDTV.
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Apologies for that in the back.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying। सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंगर। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट। सातवें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा
Welcome to this edition of Davos Diaries. I'm Tamanna Inamdar, and what a fantastic day it has been for Team NDTV in Davos at the World Economic Forum. We have ended up speaking to some of the most significant, impactful and biggest names from this playground of the thinkers and global elite. On the show, you are going to hear from the bosses of the IMF and the World Bank, top corporate leaders, including one Indian leader who was with US President Donald Trump in the previous evening, speaking about the future of the world. That and a lot more coming up on the show.
It's been a really busy World Economic Forum this time around in Davos, Switzerland, for all sorts of reasons, not least of all because of the concerns between the United States and Europe. But apart from that, the World Economic Forum looks at several issues. We look at education, we look at health, we look at artificial intelligence, and we look at the state of the world's economy. We've got a wonderful guest with us. Kristalina Georgieva is the MD of the International Monetary Fund, and we are delighted, ma'am, to have you in our studio.
My pleasure.
AI is something that has been a source of conversation here for quite some time. And I noticed that there was some mild differences, if you can call it that, between what you had suggested India was as an AI power and what the Minister Ashwini Vaishnav suggested as well. So where do you actually see India on the AI roadmap?
Let me put the record straight. We have admiration for India, for how India has developed over the last years in terms of fabulous reforms, in terms of building digital public infrastructure amazingly well, and in terms of the IT-skilled labor force. The fund believes that the prospects for India in AI are remarkable. And this small hiccup that we had was actually the moderator speculating on what we think, which actually I said straight that we think India is one of the major forces in developing AI. And why is this important? Because when we look at the prospects of AI to lift productivity and deliver higher growth, they are truly remarkable. We assess the potential for boosting global growth as a result of AI to to 0.8% more. Now, India is a very dynamic economy already, and with AI, it would be even more so. And I am impressed by what I learned about the way India approaches AI to be competitive with those that are choosing other avenues. So bravo, India.
And you're going to be in India, I think, next month for the AI summit. Is that right?
Yes. And I'm very, very excited about going there. You know, over the last years at the fund, we have been consistently saying India is a bright spot on a somewhat cloudy global economic horizon. So I look forward to coming and seeing for myself how India progresses.
I know you have to run, but I must ask you, it's been quite a remarkable WEF this time around. Geopolitical tensions between Europe and the United States. But I did notice there was a bit of a climb down, that's my word, nobody else's, by the US president on Greenland. And the concern that we may be entering a scenario where there might even be the use of force is perhaps less, one would hope, than it was perhaps a few days back. That's my assessment. Where do you stand?
You're correct. What we have seen is that the risk of tariffs has been eliminated. Markets cheer. What I want to stress, though, is that even if this particular risk is no more, we are at a time of high uncertainty, and it is driven by geopolitics, by the technological advancements. We talked about AI. We expect a lot from AI, but what if these expectations do not materialize? What may then happen in financial markets? So it is a risky environment, and what we tell our members is, at the time of uncertainty, make sure that you have strong fundamentals, that your own house is in full order. And I admire India for being so focused exactly on that.
Ma'am, it's been wonderful speaking to you, and see you in New Delhi next month, hopefully. Thank you very much for speaking to NDTV.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, the MD of the International Monetary Fund telling us about AI, India's potential, and also a little bit on the broader geostrategic concerns the world lives in.
Start with something that was just announced, the Board of Peace, of which you're an executive member. How do you see this play out? Because everyone's wondering, okay, so President Trump's announced this Board of Peace. He's got people like you on the executive membership. What happens next?
The real thing to think about is not the structure or the Board of Peace or whatever. You should think that's important because you need to get the right political buy-in, which is what he's trying to do by getting political leaders of different countries to either decide to be part of it or not. That's their choice. But that's what he's trying to do. The real thing we're trying to figure out is this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to actually make a difference in Gaza and Palestine, in a region that has been disturbed for a long time. And if you add up the full Arab world together, there's 1 billion people living there. And Gaza has always been the Middle East that Israel-Palestine issue has festered. Is this a chance to make a difference? You have a historic peace deal after 2.5 years of trauma for everyone, starting with the attacks that happened on Israel and then the war that happened after that. Deaths everywhere, hostages, you've seen the images. So I think the real issue is, can you turn the page? And can you come to a stage where Hamas actually disarms? That's the political side of this. But then once it's disarmed, can you create the opportunity for recreation, reconstruction, create a new life for these Palestinians, and therefore for the region around them? That's what I think about. I don't, the politics of this, I'm not into.
Let's leave the politics aside. Just in terms of governance architecture, there's a certain post-Second World War governance architecture. The World Bank and several other institutes were one way of looking at it. The other is that the United Nations, for example, now dysfunctional. So a new setup and architecture being created. Do you think it can effectively work?
This is this alternative to the UN. In fact, I think the president today was very clear to say 2 or 3 times, we're going to work with the UN on this. This is something that he said in the UN GA when I was sitting there in his opening speech. He said the UN is deeply relevant. It has huge potential. But is it living up to its potential? That's his view, and the view that many share on that topic. What I try and do is focus on what we are doing, right? At the end of the day, we're working not just with the US, but in this case with Europeans, with the Middle East, the Saudis, the Qataris, the Turks, to try and find a way of, can we be helpful? So we got this group together. They prepared a report that I shared with all my countries that are members, EU and the US included, and the Middle East, and including with people like Jared. And when they began to work on this idea, portions of that plan are useful. It's broken into 4 parts. Urban renewal and reconstruction. Obviously, you probably saw Jared's slide with the amount of rubble and unexploded ordnance and the work there. But then there's the aspect of bringing back people, the diaspora, as well as the people who have been there and need to be reskilled and given a chance to succeed. Then what role could the private sector play, and how will they be brought in, the banking system and the insurance system? And then how do you connect Palestine and Gaza to its neighbors? And you heard the announcement of the Rafah crossing reopening, but that's symbolic. At the end of the day, the connection I'm talking about is a real trade and digital connection between Palestine and its neighbors, including Israel and Egypt and the Saudis and the Gulf.
The World Bank.
That's the kind of work we brought out. I think we help with that.
The World Bank exists in a certain context where there's a rules-based order. What are you making of everything that's happened this past week and over the last several months in terms of tariff being used as a principal economic lever to influence policy? How do you come?
Remember, we don't get involved with trade in that sense. We get involved with helping countries be competitive for trade. But the tools of trade, the WTO is a whole other organization. You'll get a much better thoughtful response to tariffs from Ngozi than you will from me. My view is very simple. My view is that actually, if you think about trade over the last 20 years, and if you bear with me for 2 minutes, I'll give you some interesting facts, which most people don't think about. In the last 20 years, global trade has quadrupled. The emerging markets, which is the countries we are interested in discussing, have actually gone from 20% of that to 40%. So their share has doubled while the trade has quadrupled, meaning the emerging markets are no longer a passenger. They are an integral part of the trade ecosystem. The second is regional and bilateral deals. India has a number of them, but many countries have them. In the same 20 years, they've gone from 135 roughly to 350 roughly, almost 3 times. In the last 10 years, 10 have been signed. 100 have been signed in the last 10 years. So if you think about it, the idea of not just relying on global trade, but also doing regional and bilateral deals has become important. Third factor, the opportunity for trade within a region is not understood properly. In Africa, intra-regional trade in Africa is only 15% of their trade. In South Asia, it's under 10. You know what it is in East and Southeast Asia? 50+%. I'm not talking about Europe, which is a combination. This is ASEAN. And so I think the opportunity for a lot of countries is to think about trade differently and to think about reducing your own tariffs, because a lot of the emerging markets actually have tariffs as well, and including India, but other countries too. And then the second part is, can you reduce your non-tariff barriers? You know, simplification of trade, digitization of trade, reducing border challenges, things of that nature. And then the third part of that is, if you do those two things well, can you also encourage competitiveness and investment in the right industries for your future? And I think India has done pretty well on a number of these, but the topic of trade I view from a different lens. I view from the fact that the emerging markets are now integral in trade, and you shouldn't allow yourself to get distracted by one discussion on tariffs here, which changes tomorrow.
What I love about the fact is that you're so out and about, trying to find out what's happening, wrapping your head around all the geopolitical issues. Donald Trump was here in Davos. What did you make of his speech? And you were among the few Indian businessmen who actually had an opportunity to be part of a meeting with him. How was that?
Predictable. I think everybody expected him to be going off script, and which he did. I think there's too much noise. And as Secretary Besant said, don't react to noise. Keep your calm. Things will get better. I believe that. In the end, U.S. is an important part of the world, one of the most economically powerful, militarily powerful nation. But it is still a democratic nation where if things go completely out of hand, things will start to come back. What is important is for the world to know the old world order has certainly shifted. Now, where will it land up? What new institutions will come through it? But something has to give now. Europe will have to come together as a voice. No more fragmented Europe and together through Brussels. It doesn't work. Have one voice. You can't have a situation where two leading heads of state have a strong reaction and two say, no, we must compromise. It doesn't work. Europe in the next 10 years would have made their own arrangements on defense, on security, on intelligence sharing, on satellites, GPS, but it will take 10 years. They have been, if I may say, Europe has been on a vacation. And when you come back from a vacation, you can either be very charged up to do things, or you can be in a lazy mode, not do much. What Trump has done is, I think, shake them up very hard. I think Europe is acting now.
Is there a method in the madness that you see, or do you only see madness?
There's a method. There's a method. Ask for the moon, settle for the stars.
How should India be dealing with Donald Trump, given the fact that he actually did impose the tariffs? In the case of Greenland, now he's pulled back against Europe, but in India, he's stuck with the tariffs. And he's giving all kinds of threats. What's your sense as a corporate leader, how the country should be dealing with Donald Trump?
I would say India has dealt well, although I know there's a lot of people who criticize India could have done this, India could have done that. As I mentioned, I'm in the world of business, but I am also a student of geopolitics. I personally feel India has done well by keeping quiet, not reacting to the noise. Our leadership has had a lot of, calm, approach towards the whole issue. They engage. Foreign Minister Jaishankar, Piyush Goyal at every level. I had a chance to meet Secretary Howard Lutnick yesterday. You can see that underlying things are moving now. India is focused on the EU deal. Hopefully next week the EU deal should get inked, which is a really
How significant do you think that is? Ursula von der Leyen called this the mother of all deals. How significant would an India-EU free trade agreement be?
I think it'll be big, because EU needs a big country. China is not the natural choice. US is in a difficult situation. India, with 1.5 billion people, becomes a continent for Europe to have access to. And equally, over $25 trillion economy that EU jointly is meaningful for India. I would say this will be a good cushion for India and also gives it strength to negotiate with the US better.
Let's spend some time talking about the telecom sector back home and the developments that are taking place. And as a consumer, a lot of chatter around 6G in the Indian context and when it comes, what it means, how do consumers benefit and when does it start?
Look, with every generation of technology, you get higher speed and more capacity, lower latency. I mean, these are the three powerful elements. From 2G to 5G, that's where we have come. Today, you can do so much more stuff on your phone than you could ever do in the 2G era. With 6G, it becomes a completely new ecosystem where machines are talking to each other, where cars are talking to each other. I mean, it's a fully connected world. Latency is going to be super low, 10, 15 milliseconds, which means robotic surgery. If there's a bleed during a robotic surgery remotely, things can be fixed very quickly. Space technology, data centers going up into space, lesser requirement of energy, energy efficiencies, and then you strap on top of that AI, and you know how things are going to play out. Robotics, millions of robots working all over the world, connected onto the 6G network. So 6G standard is going to produce lower latency, significantly higher speeds, and more capacity, and above all, very precise slicing of network. If you are doing something which is very critical, your service quality will be very different individually for that particular connection than the millions of the rest of the users who are doing YouTube or something else.
How are you looking at your rollout and build-up plans?
Well, 5G is still on the rollout phase. I think there's 2 more years of 5G saturation. 4G saturation is almost done now, which is very good. 6G is about 3 to 4 years away from first trials, and give it another 2-3 years after that. In our case, we are consumers of technology. We don't produce ourselves, but we are deeply attached to what's going on in the world. I was the chairman of GSMA, now Gopal, vice chairman is the GSMA CEO. We're connected to the world, tracking the technology trends. We will always bring technology in line with the rest of the world for our customers.
In the context of what happened in the aviation sector, there were lots of concerns raised by government and by citizens about duopolies. Now, a lot of effort has been made to prop up additional players in the telecom sector, but it's really essentially just the 2 big boys. How do you see that, and what do you think, not just from your own corporate lens, but if you zoom out also, what do you think should be done with a sector like the telecom sector so we don't end up in a duopolistic situation?
Look, I think one thing which was recognized by the political leadership is India's infrastructure, hard infrastructure, will take a long time. How to mitigate that, how to still get the economy going and fire up all engines was digital infrastructure. And that, I would say, has been tremendously done. The launch of 5G, the speed at which the government moved in giving us the spectrum, and more importantly, the danda that was on us, rollout. I think it's been the fastest rollout, despite the fact there's not much revenue. We fulfilled the task for India, knowing that this is required, and it's been the fastest rollout anywhere in the world. Fiber optic cables have been laid out, submarine cables have been put up, more space capacity has been created. But all this needs energy. Thankfully, India was also focused on renewable energy, other forms of energy. Energy is not a problem here in India today. Both these combined with a drop-in of the digital stack created the wonderful ecosystem of digital infrastructure. And now you can keep building roads and ports and airports which are carrying on. So I think that part has been very, very well done. And this industry requires a ton of capital to invest. You can't have 10 operators, each fighting for the piece. But you also can't have a monopoly. So the government is right in the wisdom to have 3 private players plus BSNL, but every player has to fight for its space in place. Vodafone Idea, which was the largest operator after the merger, has become a shadow of themselves. Government has given them a supporting hand. Let's see how far they can go.
Do you see any hope for them?
You know, you always have to have hope. They have pockets of strengths, but they are behind by several years and several $1 billion, tens of thousands of crores needs to be invested in where us and Jio have taken the lead. So it'll really depend on the management. I mean, you'll have to ask them. Government has done the job. I think it's now for the company.
The highlight of the trip, in a sense, has been the presence of US President Donald Trump. He met with a select group of business leaders last evening, and we are speaking with one of the Indian contingent, Dr. Anish Shah of Mahindra Group with us. Dr. Shah, thank you so much for speaking with us. You know, I have to start by asking you what Trump was like in that business leaders meeting. Was it as fiery as his address on the World Economic Forum stage?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here in beautiful Davos. Nice blue skies, very calm and peaceful. We hope the world becomes like this as well as we go forward. With regard to your question for yesterday, it was clearly a privilege to be there. It was quite a group of CEOs. You could take the top 50 companies or the top 100 companies in the world, and most of the CEOs were there, including Tim Cook and Jensen Huang and Satya Nadella and a bunch of others. It was a good conversation. The speech was, I'd say, a fairly good one with business. Clearly not anywhere as close as fiery as the earlier one in the afternoon. But more than the speech, it was the interaction after that. And there were a few of us that did get a chance to shake hands with him, and I had a brief dialogue with him on the Mahindra Group as well, which was a good, positive dialogue from our standpoint.
What was that exchange?
Just very friendly. I mentioned I was from the Mahindra Group, and he responded, good group, very good group, and he clearly knew about us and said, we need more like you. So it was a positive sign. We have been in the US for over 30 years now. We assemble tractors in the US. We have 500 dealers. So it's one that we're recognized for. We were also the first after 25 years to set up an automotive plant in Detroit for off-road vehicles. And it is good to see us being recognized in the US in some form. So it was overall a good experience. But more than this experience overall, Davos has in some ways regained its position as being the place where it's a platform for dialogues to happen. The spirit of dialogue is the theme for this year as well, and hopefully find solutions for the world. There were many other smaller group meetings which included leaders from other countries as well, and a number of others where business leaders were not part of. But this spirit of dialogue is one that places Davos back firmly on the map, and one that we clearly hope that, as I started, the world becomes as peaceful as the place around us today.
I think you make a very important point, because Davos in that sense was being seen as a playground for the global elite. Everyone comes to chill in the Alps for a week, but where other world platforms, international platforms, I feel maybe Davos has gone ahead. Did you get a sense from businessman Trump versus President Trump on what is happening with the India-US trade deal? Is there warmth there?
There was no conversation on the India-US trade deal in the discussion yesterday.
Do you get a sense that there is warmth between the two nations on a business platform?
That is our sense, and I am fairly optimistic that we shall get to some agreement. There's a long positive history across both countries, and beyond that, it is all about geopolitics, which I must say I'm not as much of an expert on.
Let's come back to domestic conversations then. You know, Dr. Anish, you and I have spoken in a car. Now we're speaking in the backdrop of the mountains. But some of the questions remain similar, because you run a very large group which has a huge footprint on the Indian economy. And we're speaking a few days ahead of the union budget. What do you think is the kind of messaging which needs to come in, especially as the world is in this phase of uncertainty?
The Indian economy is in a very good shape right now, and the actions that have been taken by the government over the past 12 months, more so the acceleration over the past 6 months, have really put the economy even stronger than what it was. we are seeing tremendous demand across automobile, tractors, resorts, for our logistics business, for our real estate business. As you know, we operate in 70% of GDP for India, and we are seeing the economy in very, very strong shape. And I have gone on record saying that India will grow at 8% or 8 to 10% a year, possibly for the next 20 years. And we are seeing that happening at this point in time. So for us, it is stay the course. Continue to focus on capex, on infrastructure building, focus on the long term, which the last few budgets have. Continue to maintain fiscal discipline, and that's all that the economy needs at this point in time.
In terms of impetus to industry, in some of the sectors that you are in, of course, there's already been the GST reform for automobiles, etc., that has helped. But in terms of more impetus to industry, what would you hope for?
At this point, a lot of impetus has been given.
Government's done what they need to do.
The private sector has to now do its bit. We have been adding capacity. We have been putting in a lot of capex. That needs to happen across more industries. As that does, the economy gets even stronger. And therefore, with a view on impetus, I would say the government has done what it has to do so far. The private sector has to do more now. In terms of ease of business, there is more to do. There has been a lot that has been done, but there is still more to do on that front, and that is essential because that will create stronger companies. And as we think about making India the manufacturing hub of the world, that's going to be a critical aspect in doing so.
जब बात बॉर्डर की रक्षा की हो तो हर फौजी दीवार बन के खड़ा हो जाए।
वैसे ही जब बात आपकी गाड़ी की इंजन की हो तो डिवियोल आपके इंजन को देता है प्रोटेक्शन और पावर ताकि परफॉर्मेंस रहे लॉन्ग लास्टिंग।
डिवियोल हर इंजन का सोल्जर, सेलिब्रेटिंग द रिलीज ऑफ बॉर्डर 2 on 23rd January.
This is Davos, a picturesque Swiss ski town, which for 1 week every January becomes the epicenter of global power and ideas. The conversations here influence policies, markets, and industries worldwide. From economic outlook to global priorities, Davos sets the tone for the year ahead. And NDTV Profit will be on the ground. I will be bringing you insights from global investors, market veterans, and corporate titans. So don't forget to tune in to NDTV Profit as we decode the decisions that will echo far beyond these mountains.
लोग कहते हैं कि जिंदगी एक फिल्म की तरह होती है, लेकिन मेरी जिंदगी सिर्फ एक फिल्म नहीं, एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म है। बचपन से पता था मेरे सपनों में दम है, आगे नहीं सबसे आगे जाना है, स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बन के दिखाना है। नाम मिला, फेम मिला, प्यार मिला, I was not just running, I was flying. सबकी जुबां पे बस एक ही नाम, यो हनी सिंह। लेकिन फिर ब्लॉकबस्टर कहानी में आया एक ट्विस्ट, 7वें आसमान से सीधा गिरा मैं जमीन पर। फिर क्या, खुद पे काम दोबारा शुरू, फैंस ने फिर प्यार दिखाया, फिर स्टार नहीं सुपरस्टार बनाया। है ना मेरी जिंदगी एक ब्लॉकबस्टर फिल्म। शुक्रिया आपकी प्रेयर्स का और आपके प्यार का। कॉन्सर्ट्स तो आपने बहुत देखे होंगे, बट दिस इज गोना बी कॉन्सर्ट ऑफ अ लाइफटाइम, क्योंकि मेरे फैंस ही हैं मेरी विक्ट्री, मेरी हिस्ट्री, मेरी ग्लोरी। सो कम एंड विटनेस यो हनी सिंह, दिस इज माय स्टोरी।
This is going to be shaky footage, guys. Apologies for that in advance.
welcome to the special edition of Davos Conversations. And the highlight of the trip, in a sense, has been the presence of US President Donald Trump. He met with a select group of business leaders last evening, and we are speaking with one of the Indian contingent, Dr. Anish Shah of Mahindra Group with us. Dr. Shah, thank you so much for speaking with us. You know, I have to start by asking you what Trump was like in that business leaders meeting. Was it as fiery as his address on the World Economic Forum stage?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here in beautiful Davos. Nice blue skies, very calm and peaceful. We hope the world becomes like this as well as we go forward. With regard to your question for yesterday, it was clearly a privilege to be there. It was quite a group of CEOs. You could take the top 50 companies or the top 100 companies in the world, and most of the CEOs were there, including Tim Cook and Jensen Huang and Satya Nadella and a bunch of others. It was a good conversation. The speech was, I'd say, a fairly good one with business. Clearly not anywhere as close as fiery as the earlier one in the afternoon. But more than the speech, it was the interaction after that. And there were a few of us that did get a chance to shake hands with him, and I had a brief dialogue with him on the Mahindra Group as well, which was a good, positive dialogue from our standpoint. Just very friendly. I mentioned I was from the Mahindra Group, and he responded, good group, very good group, and he clearly knew about us and said, we need more like you. So it was a positive sign. We have been in the US for over 30 years now. We assemble tractors in the US. We have 500 dealers. So it's one that we're recognized for. We were also the first after 25 years to set up an automotive plant in Detroit for off-road vehicles. And it is good to see us being recognized in the US in some form. So it was overall a good experience, but more than this experience overall, Davos has in some ways regained its position as being the place where it's a platform for dialogues to happen. The spirit of dialogue is the theme for this year as well, and hopefully find solutions for the world. There were many other smaller group meetings which included leaders from other countries as well, and a number of others where business leaders were not part of. But this spirit of dialogue is one that places Davos back firmly on the map, and one that we clearly hope that, as I started, the world becomes as peaceful as the place around us today.
I think you make a very important point, because Davos in that sense was being seen as a playground for the global elite. Everyone comes to chill in the Alps for a week, but where other world platforms, international platforms, I feel maybe Davos has gone ahead. Did you get a sense from businessman Trump versus President Trump on what is happening with the India-US trade deal? Is there warmth there?
There was no conversation on the India-US trade deal in the discussion yesterday.
Do you get a sense that there is warmth between the two nations on a business platform?
That is our sense, and I am fairly optimistic that we shall get to some agreement. There's a long positive history across both countries, and beyond that, it is all about geopolitics, which I must say I'm not as much of an expert on.
Let's come back to domestic conversations then. You know, Dr. Anish, you and I have spoken in a car. Now we're speaking in the backdrop of the mountains. But some of the questions remain similar, because you run a very large group which has a huge footprint on the Indian economy. And we're speaking a few days ahead of the union budget. What do you think is the kind of messaging which needs to come in, especially as the world is in this phase of uncertainty?
The Indian economy is in a very good shape right now, and the actions that have been taken by the government over the past 12 months, more so the acceleration over the past 6 months, have really put the economy even stronger than what it was. We are seeing tremendous demand across automobile, tractors, resorts, for a logistics business, for a real estate business. As you know, we operate in 70% of GDP for India, and we are seeing the economy in very, very strong shape. And I have gone on record saying that India will grow at 8% or 8 to 10% a year, possibly for the next 20 years. And we are seeing that happening at this point in time. So for us, it is stay the course. Continue to focus on capex, on infrastructure building, focus on the long term, which the last few budgets have. Continue to maintain fiscal discipline, and that's all that the economy needs at this point in time.
In terms of impetus to industry, in some of the sectors that you are in, of course, there's already been the GST reform for automobiles, etc., that has helped. But in terms of more impetus to industry, what would you hope for?
At this point, a lot of impetus has been given.
Government's done what they need to do.
The private sector has to now do its bit. We have been adding capacity. We have been putting in a lot of capex. That needs to happen across more industries. As that does, the economy gets even stronger. And therefore, with a view on impetus, I would say the government has done what it has to do so far. The private sector has to do more now. In terms of ease of business, there is more to do. There has been a lot that has been done, but there is still more to do on that front, and that is essential because that will create stronger companies. And as we think about making India the manufacturing hub of the world, that's going to be a critical aspect in doing so.
In terms of what the conversations have been like in Davos for you, apart from the VVIP meeting with President Trump, what has been the highlight and what has been the biggest talking point? Let's keep the geopolitics aside. Has AI taken center stage once again and adoption across various industries?
AI is clearly center stage, and there have been some very good discussions on how possibilities with AI, is it hype or is it just something that will transform all our businesses? So lots of discussion on AI, lots on geopolitics as well. How coping with that? How are they facing challenges and responding to uncertainty? For us, it's also a great way to meet with many of our joint venture partners who are global, many of our investors, potential partners, and these are great meetings to have, great relationships to have, and something that just strengthens the Mahindra Group overall.
One message for the outlook for the Mahindra Group in 2026, and the core of that could be AI adoption, or the lens could be AI adoption.
So for us, it is again staying on track. We have done well. Our leaders and our associates have just put in tremendous effort and got us to where we are today. We are on very strong momentum. We are leaders in technology in many of the industries we play in, and it's important for us to continue to be a leader in technology. You will see more from us on AI as well, as we have been a leader in the AI front. We haven't spoken a lot about it because we typically prefer to speak after we've done something, which we shall do in this case as well.